Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Annie, and I'm here with Paperthin.
What's up, guys?
It's been a very long time since we have shared previous PUBG Esports news. How have you been?
I've been good, very busy, but I'm good.
Yeah, so today we're going to talk about the PUBG Global Series 3, but before that, let's wrap up what has happened in PUBG Esports in 2023. So first, in the PGS 1, 17 Gaming finally won that trophy first time in their career, and in PGS 2, Sonics have won.
These two champions, Sonics!
Yeah, it's really exciting to see two teams that were powerhouses of their regions be able to come through and win at those big events. It was really exciting for the fans too. And then also we had the APAC teams, Cerberus and Daytrade, really playing well last year. Yeah, they may not have won an event, but they looked really, really good overall. Their firepower is tremendous, so everybody's really excited about these teams coming into 2024.
Cannot get that.
The PGC 2023 went to Danawa Esports, and it was first time in 3 years that Korean teams won the PGC, right?
Yeah, it was a really dramatic win. What an awesome team they had. They played so good in the finals. Really a special moment to be a part of that.
And 17 Gaming was, again, really close to winning, but yeah.
They're always really good. I mean, they're always right there. They're such a strong team. Incredible players on that team, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if 17 wins another event this year.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll come strong this year too. So now we have to talk about the PUBG Global Series 3, which fans would be anticipating is the first PUBG Global Series of 2024. PUBG Global Series 3 will be held in Shanghai, China from May 20th to 26th with a total prize pool of $300,000.
So we've got 24 teams that are going to be coming to compete. Still should be a great event. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of our best teams once again are going to be there, and some new faces, some new teams. So it's really exciting to have this event now, finally in Shanghai.
Yeah, so we'll have 10 global partner teams as well as 14 teams that qualified from the regional series. PUBG Global Series is very simple this time with group stage and final stage, and the teams will compete in the group stage for 3 days, and only the top 16 teams will advance to the final stage.
Exactly, and we'll be playing across 4 different maps. Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Vikendi. As usual so far this year, we've seen these maps across all the regions. Now we're going to find out who can be the best team in those final 3 days when we crown our champion.
So let's find out who will be the champion of PGS 3, the very first event of PUBG Esports in 2024. So 10 global partner teams have secured their spot in PGS. Previously, we had 8 global partner teams, but now we have 10, and we have expanded global partner teams in APAC region. So new coming team is Cerberus Esports and Daytrade Gaming. Welcome! So these two teams from APAC region, Daytrade Gaming and Cerberus Esports, have been showing wonderful performances in the global events, and I think fans are really expecting these teams too.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Daytrade, a team that's been together for quite a while. They have a ton of experience at global events. You're really excited about this team if you're a Thai fan. They are really, really consistent. Yeah, last year maybe not the results they wanted in terms of the global events, but I think with their consistency and everybody kind of sticking together, I think they should be a really strong roster.
Next is Cerberus Esports from Vietnam. I think if APAC region has a chance to win the global event, I think it would be Cerberus Esports. How do you think?
I agree. I think this team has tremendous firepower. It's just a matter of being consistent in the finals, right? We saw them so many times dominate in the group stage, have unbelievable moments. Everybody's going to remember Tycon's play from last year. Himas was insane last year. It's just a matter of them getting to those finals and performing at their best, and then they can absolutely win a championship.
And Cerberus Esports won this event out of all APAC teams.
They are definitely going to be hungry to do really well at PGS this year.
So next is Sonics, that we all know of. They were PGS 2 champions, but after changing the roster, they didn't do that well in PGC 2023.
Yeah, I think obviously their results were disappointing for them, for sure. I think still trying to figure out how to get everybody on the same page, get Kickstart really integrated well with this roster. Still a bit of a work in progress, but you can see that the potential is there. Like, their damage numbers are really, really good across the board. So this is a team that I think it's just a matter of time before they really pop off.
So next is 17 Gaming the PGS 1 champion and the runner-up for PGS 2023.
Yeah, I think these should be one of the favorites for the tournament. They're an insane team, especially internationally. I think most people would consider them the best Erangel team in the world. They are definitely going to be a threat. Everybody's going to be picking these players on their fantasy rosters. It's going to be really high expectations for them.
And let's see if 17 Gaming can earn another title in PGS. So next is Twisted Minds from EMEA region. This team is well known to be very consistent in this same roster, but this year they have brought example from Navi.
And this is a player who is extremely highly regarded for his fragging ability. We already saw it in the EMEA League. He was doing really, really well. This guy has tons of experience, has won a championship. He's an insane player, so I think this makes a lot of sense for Twisted Minds, who's always been really close to winning one of the international events, but has come up just short so many times. So maybe this is the player they need to get them over the line.
So let's see if Twisted Minds can finally hold the trophy this year, starting in PGS 3. So next is Navi from EMEA region also. This team was the PGS 2022 champion, but all the roster has been gone, and this is now newly formed Navi.
You know, this roster coming together, there were a lot of question marks about it, but getting third in the EMEA League was really impressive. DFX was playing really well, you know, formerly of the Wu, a really strong performance from him. I think this is a team that is going to have some questions about them as well coming into PGS, but who knows, with how they performed in EMEA, they could definitely do some damage.
Next is 4 Angry Men from China. Surprisingly, Godfrey is back after the ear break last year, and he's recently performing in PCL as 4AM.
Yeah, this is a team that has a lot of potential. We've seen some big days from them in their regional league in particular. At the global stage, yeah, definitely disappointing. You would think with HS and ZP on there that this should be a pretty strong roster. You know, Wang Zai as well from Infantry. I have high hopes for them, but with Godfrey taking some time off, obviously a legendary player, but can they really get it done with this roster? We'll see.
Next is FaZe Clan from EMEA region. FaZe Clan tried to work out with this current roster last year, but didn't end very well in the global stage.
I think FaZe has a lot of potential, and I think they know it. They've been talking about publicly how they're not as consistent as they want to be. James has been really, really good this year so far, so I think definitely this is a team that if they can get it all together, we saw at PGC that towards the end of the year, they got 6th place, they were playing much better. It's just, can they find that consistency in time for PGS?
Next is Genji, the gold partner team from Korea. This Genji is very new, and fans were not expecting a lot from Genji before the BWS started, but they've won 2nd week and 3rd week before the finals, and they showed that they're still the strong Genji.
I mean, Barpo last year was fragging out of his mind. This year, he's still playing very, very well. Tosi is really stepping up for Genji. Rex and Adder, the old teammates from T1, looking strong together. What really impresses me about this team is their teamwork. They play really well off of each other, so I'm very excited about Genji this year.
Last but not least is Patrick Road from China. Para wasn't performing well in PGS 1 and 2, but after changing the roster, they have proved themselves in PGS 2023 ranking 4th. And Exif is always a best player, one of the best players in China and in the global scene, and is still fragging out in PCL.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, there's no doubt about him. He is still the consistent performer for that squad, so they should be a threat again at PGS 3.
So let's move on to the teams that have qualified from the regional series. First is from APAC region. First team would be From the Future. This is the Indonesian team, and it's been a while since we had Indonesian team in the global events since PCS APAC.
I mean, this was definitely one of the biggest surprises, a very welcome surprise for sure to have an Indonesian team back at a global event. There's some players in here that we know a little bit about, but they've never had like strong performances at global events. Certainly they're going to be a dark horse, but hopefully they can perform.
So next is 3 Thailand teams. We have a lot of Thailand's teams coming in from the qualifier. And first is Arena. I think some of the players are very familiar to the global fans, and I have Laritz is a twin brother of Flash in Day Trade Gaming.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, those esports families, they've got a lot of good players there. So I think, to me, this is a team that, yeah, didn't do so well at PGS 2 when they made it last year, so they made a change. They bring in Jacob. He looks really good. He is by far like one of the strongest fraggers in his region. So this was a huge pickup for them. Got them back to an international event. Let's see if they can continue to build on that momentum.
Next is Armory Gaming. I think global PUBG Esports fans would be familiar with this team name, but the players are quite new to us.
Yeah, these are some players that we're not going to be super familiar with at the global level. Still, potential is there. I mean, you can see it that they were fragging pretty well during the PTS and during the APAC qualifier. So I think certainly anything's possible with these Thai teams. Like, we know that they have a lot of cracked gamers. It's just a matter of putting it all together for these global events.
It's quite same with the Valley Thai Esports, the next team. Do you have any information about this team?
Well, this was pretty crazy. I mean, they took down Magnetic Thailand, which is Escalusia's team, in the very last match of the day. They got a chicken dinner to take that final spot. So this is pretty crazy for them. What a way to get here. A lot of new players in terms of global stage. Kiss and Latte looked really, really good. So, you know, it's exciting to see these new teams here. Again, we're just looking to see how they're going to perform against some of the best in the world.
So let's move on to the EMEA qualifiers. First to say is former Med Bulls and now picked up by Virtus Pro. If you look at the players, there are very familiar names here. Ibiza and Quizzy and everything.
Yeah, exactly. This is a team that a lot of EMEA fans in particular are going to be very familiar with. I think everybody knows Ibiza from his time on Team Liquid, but they played extremely well. Lucarux in particular was insane during the qualifiers. So this is a team you got to watch out for. There's a ton of veteran presence on this team.
Yeah, ranking second in this competitive region would prove themselves, and let's see how they perform in PGS. So next is Hull Esports, the famous Turkish team. The familiar player, Code Marco and Kepa, has joined this team.
Yeah, and they were really big additions to this team, right up there with Ruin in terms of the fragging power. So all of a sudden, you know, you went from a team that was maybe kind of, you know, middle of the road in the international events that might start really pushing towards like the top 5.
Next, we have 3 teams from Korea who have qualified from PUBG Weekly Series. First to start with is Kwangdong Fix, with Salute coming in from Danawa Esports.
Yeah, no doubt. This was a team that had very high expectations. Looked a little shaky at the beginning of PWS, but over the course of the season got much, much better. Their results were incredible in the finals. This is a team that has tremendous firepower from top to bottom. No doubt they are going to be a threat at the global stage.
So next is D+ Kia. D+ Kia also struggled last year and formed totally new team with Seoul from Danawa Esports.
They picked up who is by most considered the best player in the world. So this is definitely a team that are going to have tremendously high expectations for. You know, bringing Star-Lord in as your primary IGL most of the time. It looked a little shaky again at the start, but towards the end, it really started to come together. So this could be a scary roster, no doubt.
So last team from Korea is GNL Esports. The players are all new to the global stage.
Yeah, this is the team that surprised me the most, but in a very good way. I've been watching, you know, Roy, Hammer, and Stella for years in the PWS. They've always been kind of middle of the pack, close, but not quite able to reach those higher stages. But now they finally kind of put it all together, bringing in this young player, Young, who's been a nice fit for them. But really, those veterans have been fragging out and carrying GNL to strong performances in the PWS.
Next is 3 teams that qualify from PUBG America series. First is Team Falcons, who have ranked first in recent PAS. Team Falcons have picked up the entire Luminosity gaming roster with Flood, Mime, Brillo, and Snakers, and with his players, there's no doubt.
Exactly. I mean, this should be a very strong team. They performed really well in group stages last year at times at the international events, so now it's just them getting into those finals and then performing really well. I think everybody knows they're capable of it. We've seen it so many times. It's just getting there and then performing is going to be the big question, but certainly they're capable.
Next is Shoot to Kill, and TSM have picked up this team again for PGS. Team members are all familiar, right?
No doubt. This is a really, really good team. I really like Purdy Curdy as the IGL. Bringing in Sparking has brought a tremendous boon to this team. He has incredible firepower, as we've seen time and time again, both regionally and at international events, so this is a team to fear for sure.
Last team coming in from Americas region is Legacy, with young, talented Brazilian players. And even though the team was third, Gizera was a kill leader in PAS3.
Yeah, he's an insane player. Coming into PGC last year, he was a player that everybody in Americas was talking about, really expecting big things out of him and Legacy. Didn't quite work out at PGC last year, so now we come into 2024, and hopefully this team can perform even better than they did.
Next is teams from China, one of the most competitive regions. The first team is New Happy, who secured their ticket to PGS 3 by winning the recent PCL. New Happy seemed to struggle after winning PGS 2021 a bit, but they came back and proved themselves in PGS 2023 by ranking 5th. And bringing Longscar to the team this year made them even stronger. They've won both PCL Spring regular season and the Grand Finals. And the well-known key player of the team, Ming Ming, is still on his best form, ranking 1st and 3rd in kill ranking for regular season and the Grand Finals. Let's see how Longscar perform in his new team too, and see how New Happy can rise again in the upcoming PGS 3. The second team to qualify from China is DD Team. They finished 2nd in the recent PCL. This team performed in PGS 2 last year, but beside that, they don't have any records in global event. However, bringing Shen, the super rookie of PCL, was a big change to the team. Shen was the kill leader in PCL Spring Grand Finals. His kill ranking rivals were Ming Ming and Aixlef, the veterans in the scene, which makes us to expect even more from Shen. Let's see how DD Team perform with its new roster in PGS 3.
Look, we always know that the Chinese teams are competitive at the global stage, so we're really looking forward to these two teams coming into the event.
The first step of PGS 3 would be group stage, and the group distribution has already been announced. How do you think about this group?
I mean, they're all so close. Like, just looking at them, it's an insanely stacked group for all three. I don't really see a group that stands out to me as like the group of death that we usually talk about. Every team is going to have a really difficult time getting out of these groups.
Yeah, the three groups seems very even, so I think the 3 days of group stage would be really competitive. So next, can we guess who's gonna be the PGS 3 MVP? The PGS 1 MVP was Seoul from Danawa Esports, and PGS 2 was Tiggleton from Sonics.
I mean, it could be Seoul again, who knows? D Plus is there. They don't look as strong as Danawa did last year, but who knows? I could definitely see maybe Aixlef from Petrichor Road really popping off. He's definitely a candidate. I could see Example from Twisted Minds having a really strong performance just like he did in the EMEA. There's a ton of good players out there. Maybe somebody from the Falcons comes through and has a really good performance. There's so many good players out there. It's really hard to choose who's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, and I think Himas would also have a chance to become the MVP if the teams at Burris Esports stay still till the end in the final stage. Yeah, so please stay tuned till the end to find out who will win the MVP in PGS 3. It's always very hard to see what's coming in PUBG Esports, but if there are teams that have high possibility to win PGS 3, which teams that could be?
I'm definitely keeping my eyes on 17 Gaming again. I think they've got a really strong chance. I think this may be Twisted Minds time. This feels like their best opportunity to win a global event. They should be one of the strongest rosters for sure. And then one of the last teams I'm looking at, I think this may surprise some people, is actually Gen G. I know they had a rough finals, but before that they were really dominating. The teamwork is incredible. They're so smart. They're really good about their positioning, when to take fights, when not to take fights, things like that. They trade incredibly well. I'm really high on this Gen G team actually.
I think teams from APAC regions will have chance this year as they're coming in as the global partner teams too. Especially Cerberus Esports from Vietnam being so consistent in this region and in the global stage, I think they might finally have chance in PGS 3 too. So we've been talking about the participating teams and key points about upcoming PGS 3, and before wrapping up, I want to talk about Fantasy League, your favorite.
Absolutely it is. I think for us casters, we definitely really enjoy the Fantasy League. It gives us a lot to talk about and to think about with the players.
So this time in Twire Fantasy League, we can change the pick every day, so stay tuned for every match and every day, and we'll have a total leaderboard for PGS 3 and 4, and if you win the first place, you can win the prize, the gaming chair. So don't miss the chance to earn that prize too. We also have PGS merchandise that can be purchased online. You can check out in the PUBG Esports online store, so don't miss that too. So this is it for today. PUBG Global Series 3 will kick off on May 20th in Shanghai, China. So don't miss it and stay tuned for all 6 days of matches and check out which team will be the first champion of 2024 PUBG Global event.
Obviously, I'm really thrilled for this event. It's always cool to get that first look of the teams of the year, to see where everybody's kind of at, to see what they need to work on, to see who's going to be our favorites as we get towards PGC towards the end of the year, so certainly going to be really exciting to check out all the action at PGS 3 and 4.
More information and contents about PUBG Esports and PUBG Global Series will be on PUBGesports.com, so please check out, and I'll see you in Shanghai. Bye-bye!
It was another off day. I was dying over and over again. And with every death, I miss old Erangel and its gunplay. When suddenly, something strange happened.
Hello, who's this?
I'm Shroud, who are you?
No, I'm Shroud.
I came in contact with a familiar face.
Who are you?
Wait a minute.
That's my old room. You're me from the past?
Wait. You're future me?
Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I have an idea and you can help me with it.
We're going to bring old Erangel back to the present. Okay, so first, you're going to join PUBG Corporation as a developer. Bring Wacky Jacky 101 along. It's always good to have more help. Job interviews are difficult, but don't worry. You'll have an upper hand because I know the future. And once you're part of the team, you'll need to get close to the main developer and insert the Easter egg.
What is with this window glitch? They're going through the window like that?
You should share this idea with the devs. We should introduce vaulting into the game. I'm sure this will be a game changer, as it'll enhance the quality of life and strategic aspects of PUBG.
Yes!
The developer's now part of the team.
Wow.
And now our main mission's about to start. Bring back Erangel. Just let me know when it's done. And I'll be waiting for your signal.
Hey guys! We did it! We did it! Look at this go. Look at it, bro. We did it, dude. This is crazy.
insane, bro. That's insane.
Get over here, man. Guys.
It's done. I can't wait to show you this next part. It's gonna be... All I need to do now is enter the code. Pass me, gave me. I really hope this works. The OG gunplay is back. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great.
What? You can just take it off.
I forgot to, I didn't know what to do. I was like, whoa.
哥们儿，我开始给你们拿枪线一扔，然后他妈一个闪给我掰了弯，说 FTG 怎么会扔我脸上
Hello， 大家好，我是11战队的小北。
大家好，我是小鬼。
大家好，我是17的小五。
DDT 和 CCG 的距离已经越来越近了啊！刚才博良和南少是没有溜到人，
因为这波知道独里的队伍都进去了嘛，独里没人了嘛，然后就绕到那个山坡上去了。我们的高山可以观察得到，有倍镜，就这个高坡视野好，可以看得到。
机会，我们看到小鬼在中段是带了一把铁拳的，但是
然后去那个山之后呢，知道那个盲扎坑，就 DS 下面坡，这盲扎坑是我们是知道的，然后扎过去了之后就必须要扛过压嘛，就 DSS， 扛完之后我们就比较自由了，位置比较好了。
在这个坑里面，因为我们一直都在交流，只要看到雷过来，我们就封烟往上顶。封烟是为了挡天霸的枪线，然后为了躲雷。然后就是他打我们的话，他们也会吃枪线的。我感觉我们还是会有一定优势，因为他们是吃枪线的。
带人投注， 就是距离很远啊。DSS 在第一波倒地之后也是有意识的往后回拉。
这波知道他们要打我们，但是他踩出来打我们会被天霸打，就是我们这波不给天霸压力，他会用连狙帮我们抽头上的人。所以说我们这波没去打天霸的人，让他们帮我看 DSS。然后呢 ，DSS 也失误了，因为他用投掷物炸倒我们，就一个多炸倒几个就激活的丢好一点，我们可能就没了。这可能是他们失误的点。
我也觉得他们道具丢的不好。是，
他之前丢雷的时候已经丢了大概4、5颗了，我们估算再丢一波雷，他们应该就没有什么投入了。
但是 DSS 前几次的扔道具好像没有什么效果，火力车直接顶到脸前。
我们肯定是知道 DSS 会来打我们的，因为我们要待的位置就是他们要进圈的位置，我们已经提前2个圈，就是为了防止他们来搞偷袭。
因为他如果进圈的话，被3队人夹着打。他必须要把我们打了，他才会没有侧翼枪线。
如果我们是他们，总会有一个人找位置，然后跳起来看一下他们的位置，丢个激活雷啥的。
找人了，天霸直接压过来要丢雷了，还有人有司机带着蚁人，
又是辆火力车。
这个位置可以听到天霸动车的声音，我听那个车声可以判断他离我还有多远，因为当时摸着他还剩2秒或者1秒，然后听的也没那么快移到脸上来，我就没松手，就把他扶起来了。那扶起来之后呢，他有个火箭筒，一炮轰了天霸2个人吧。我说我靠，你有火箭筒啊，哥们！就有点惊讶，因为这火箭筒太关键了，他身上2个人。
小北侧翼也是把人给接下，这个17在这个坑里把人都接下来了。
先调整状态，然后再去找人。
先补人，补完人开始数人数，是打几，然后算完过后就明白，然后开始做下一步战术的。
这抗压能力确实强，
对
DSS 那波非常危险。还有，
因为这个版本跟新版本不一样。它这个没被削的，直接扛上枪就能用。新版本呢，它要装下子弹的动作比较慢，需要2秒吧，我印象里。所以这个版本火箭筒很强的，掏出来就能用。
哇，全是黑科技！哎，开车滴2下要到。
这个闪光是谁丢的？反正不是我丢的，我又不是谁，好像是数据。
哥们儿，我开始给你们拿枪线一扔，然后他一个闪给我白了，我还说 FTG 怎么回事，扔我脸上。
打一个也尽力了，恭喜17。
这次 P12呢，对我的感觉就是整体打得不是很好。当然，我们可能会把这个当成一个教训，来激励我们下一个比赛打得会更好。因为后面还有很多比赛，很好的机会，有时间给我们调整，我们也会调整最好的状态去面对接下来所有比赛。
这一次的失败并不代表我们是失败的，失败是成功之母。但是人生它总是会经历失败的这些东西，可能会有落差感，但是我很相信我的团队。我的 team
PGS 3嘛，我觉得目标不要放太高，因为我们最近状态不是很好。我想的就是我们把自己的那种状态找回来之后，然后争取名次往前提一提，
把冠军留在中国。
做牛批的人生，做牛批的自己。PGS 3我们一定会打很好的，我们就是牛批的人。
We are back. International PUBG is back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from around the world here. We are live from Shanghai, China, as we have 19 teams going to be joining the 5 here in Shanghai as we have them invading the throne room here in China to try and usurp the kings of this region. We are back to find out who is going to be our PGS 3 champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, and joining me to my left-hand side, it's Avenger. It's been so long since we've done this in real life.
That's
Avenger,
great.
I'm happy to be back, mate.
Yeah, super excited to be back here on a global stage to see what's going to be happening here in the home of the PCL champions.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. Of course, a huge thank you to everybody that is bringing this tournament to you across the board. Firstly, we of course have Crafton for making PUBG happen and everything that does go on. VSPO is here to produce everything that does continue on as well. We have Andersey, who's going to be providing us support, providing the players support, as well as they get down and dirty to try and get themselves the victory. And of course, we have Zowie joining us as well with the 2546X gaming monitor that is made for these gamers. So let's get it all going. We've got so much to talk about, Avenger, here whilst we break everything down. Of course, the 24 teams coming in, the competition is going to be fierce. I'd be remiss to say, though, as I framed it earlier, China here going to be looking to come in strong.
They are, and of course, with the amount of games that they were able to play just before this, they are the last region to kind of finish their regionals, right? So, and it's just here. They must have some sort of home turf advantage, and I expect to see that once we get into the games as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, considering we've just kind of finished up PCL, I was able to watch the millions and millions of games that they're in. I'm joking. But they played a lot of games here and to get things really rolling here for them. So I think they're going to be coming in quite hot when it comes to the tournament as a whole. That's to be said, though. We have some great competition across the board. We have so many shakeups. Where do we even begin? The fact that...
It's crazy. And it's been more than 5 months since we finished PGC, like from a global level since last time, right? And so many roster changes that are happening through this. And again, 24 teams. We're coming into this, and there's so many expectations. And as I said before, of course, high expectations on the Chinese teams that didn't have to travel, but also so many changes in names, in rosters, and everything. Like, you're splitting up our PGC champions team. They're split up into different teams too, and so forth. So yeah, it's crazy things.
Yeah, definitely. As we have ourselves the schedule here for today, we are going to have group stage for 3 days across the board. And from that on, we will be moving into that final stage. Now, what's very important here, Avenger, is the fact that these teams only get one opportunity to move through into that grand finals. If you don't make it, there is no elimination stage. There's no last chance like our previous tournaments.
There's no double elimination, no bracket, no nothing. One chance. 12 games. You play against all the groups. And again, I talked a little bit to the players, and I'm kind of excited about this, right? What do you think is the best? Do you want to have the faith in your own hand? Do you want to play the last day, or do you want to get things over with? Because a lot of the players, I talked to some of the Sonics guys and some of the other teams that are starting today, if you have an opportunity to the chance to start and actually get a little bit of a lead on the other teams that are not playing today, you have a slight upper hand.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you've got teams that are going to be dropping near you or on your location in Group C, right?
Exactly.
So you want to be able to iron that out. We've seen that dynamic at play with 17, with Sonics in the past and things like that. But here is the prize pool, the breakdown for the $300,000. We have a first place of $100,000. So whoever's able to win at the end of the 6 days of play will be walking away with the lion's share. Now, what's cool about this, though, Avenger, is every placement matters. You will be getting more money regardless of where you place.
Yeah, all the way up to top 8. You are getting $500 more for every single placement you're doing more around. Of course, and we are also giving out PGS points, hugely important here at PGS 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. So it's a lot of points to be garnered through. So every time you're playing here at the PGS tournaments, you're going to have a chance to go, of those top 8 teams that have the most points, they're going straight to PGC through this PGS system.
And if you're able to do that, there's the potential that you get effectively extra slots for your region, right? So that's all important. Your region's teams kind of basically rooting for you to do well as we take a look at all of the teams that are going to be participating throughout the tournament here across the 24. Our GPT teams, obviously, will be at every single PGS. The qualification process, though, we're seeing extra orgs come in because, of course, we have the EWC on the way as well. Everybody wants a piece of the pie here for PUBG.
Yeah, and of course, there's so many teams that are doing extremely well, and if they're already here at PGS, they know there's a huge chance they're going to be able to do well at Esports World Cup. But yeah, we are playing Group A and Group B today here, as we talked about. Group C is staying out there looking, and they're going to be playing on the last 2 days, of course. Super excited for these teams here. There are some big names out here. We have high expectations, too, coming into this. And yeah, I'm just super excited to get things started. Fantasy League as well, though.
It's back.
It's back. And I'm hyped for it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I missed it a little bit when we were doing PEC, mostly because I could taunt Toby if I actually got an opportunity. I always do every single time.
Little bit of banner.
You know, it's the way. It's the way. But as you can see here, those are the rules. Basically, $100,000. You pick your team here, and there's even rewards this time if you're able to do well over in the fantasy. You can get yourself a lot of G-Coin. You can even potentially win yourself a good old seat.
Yeah. With a little bit of Twire logo there. It should be Twire Champion. PGS Champion.
The champion, yes.
But yeah, of course, the fantasy is something we've been through and again, and it's obviously always fun to see what's going to be happening in that. And here are our picks. I went for not going through the budget. I actually had like 14,000 something left. And I had to go with Heaven Ming Ming example and Sparking. I think it's just a solid overall choice. I think they're all fantastic DMR and AR play. I think you're going to overall get a lot of damage on the board, kills on the board. So yeah, I didn't go for a super expensive player like you guys did.
It's good to see Godspeed's got his Tinder profile picture on there as well.
Good. I like
so
that.
That's nice to see.
Wow, 11% on Ming Ming example. That is crazy, but they're also extremely cheap.
Yeah, so 20,000 for example, usually people would consider that criminal. Likewise, I think even for Ming Ming, admittedly though, there has always been some moments where they've been hit and miss. Let's talk about ones that are a little bit lower than that. Right. Hakatori, 7.4%. There's a lot of hype around this guy.
Yeah, 15,000 only is too cheap not to take a chance on him, right? So, of course, he's here to prove himself on LAN. First big internet stage for him.
All right, let's take a look at the maps that are going to be coming up. We have Erangel, Tego, Vikendi, and Miramar. Now, let's actually loop back on that here for a moment, and we can talk a little bit more about some of these teams. Let's talk about Na'Vi to start things off. It is effectively their first big international LAN here, right? There's no other way to put it. Obviously, they did pretty well over in Europe. There were high expectations for them. Here on LAN, though, might be a different ball game.
There's a lot of pressure, as you say here. I mean, it's your first big global event, right? They have a lot of pressure, both from crowd, both from other players, home region expectations to them, right? So as long as that doesn't get to their head, I know they're capable of doing extremely well. We've seen how well they're able to do online here. If they're able to get comfortable and get into things and get going from the get-go, I could have a good time seeing them do well, but also could be one of those things like, yeah, they should be going to the finals quite easily, but are they going to do this? It's such a high-pressure event for them since it's their first big global event.
It's a good question. We've seen them fend off two teams at the same time over in our region, kind of really blowing us away with some of those performances, but can you get it done on LAN is a big question. I'd be remiss if we didn't kind of detail what I think and what we think about China as a whole, though.
For sure.
New Happy was able to win on this stage literally 2 weeks ago, a week ago, etc. Weibo, who was previously DDT, is now been picked up here by Weibo, and they are going to be trying to perform on this stage too. There's a reason I put someone like Shen in my team, because he is an excellent player.
Fantastic choice. And also this kind of home turf advantage for them. They don't have to travel. They're coming here.
Big.
It's huge. And I think Shen is a fantastic choice here. And we've seen him before at other globals. You know, Shakadui with the boys back in 2022. Like, they're doing extremely well on LAN as well. So LAN-proven player. And of course, even though he's super young, he's going to do big things.
Tons more teams to talk about, but we'll get to it later on. It is time to get PGS 3 rolling.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome PUBG Esports fans from around the world. It's time to begin an incredible new year of PUBG Esports action, starting with PUBG Global Series 3. I'm your host Bella, and it's good to be back because this year is going to be filled with even more incredible action than ever before. 24 of the world's best players have gathered here in the beautiful Shanghai, China to fight it out on the global stage for 6 heart-pumping days. We'll kick off with the group stages starting from today and until Wednesday, and only the top 16 teams will make it into the finals, which start on Friday the 24th and end on Sunday the 26th. That is when we'll meet our first PGS champions of the 2024 competitive season. Our champions will earn their lion's share of the $300,000 of total prize pool, and of course the important 300 PGS points, which will take them a step closer to PGC. So the runway is lit, and let's get this plane up in the air and get PGS 3 started.
Spray comes PGS 1 champions, 17 Gaming! Through 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner, and at long last, your PGS 1 champion!
You now step onto the main stage and lift the trophy. Rahmumana, بالبطل العالمي, بطل PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals, Sonic!
International competition in 2024 here at PGS 3. My name is Porosaurus, and joining me for our games today will be Toby. Toby, are you ready? Are you excited, buddy? It's been a while.
We saw that intro, and I'm telling you, man, shakes and shivers. This is absolutely phenomenal. I can't even begin to describe how excited I am for this tournament to get started. So many unknowns going into it. I'm all for it.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It really is.
You know, I think one of the biggest, obviously the biggest change, no LCQ. So this is going to be a sprint from the word go. Yep. Everybody, there's no time to feel out this lobby. There's no time for that. You've got to get in there. You've got to get your points as quickly and as many of them as you possibly can.
Yep, 12 matches and that's it. And we see multiple teams that a lot of you guys, and including us, would say these are some of the best teams in the world that are notorious for having to go into last chance to then make grand finals run. If you do that here, if you don't qualify through those 12 matches, that's PTS 3 over for you.
Slow starting is out of the playbook altogether right now. And, you know, obviously it makes it a lot more interesting and difficult as well because we've seen so many roster changes. Nobody really knows what to expect here. And now that we have the switch up in groups as well and switch up in regions, you're coming in. They haven't had they've had scrim time, sure, but I mean, basically at this point, we all know that all you can really learn from scrim time before the event is who's dropping where.
It's a drop situation, and it's a get comfortable on the setups. And that's a whole other discussion because not only do we have a lot of roster changes coming in, but a lot of very, very inexperienced players when it comes to LAN experience. The entirety of Na'Vi, we have multiple Korean players as well that are very, very green when it comes to LAN experience. So for them, I think while scrims on LAN usually are the most serious games, just, you know, getting the mouse pad the right place, get everything set up as close to your home experience so that you can be as comfortable as possible. Because these games alone, the whole scene will get you nervous no matter how good you are. Some of the best players tell us they are nervous when they come into these matches. So get as comfortable as you can. That's the best thing you can do.
Well, you talk about the green players, the new players that we have. We've also seen the return of some old familiar faces. Once again, we've got Godby playing for Foria, and we've got Show coming back for 17 Gaming. We've got Ibiza playing for VP. What year is this, guys? I don't even know anymore. But, you know, you got to imagine that having that much experience is going to be beneficial, especially in a situation like this.
Especially in situations. Also, when speaking of green, when you mix it, when you have a guy in Nixie and Virtus Pro coming in with literally no LAN experience, but you got EB there. Go, bro, I know you're nervous, but I got you. I got your back. I got your back. Regardless, you might be the damage dealer in the game. I'll be the one to make sure we can play as well around you as possible.
The calming presence of Slender Man. It's always a thing. But, you know, hey, and then you also, do you look at experience coming in for, you talk about 17 Show, you saw in the video, PGS won Victors for 17, and now, you know, he retired and then came back as, I feel like a lot of PUBG players retire. And then all of a sudden, PGS is in your home country, and well, all of a sudden I'm playing again.
It's crazy. Yeah, it is bad. Now, a lot of teams to go over. I think a region, and it's very rare that we can say a whole region is new, but I kind of want to go that far with Korea.
Okay,
Korea was a one-team region to me on the global stage for quite a while. Danawa up there just annihilating everyone now, PGC champions as well. That Danawa is no more. If you haven't been paying attention, they are split as can be, effectively. And now we see those prime players on each of their different roster. And to me, I'm nervous, especially in a format that's as punishing as this is going to be. I'm nervous that those teams simply don't have the rounds in amongst one another to be able to... I mean, obviously some will make top and make sure the grand finals. But that's not a lot of time to reset to get everything going. I think this is going to be one of the hardest regions for Korea, who we've always put on a pedestal as being one of the best regions.
Well, and I guess it's worth noting as well. I mean, the last time we met at LAN and on the international stage, Danawa took the PGC champion. Yeah. But it's no longer the same Danawa. They have our superstars of Seoul. And we saw another player down. Of course, now that I need to come up with a name, it's completely escaping me. But Danawa, you know, in the PUBG Weekly Series for Korea, finished well weeklies, and then unfortunately came down to the grand finals, and they just kind of flopped. But we are still seeing two members from that PGC championship team here today.
Yep, it's going to be exciting to see. And joined by, if we just stick to Korea for a while, joined by GNL, who is an incredibly young roster, oldest player, 22 years old. I mean, I'm very hopeful that we'll see them come right out of the gate striking, because again, it might not be a team that most viewers will think of, oh, GNL, obviously they're going to pop off. I feel like in a stage, in a format as punishing as this, to go back to it, this is where those teams can pop off. Because we always see it in the beginning, especially of global tournaments, every single time it's the first game of the thing, a lot of teams tend to play a little bit more slow, a little bit more cautious. But then you have these newcomers with, I don't want to say no pressure, but where no one has really big expectations for them. You go, you don't expect anything from us? I mean, we'll just go out farming then. I mean, if you're going to play defensive, we'll take that center compound. We'll push you when you don't dare to make a play. And I want to see some of these new lineups come in and dare to do that from the start, because if you do in a best of 12 with no last chance, you can kick out some really, really good teams early on.
And that's one of the interesting dichotomies that we're going to see with this format, right? It's that high risk, high reward style play. Is that going to find some of these teams success? That they're kind of throwing caution to the wind in the attempt to go get as many points as you can in those first 12, or are you going to see those more experienced teams? When we talk about teams that are typically slow starters, they understand the assignment right now. Right? They know the deal. But you know, where it comes might be, this is where your IGL's experience is going to come in extremely handy, because this is, you know, you think about something where you have typically you might have seen a team play the edge and you'd have one person kind of watching for the backfill, staying around, scouting for the rest of the team while they slowly prod beforehand and see what's coming up in front of them. Now it's kind of one of those situations where you don't know if that's the right call. It maybe keep everybody 4 together, and you try to sweep through as a death ball.
There's definitely been a switchback in meta, especially in China. For those of you guys who've been watching PCL, which took place on this exact stage just a week and a half back.
We weren't here for that.
Well, you know, it's in any case, a lot of the Chinese current meta is sit fall together. Maybe, as you said, you flex one player out to kind of play the scout, kind of look forward. Everything else is play fall together, because a lot of Chinese teams like to pull up all together. The less, like the closer you are together, the less risk there is on you to fall down. And that's why they focus on high individual skill. Like, if not all, then most of the Chinese players are some of the best fraggers in the world. And they go together. They know that's where they have the advantages, and they'll go with it. But then you go up against some EMEA teams in particular that like to split as thin as possible. Curious to see how that's going to go here with a team like Twisted Minds, a team we always mention to be up there among some of the best. A lot of teams predicting them top 2 here. I'm at a point where if I don't see a Twisted Minds that's different to the usual group stage Twisted Minds, here's a world where they don't even make grand finals. They have been in every single last chance up until this point. And obviously, Batulans and the boys know this is a different format. We have to play it differently. But Twisted Minds are notoriously slow in the beginning of tournaments. They don't go out aggressive. They don't go for points. But I'm worried if they haven't changed that up coming into this, that could come to bite them.
Well, and then you have on the opposite side of that coin, right? You have a team like Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
3 out of the 5 days that they played in the EMEA final, or the EMEA finals, the grand finals, and the
PC
group stage combined.
Yeah.
70 plus points.
Yeah.
So, you know, you look at it, you start looking at teams, okay, what teams are capable of coming out here and just putting on a show in the first day and really kind of setting themselves up for the second day. Virtus Pro has got to be at the top of the list.
You would hope so, and I think to join that, as the desk was saying too, the Chinese teams here, I mean, they are as warm as you get.
Home field advantage has to be a thing.
One thing is home field, another thing is their rust is only 9 days old, whereas some of the EMEA teams haven't played a proper comp game in over 40 days, including having to come here. But having said that, just because you're at home, just because you have played recently, does not necessarily mean you've had the same amount of time to prep, to sit back and watch everything going into it. So I want to see these Chinese teams come out guns blazing from the start too.
And you know, it's one of those things where you feel like you don't want to start making excuses, obviously, but you know, coming from 9 days ago, as we said, playing in that PCL meta, that the Chinese meta, and now you have to completely change up your approach coming into an international style play, which obviously we've talked about in every region, how that's a difficult thing. You know, is that more of a hindrance than a help that they're coming in so soon after PCL?
There are definitely patterns that end up becoming kind of house help when you're playing so many games, like 70 plus games against the same teams, where you get really comfortable in a certain, like, okay, this works every time, we're just going to keep on doing that. And then I feel like to some extent you reach a point where it just becomes cerebral. Like, we just do this every single time. Now you're going up against a whole other set of teams, very, very varied metas, which is always, I mean, I love global tournaments. It's just there's all the metas coming in, because every single time you finish a global, I feel like all these teams that have attended the global tournaments, whether it be EMEA, NA, like you name it, any region, they come back to their own regions again with something from that global. Like, they come back with a little bit of the PGS glitter still on their shoulders. Whether they win or come last, they take something home with them. Oh, the Chinese teams did this. Then they come back, they bring that into their own regions. And then after every global, we see these individual regional metas change up a bit too, because these guys that come back and try and like have changed the game at a global, they bring some of that back to their regionals. So I'm curious to see now, as we talked about, the Chinese meta being more 4 guys stacked together rather than being split thin. If we're starting to see teams kind of crump up a bit too with this, with this tournament format being that much more punchy.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how these things start off. And now, speaking of, oh my gosh, we were yapping so long. We're ready to go. We're getting in there, but we can now finally get answers to all these questions that we have. Let's take a look at Sonics, your PGS 2 defending champions, and looking pretty strong coming in. I will say not as strong as they've looked in the past.
It's not the qualifier that they wanted coming into, that for sure, but they're here, and they are usually a team that can get off to a pretty good start regardless of the stage. We'll see if they'll be able to do just that. Twisted Minds, as well we mentioned just before, a team that's notorious for making those last chance qualifiers, but then from there, playing well, they will have to get off to a good start. And moving on over towards Weibo, the former DD team, a team that I've gone about forever. I will break them down as we move on, but I can tell how we're moving through these teams pretty quickly. But a team I'll mention a lot more about to you coming into today's games.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, obviously Shen, the superstar player there, as we see.
Soul fell asleep.
So we're
starting.
Look,
Wake up, bro.
This is how relaxed he is. This is defending PGC champion mindset. You come in here, you want to be as relaxed and chill as possible. Well, these guys are also getting ready to, I believe this is Armory. And, you know, we talk about how the impact that APAC has had and how much growth we've seen from that region on the international stage. I expect to see even more here in 2024.
And APAC are loud. Every single time kills come through, they'll be screaming off the top of their lungs, trying to get into the mental game against their opponents. And that's, again, going back to green players that are used to be able to hide behind their screens in their houses. When you have someone sat right next to you, yell at your face, going, yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to get to you. That's going to get to you.
Well, we'll see if it gets to these guys. Bleed still is our last team in the lobby that we're going to check in on. But we are now getting ready to finally get into our first game of PGS3 on Aragle.
Oh, let's get it going. Let's get it going as we get a great view here of Shanghai. Hopping over to the observatory as we make our way into match number 1.
And they are loving it back there. You can hear them screaming back and forth, letting each other know that they are ready to play. As we take a look at Stalber, nice little flyover here. I don't believe we have any hot drop concerns to start off, Toby, but you never know.
I'm going to say this, and I've been very, very brutally honest about hot drops in the past. I think that most viewers know my opinions on hot drops. I'm just going to casually remind the players, again, chat, there is no last chance. Do not hot drop. Regardless of how favorable your spot is to you, this could cost you the tournament.
Yeah, I believe that they all feel the same.
I
Toby.
I hope so.
But yeah, as you said, I mean, once you take that LCQ out of the equation, all of a sudden, you know, having the pride of winning a hot drop becomes a lot less important. We'll see how it goes here, though, as Sonic's actually pulling away from Pachinki, so maybe not getting that as free as we were previously led to believe. Maybe a swap here with Genji.
Yeah, Genji and Sonic swapping that up. They will go towards Chopsticks and get further out towards that western side. Plane makes its way off of the map, and everyone are going to land with space in between. You do have Twisted and Salute from Quantum Freaks somewhat nearby one another, but that's a contest for vehicles, and it seems to me like Salute should be fine.
3 deep on Military Island. Yeah, that's a little bit interesting here. We wait and see where our circle is going to go. Perfectix, a few shots off in the distance just to let them know. And there you go. As soon as we mention it, 3 deep on Millie. And right off the bat, Toby.
Rare that we get a melee circle off of a lot of teams dropping there to begin with, too. The majority of these teams outside of E-Arena coming down here with the ult drops, too. So committed to it early, and it works out for them. Circle will, I should say, most likely go down there, because there's a weird chance that, oh my lord, HS. Are we getting off to that kind of start? Here's another team that we add to the what are we to expect from them roster. 4 AM, when they made this roster, when Xiaopan and HSMM left New Happy at their top form to go join 4 AM. I was like, oh my lord, we are in the making of one of the best rosters in PUBG of all time. This 4 AM roster has still yet to impress. But the players on the lineup, even with Godby coming back in, the owner saying, I want to play ball again, coming back in and taking the seat for himself, I want to see them go out and perform well.
Well, if you want to take a look at PGS3 in a multi-view screen, make sure you scan now. get multiple perspectives here, I think, including the map stream. And if you have not put the map stream up on your second screen, as we will always remind you, that is definitely the best way to get an idea of what's going on here in this map. It looks like Legacy will survive their brief encounter with 4 a.m. and keep 4 up. But already, D plus Kia, are they on the move, or are they just... Okay, they're just spreading out in South George. Okay.
Far Eastern playing path. George Paul is a bit of a stretch. They will commit to it again. Game 1, get comfortable. Don't just go, I will loot a bit short. No. Go where you're used to going. Get stuff going comfortably from the very beginning, and then make your way on down. You know you're going to be the last team to join the party in military anyway. Might as well take that extra bit of time, get some proper loot in South George.
Interesting to see. We'll have to keep an eye out for those e-pickups now that we have this military island circle. But still, I mean, that's... Boy, you want to talk about a high-risk situation in the first game of PGS 3. I don't think anybody wants to be put in that spot just yet.
And worse, just to add on top of that, is both NH Esports and FaZe are very, very famous for bridge camping too. Normally, you get the first 1, 2, even 3 teams across without any problem, and then the fourth guys go, maybe I'll stick around. But when the first team opts to do that, you cause such a cluster of teams coming in from behind, and it's going to be a layer traffic jam of teams, which could be now on both the east and western side. Again, with this much on the line, just a BO12 for these players to play. I hope we won't see that. Here we get the knock, the first knock of the tournament. Ribbon torn apart.
Filthy. You know, that is definitely what you want from the first shot that you take in the first game of the
first
tournament.
Shot of the tournament.
Not too shabby. Well, you mentioned New Happy and their penchant for wanting to camp bridges. It looks like that might be on the menu here for the boys. They are slowly making their way across here. Maybe it might just be a little bit of pre-scouting.
I think it is scouting because knowing that the plane came in from the south, they saw 3 teams drop military. And they're going, you know what, with 3 teams down here, there's a big chance somebody's in the nearby vicinity. Let's try and slowly make our way in and make sure that we're safe in the crossover, which we can now see that they are.
The really impressive thing here about Sonics is their ability to kind of pop up one after another once to recover, to put the pressure back on, to make sure they don't get pushed. And a nade and a spray down. And what a nice recovery from Sonics.
Is locked in on this fight with the 2 members of Legacy. He gets himself one. Gizera, last man standing now for Legacy. It's 2 of the best players in the Americas, and Tiggleton wins it. Sonics move up to 14 kills.
There you go. Quick look at the Sonics and how they got here. Again, not as dominant performance as we may have used to see from those boys in the past, but, you know, GPT team, they knew their spot was secure. They had opportunities to try different things, and here we go. We already said, the e-pickup might be on the menu. Twisted Mind's going to be the first ones to send it.
Yep, trying to go all the way down on that southwestern side, take the high ground position. They don't come in with any vehicles, though, and I'm not sure. I think both E-Arena and TSM actually opted to go down here and take some of those hot spawns, so Twisted Minds could be playing on foot from here on out. If this next circle shifts east, that's quite the open run to try and make your way off that hill. And speaking of bridge camps, hello there, Fex. Hello there, Jeems. If you want to get into the mental games of your opponents for FaZe, this is exactly how you do it.
We'll keep an eye on that as that is going on the eastern bridge. Western bridge looks like New Happy has pulled away from the hard camp, but Gen G starting to make their way down here. 4 a.m. meanwhile, slowly making their way down from Yasnaya. They do have Weibo in front of them, but enough distance separating them for now. But we'll see what happens. WBG might stop and try to slow scout this eastern bridge, which may lead to an initial confrontation here.
If you're if you've watched FaZe play, they do these sort of things, but they pretty much always do them at the beginning of tournaments and the beginning of reset groups, mainly because they want to get into the mental of their opponents early. Now let's take a look at Na'Vi and how they got
a little bit. Sausage coming in from that south side here to try and reinforce this position, and James has taken a few shots against him as well. They don't realize the double spray. Teams coming in. Na'Vi don't want to have this happen. 2 games in a row. Hakatori jumping headshot. What? He's dancing around. Is he actually going to be able to clean this up? Hakatori, you're going mental. This is absolutely insane for those of you guys. No!
Young gunners for that Na'Vi squad. A lot of green on that squad, but we can. I mean, you saw it in person, just how good those guys can be.
They definitely are. I talked with Elrain, their coach, coming into this game. He was the coach of the former world champion Na'Vi lineup as well. And I asked him, what's the difference to coaching the guys back then and these guys now? And say, back then they were all superstars. They all got here in their own merit. They all knew what they had to do to improve, and it was very much them doing their thing. These guys, they're green. I can mold the team. I can mold the team together. I can shape them to be like future world champions.
Absolutely. A lot to be said for that. Just that moldability, that
exactly.
Trying to fresh slate, as it were. Blank start. Well, right now they have a very wide 1-1-1-1 split on the south coast of this military island. Sonics, meanwhile, have made their way over in boat. It looks like they should be fairly safe on their beachhead, as yet another team taking that E-pick up a little bit later this time from Freaks.
Yeah, late rotation here. Korea in general have been playing slower rotations out of the first couple of circles. Quantum Freaks could be in trouble if they opt to go what I could only imagine is going to be somewhere around where Twisted Minds is currently located. Of course, they will fly in, they will scout. The issue is Twisted came in with E-pickups too, and that's where you can get fooled, because what you do usually when you take these E-pickups is you look for cars. If there's a vehicle there, great, the compound is taken. But when you then drop on a compound where another E-pickup team come in, they don't have any cars there, and that's a huge bait. And Twisted Minds has oftentimes actively gone for these very E-pick-upable positions themselves with E-pickups to just lure teams in and take them out on approach.
Well, it looks like Freaks are not going to opt to go for that same spot that Twisted Minds did, rather going for the airplane crash. Now, they are getting very, very close to a 2-2, actually a 2-1-1 E-Arena split on the western side of that military base. Lyrics and Zizzy just off in the compound. Looks like Kwangdong just immediately dropped down, dropped the smokes, set the screen, and are they going to try to push this, or is this just pushing them back?
They definitely should. They know that this is not a spot you play 4 players in early on. Nice nade coming through there from Salute. They catch E-Arena in a great split. I feel like this is Freak's chance to make a play. I'm not seeing any move coming through from E-Arena's teammates yet. Tega, I think, is making his way now, but you can see how much suppressive fire is coming in from the hilltop.
That's the problem.
Freaks has to pull up on this right now.
That's the problem. E-Arena just has to sit inside this compound and wait for the inevitable here. Freaks getting peppered from multiple teams here. Twisted Minds and TSM being among those, as they have managed to at least get 2 right onto the doorstep. Going to make the push in. Salute looking, not going to find it. Zizzy will get the first knock here. Human will try to make the hard push. He makes it and survives as the rest of the squad has arrived, and that's 2 down. The first 2 kills of PGS 3.
Jacob and Tega did make their way here, but suppressed so hard along the way that they couldn't get there in time. Circle shifts back towards the north. I was getting ready to draw all kinds of things on this map, but this one speaks for itself. Look at this. All teams but 2 made a full commit to the southern side. Now, this could still shift south, but if we go north, D plus Kia just won the lottery.
This is the stuff that Tilt is made of here. The first game, Toby, of PGS 3, we get the hard shift off to the north. As you said, D plus Kia in the driver's seat. They are just essentially just waiting for the inevitable here. You also have Valley, which is off in the blue, just off to the east. They still have not committed to making that push across the river. You can see immediately Genji back in the vehicles. They'll go and hold that, I would imagine, the sniper tower, everything are near that bridge. Hard cover being the play of the day here. Make sure that you keep all the 4 alive and keep your options open just in case something crazy does happen, as you said, and it does go back down south.
And Genji was the last team to cross over, so it makes perfect sense they're going to be the first ones to beeline it back the other way. Weibo, on the other hand, came in earlier. Now they wanted to go back east, but saw 4AM beat them to the rotation, so they have to now play in slow from that eastern side. And Weibo, to me, is a phenomenal story of how one player can come in and change the entire dynamic in a team. Shen joins the roster, and he enables Spaceman and Cole to become fraggers I never thought they were capable of becoming. But a huge player. Now, as we see Na'Vi pull up towards Bleed.
A lot of pressure there, though, as Bleed trying to survive here. Sosa at the angle there won't land the last shot, unfortunately. Awaken will go down. There it is. Hakatori going to find the angle. Bear is going to find Happy immediately now. Bleed down to just 2. Samoy will have to hide behind the tree, break the angle, survive just a little bit longer as Trick What do you got? He's got a BMX. That's about it.
And to go back to what we said before, trying to make these rotations without vehicles is so darn difficult. Bleed tried to get back to their boat. Now we have the vehicles. They're going to beat them to it. And as you can see here, Trick tries to trick his way back up the hill, but it ain't going to work now. Cole finds Shanks in the open. And it is going to be him falling down as a result of it.
Oh, maybe a little bit too greedy there for Weibo as they tried to go uphill. They tried to go a little bit farther south. Weren't ready for Armory Gaming. Armory, to their credit, had their ears on. They were waiting for that push, managed to snake one off of them. And now Weibo down to just 3. Here's Guangdong. You can see starting to creep up. They know that Jacob is knocked. Where's the rest of the... Okay, they're slowly coming up from downhill, being the last one.
But Smart and Heaven not taking any unnecessary chances here. They've already lost Salute. There's no reason to put more pressure on here. They know that they're in a 3v1. They took out the other E-Arena players. It's just Tigger, and he's committing the defeat here. Just trying to get off, but where do you go?
Man, your options are extremely limited here if you're Tigger. As you can see, he's got the matching hair to go with the E-Arena colors. He's going to manage to make it into the compound here, but unfortunately TSM is already here. They aren't right on top of him, though, so he might be able to stick this out for a while. I don't know if TSM wants to fully commit to 4-man pushing for one guy.
While Jacob is the main damage dealer on the arena, Tigger is not to be taken for granted at all. We'll see for how long he can play as a nuisance for TSM. In this circle, where are we going to go? We're back towards the other side once more. Look at now, 4 AM coming in from the east before. They're going to go straight back, but look at what's waiting them. Miles out in the blue. Legacy is currently sat waiting for a potential team to come their way.
Oh, they are just ready and waiting for that eastern bridge here as we check in with Sonics, D plus Kia. Starlord was going to go down to win. Gets the knock and the instant flush here. The rest of D plus out of the picture as they manage to sneak their way out here. But that's a nice pickup there. Whoa, Tigger!
Yep, able to find the double. I'm telling you, man, do not take him for granted. He is as scary as they come. Finds the double. Sparking now on his own. Purdy's trying to cross on over, but other teams are hearing this too. And these guys are in favorable real estate. You have multiple teams coming from the south to join this party now. And even if Tigger falls, he's already done the damage he needed to do.
Oh, they got to get those presents up quickly. Sparking, you can't go down here. Hard peeking that will do a little bit more damage. The blue zone grenade actually going to do a little bit of damage to Tigger as well. Gets him down to about half HP. This should be them getting heals back here. Luke 12 back on his feet. A-Low should be right behind him. So TSM now they're going to be there, but the crash has come in as you predicted, Gen G and Freaks, but they're taking up the other side of the street. They know each other are there. They can't commit to making this push across the road to take out TSM.
Damage is already done. TSM limited to the open glass compound or building, I should just say, in the middle. They are fall back alive, but they are so exposed to all angles. They have to use their smokes now early on. Believe you me, these are smokes they would love to have for a potential late game run out of the compound. So having to commit to your utility this early on could be disastrous for TSM.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, they still haven't taken out Tigger. There you go. A-Low will be the one that gets him as E-Arena will go out in 15th place. Valiant effort on the part of Tigger, but now it's all reset here for TSM. As you said, not in great position. We'll see what they decide to do from here with a lot of company all right on the other side of the street. And now they've got FaZe on their south with the high ground.
This Gen G roster very much a lockdown team, probably going to sit where they are for now. In the meantime, out towards the east, teams have still yet to make their way on in as we hop down towards Armory Gaming. They were next to Weibo just before, so they know where they are, they know who they're up against. But as you can see here, still not too sure they want to go for the push. And then here, 4 AM doing the wide shoreline wrap.
And Valley with the E-pickup, the late game E-pickup, they are about to be added to this whole gumbo of humanity on the south side of this circle. We'll see what happens with that as Weibo, they currently in a safe spot, I guess. I don't know. I mean, you've got Armory uphill to the south, and now you've got 4 AM that's slowly making their way on the beach. 4 AM does not look like they're too terribly interested in getting involved in anything right now. I think that's just survival. And somehow, Toby, Valley manages to E-pick up into a Valley and keep all 4 players alive.
And it's kind of thanks to Tigger. I mean, he was the player that forced all these other teams to take fight further down, and with just that, an E-pick up very late in the game, Valtai sat dead center now, but with little to no info on what's happening around them.
It ain't great, and you can see off to the north there, Sonics and D+. Well, that's going to have to come to a head here very, very quickly if Sonics wants to try to make their way, or if either team really want to make their way across the beach, or across the bridge, rather, and make their way down to the island. You've got 3 deep in the vehicle. They're going to make the hard crash right onto Americano. They know exactly where he is. The grenades are coming out. Utility in hand. No knocks so far. As Shrimsy just holding angles, waiting to see if somebody peeks their head.
The fight for the main island is committed to, and it's happening right here, right now. Americano somehow still alive, able to dodge and weave through all the utility. Soul on the other side. PGC MVP doing a ton of damage and finds Shrimsy.
Big knock from Soul will slow down that Sonic's push. Americano will still hold on to the top of that roof. Grenade in hand, you can see Guan just feeding him information, letting him know exactly where those players are. The smoke line set down to try to get him across the road and provide his teammates some support.
Multiple fights taking place now, all of them on the edge of the circle, and in this case, outside of the circle as Tickleton can't quite commit to the rest just yet. Doesn't try to get him out behind the building, they're just going for the rest right here.
Kickstart. Just all he's trying to do is make sure that nobody comes from the side. H-Win does get spotted out by Americano. Big spray from Americano will find that knock and flush. Tickleton will trade him back though, as Kickstart has gone down as well. And now it's just down to Tickleton. Somehow, some way, the blue has arrived. They are slowly bleeding out, but there is not. I mean, this was mutually assured destruction from the go.
And Soul versus Tick, it's a battle we would love to see, but I think this is going to be a sprint to the shoreline for both these teams to try and get over on the other side. In the meantime, back on the other side, Shen popping off, doing more damage over on the other side as Legacy came up. They got themselves one down early, but Weibo turned around instantly and finds them in return.
Legacy tried to do that hard camp on that eastern bridge for the longest time. Unfortunately, when they finally arrived, there was just no space left.
Yeah.
Izera, the last player up, and you can see him just alive as long as the smoke cloud will permit. FaZe looking down that direction. Weibo looking down that direction. Gustav actually going to spot out Mamu.
Yep, that's the safety player further behind on the other side. That's actually kind of dangerous for them to lose him. You can see how Shen is now running back over the other side. They want to get him back on his feet, and if not, at least get over the other side of the hill, because he was the guy that was making sure no one was pushing in from the other direction. But FaZe taking full control with team still further back towards the southern side. Huge position as for them, as Scarcera and Legacy will fall in 13th.
There you go.
5 kills for Spaceman.
Spaceman on. He's on the clock right now.
Yeah.
Looking good for Weibo, and they're actually going to get the revive, it looks like, on that knock as we check in with Twisted Minds and Na'Vi fighting on the western side of this circle. They're slowly pushing into each other. The circle will pull away, so this is going to have to come to a head. Perfected's going to go down. Diffix gets flushed out. Tickleton will finally die there for Sonics, going out in 12th place, and it's now 3 up for Na'Vi.
The young guns up against the tried and tested. We'll see what the new Na'Vi roster can do here, as they do find one is to trade 1-for-1 at that example. Still the off-angle player down below tries to get it, and he spots him. Barrel in hand, example as dangerous as they come.
Playing around the edges of that smoke like an absolute fiend. You saw what Example is capable of when he is operating full and destructive mode in EMEA. I think he ended up with something like a 9+ KDA at the end of that tournament. It was just obscene. As Weibo still on the clock, they find 4 a.m. They're going to get a couple of knocks and a couple more points in their bag.
Absolutely phenomenal to see DD team come off to as strong a start as they are here. The new line, of course, Weibo no longer DD team. Insane performance from the start. So Zed able to get the flash onto Perfectix. That's more wounds coming through for Twisted Minds, who are now confirmed to be down to 3.
Old versus new here between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, just playing around these hills. Example taking that low side. So said, got to be looking at the edge of that smoke. Got to be waiting for it. Oh, now James is going to get involved from range. So that's going to put an additional complication into this fight here for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi has to make a move, but of course, it's such a dangerous, it's not near suicidal hill to try and cross on over, but there's really nowhere else for them to go. James on the hill on the other side shooting towards them. They know how many teams are in the compound towards the east. This is the only direction to go, but they're being hesitant and for good reason, because you know what's waiting.
Oh, big shots there. We'll find the head of Lou, but won't get the knock. So Sid, Molotov the tree just for to be certain. Fortunately for Twisted Minds, Lou, smart enough to know that that's the first place that would get mollied. So we'll pull away from there to get the heal off, as Twisted just continue to cycle the smokes to make sure that they're safe from those long-range shots.
The bait smokes over the top to try and maybe lure them to run further around the edge. Not going to work for them. Example, Lou sitting here waiting. I think had they had more flashes, they would have used them at this point. So clear to me that they're all out of utils. Sosa lobbing a gas can over, tries to shoot it mid-air. Not going to work now. Flash comes through. And even for Twisted Minds here, they might have to make a play eventually. And here they come, pushing on forward.
Okay, Lou took the first shots, immediately retreated here. Sosa going through the blue side, gonna find Lou though. Lou actually gonna find him. First one down, so said we'll find, actually Hackatory gonna find example, so a trade coming through. Hackatory gonna find 2, and it's now down to Lou. Lou with about 5 HP to his name, and Hackatory, welcome to PGS 3, young man.
What a start. 6 kills already for the young gun to prove himself here on LAN, and he might just be able to creep into this next circle too.
Okay, still eating some blue there. Soul, you can see just off in the distance there for D+, still alive after they're finishing taking out Sonics, but he's got New Happy just in front of the New Happy. 4 strong on that northern side, but I gotta say, man, FaZe, they look like they're in great position here with that high ground. The compound's still getting love, but I just really love what FaZe has to work with right here.
Now, Soul has been lurking for the last 6-7 minutes. New Happy has no, I was going to say no reason to expect there to be a guy down here, but you know what? It's fair enough. Longsker peeks on down. Always rather be safe than sorry, and Longsker is not a guy to take things for granted.
No, he is not, and that is a man that has been around long enough to know to check his tail for snakes, because you just never know. All right, Freaks trying to make the push in. Util still in hand here for Gen G. They've managed to hold on to everything right now while holding on to that compound, as Freaks having to slowly make their way through. Tosi will find one. Heaven's going to go down. Bean immediately has to stop for the heal. Might be able to try to go for the heal, but that could be a perfectly placed nade. No, it's going to bounce off of the edge of the building. That one might do, though. Yeah, it will. Tosi gets the second knock, and now Freaks down to just Guman.
You can see Gen G wants to push over and get these kills confirmed, but they know now that they have a full set TSM on the other side of the road, so it's very dangerous to maneuver between these buildings. Having said that, they do go for the run anyway.
Smoke wall laid down just to try to keep them alive while they go and secure these points. Guman still has a frag grenade in hand. Might get lucky with this one if it bounces in the right place. It's actually going to do more damage to himself, and it will finish off his teammate, as he will stay alive as long as the smokes permit. Navi will go down in 8th place, but what a performance from Hackatory to start things off here.
Absolute chaos and carnage in this first game of the tournament, as New Happy will fall in the end of this 1-2, down to 6 teams left alive. Weibo somehow has managed to weather this storm, as they are now making their way over towards Valtai.
Oh, bad news for Val, though, as Kiss will go down, won't be able to get res. They still have Megalos and Unk alive. They'll find the first knock on a Shen. That's a big knock, though. Malmu trying to go for the side flank here. Shen will get finished off by Unk, so that's another point picked up by Valley. But you got to give credit to Valley. I mean, this was a team that he picked up at the very, very latest possible moment, and they are finding a little bit of success here. Mamu will spot out on as soon as he crests the hill. Megalos the last one alive with that M249. He's going to make it work, as Weibo does go down in 6th place.
Huge for Valtai to come off to a strong start here too. It's a team I think that most people don't have the highest expectations for. So again, with a 12 game, kind of best of 12 format here, if you get off to a good start, maybe followed with 1 or 2 more good games, that could be you guaranteed through to the grand finals.
Guman getting a little bit more placement points for the boys. Can he get any more as the flashbang will come through? He'll find one, he finds 2! No way, Guman! Oh my goodness, Rex! Just the last one alive here. Unbelievable stuff by Guman there. And he did it blind, Toby.
Yep. Throughout these groups, they career league. He was doing a lot of damage, and he was here once more. Meg will find one, will get traded, but not before Gustav is taken down. So damage done towards FaZe. Unlucky for them that they do lose Gustav, but in the end, they're rewarded with the circle shifting their way.
That is actually huge. I mean, you got to imagine. I mean, we see the WWCD percentage numbers up there at the top, but it had to, for FaZe with 4 alive, given this circle and given what they have in front of them. 4 alive would have been way more preferable here. This is a lot to keep track of, with 2 full teams having to make their way out here. TSM.
Look at the util, 11 smokes, 8 nades. TSM has been chilling in this compound for the longest time, have not had to really use a whole lot of utility since taking out Taker in the very early game. So they're looking very comfortable, at least as long as they're in here. Now making their way out of this compound, that's a whole other story.
We're going to see how well they can use those smokes, but TSM, very, very well known, at least in the Americas, for their throwables. I mean, just amazing accuracy, constant use of those throwables, as Oh, Gen.G, they're in some trouble here.
Yeah.
TSM and FaZe just looking right in their direction here. Alo looking a little bit low on ammo there, so that might be another issue that pops up here.
This is a huge read from FaZe. They see them on the northern side. It's going to be Purdy to find the first knock. Luke will find the second. They will take them down. I like the idea of FaZe splitting the two up on the northern side, though, because they knew there might be a world where Gen.G try and make that north side wrap. It's not going to work out. They shut that down instantly.
Huge points picked up there for TSM. You can see they make it to the top 3, but they only had, I believe, 1 kill before that, and that was the solo player.
Yep.
So they managed to pick up a couple of more points here. FaZe, despite being in the best position, only 1 kill for them as well. So, you know, we talk about how much you have to get done here in 12 games. The fact that well, there goes Rex. So Gen.G out in third, but the fact that our top 2 teams here sitting so low on kills, you know, it could be better.
Sure could. In a
Could be
format as
better.
brutal as this, you don't take unnecessary risks. I think FaZe has just been following in from behind. If we get kills, we take him, but placement points in the end will be more important for us in matches like these. So they're with open arms receiving this one. Fex now in a potential 1v2.
Oh, this is huge. If Fex can win this. No, that's going to open up the door there as Purdy Curdy will spot out Fex. And now it's just down to James and Corexy. Sparking never got rezzed. So that is, looks like Luke 12 still might have a shot to go back and get him if they can get back up to 4 strong. And I think FaZe knows it. James trying to make the run. Alo, big shots will find the knock onto him. And now it's just Corexy left for FaZe. He will find Purdy Curdy. He will at least secure that point for them. But TSM using that smoke cloud, trying to get back to full strength here.
The young Finn in a 1v3. TSM know they have it in their back. They're not even going to commit to the rest here. They have him up behind the hill. Correction will find one. Alo nowhere to work with, and 3 bullets in the chamber. Sparking. TSM, you
Big
might want to hold
grenade.
your horses here.
Oh, just shy here.
13 bullets.
He's got that hard cover. He's got that rock to work with. Okay, TSM, I believe you're right. I mean, you have the opportunity here to get your reses, get back up to full strength.
Yeah, they
Don't
have to.
just give Corexy a series of 1v1s.
Exactly.
You've got to overwhelm him here, and Corexy knows it. He's going to try to reposition.
Full level 3 gear, 1 molly left to work with. They got 2 nades on the other side. He still has 2 flashes as well. This would require a miracle play, but Corexy, one of the best mechanical players out of all of EMEA. I want to sing his praises, but 1v4 now versus TSM. Corexy, if there's a place to do it, it's on the global stage.
Indeed, as we have waited for a while to see this TSM squad return to international play, and they are in position to get the first victory of PGS 3 if they can just get through Corexy. Do not give that man 1v1s. Alo will finally take him out. And there you go. Welcome back to the international stage, boys.
You see the smile on Purdy's face. They lug it down there in the end. And the Spark can say, look at what we did. We brought it home right from the start.
Indeed they did. Now, of course, obviously, you've got to be realistic about things. Wild Circle to start things off, Toby.
Yeah.
They did drop on Military Island, and they managed to secure and hold their spot for a while. But, as you said, I mean, you can only play the game that's in front of you, right? You have to, when you get that that early situation like that, you have to get that win, right?
Tricky game for them too. They have Tika come in early, takes down 2, but they're able to fully reset and get the game back under their control.
All right, well, that's going to do it for game number 1. Let's throw it over to our analyst desk to hear what they have to say about it.
Well, couldn't have said it better myself. Poro here. Welcome back, TSM, especially onto the international stage. They get themselves the victory in what seemed like a bit of a dicey position. I thought FaZe was going to be able to hold on to this with the terrain advantage in inverted commas for the most part, but TSM came out strong.
Yeah, for sure. The advantage of the smokes coming out. It's usually extremely hard to kind of get out of the compound when everyone else has all the angles, right? But they utilize the smoke extremely well here. And also overall, what a rough first game to start PGS 3 off, right? We're talking a absolute bait circle with the bridge in the middle. It's just so many rough fights, and everyone had to kind of scatter to get in.
Yeah, the rarity of this circle, the fact that the center was basically on the bridge makes it so hard for these teams to actually make choices. I mean, Thai was one of the teams that I thought, okay, they're coming in late at the north. They're going to have a very difficult time with this. The E pickup I thought was late, but they managed to make it work getting into that dip on the hill.
Yeah, and actually I felt like there's better options, but they ended up doing, and there's going to be more teams kind of pressuring them, but they ended up having that dip quite free, and they could pressurize themselves out to some of these edges and fight the teams and make space for themselves, get a good amount of kills, get some placement points as well, so it's good to see them open up nicely here too at Global.
We could hear them in the arena shouting as they're taking out the Chinese teams.
I love it. It's so good.
But I mean, ultimately, looking at where TSM was, let's go back to the winners for this start, because it is important to be able to get yourself that on the board quickly, especially for a team that's kind of almost lurking in the shadows a little bit of Sonics, of Falcons when it comes to the international presence. That's got to feel excellent, considering they had Genji next to them. I don't think they felt too concerned about that. They may have been concerned about the flex out, but they executed it brilliantly.
Yeah, the glass house, if you're able to kind of hold that right side, eastern side off that, if you're able to lock that down, it's fantastic. And as you see here in the damage, it's hard to get a big impact because all the fights was on the west of them and on the hills on the other side, right? If you see a guy like Sparking with only 235 damage, you're like, he's had nothing to shoot at.
Right.
But of course, we're able to see Halo pop off almost 500 damage and a decent amount of kills for the guys, but still, it's a slower game when all the fights are happening so far away from them where they're not able to have a huge impact, but still able to take a face down that looked extremely strong. And on the man of the match, of course, he's going to be Halo from the winning team.
Yeah, it will be difficult for you to clean up a lot of kills, etc., especially towards your E side, right? You're kind of effectively looking up a hill where you can't really see a lot of those impact fights going on, but Halo, congratulations to him to start things off strong. I mean, for the most part, one thing that could have potentially been a threat to them was FaZe. Obviously, they came in second place. Curexy tried to make a meal out of those last moments, and they technically were south of them for a lot of that game, but they wrapped around, eventually cleaned up Valley, and were able to see some of that high ground.
I like the double angle action. Like you have a high ground, you have some opportunity, and they knew that they're going to have a lot of smoke, so it's also fantastic to see the late game utility here once we get to the top 4 teams. 16 points though for TSM, Valley able to get 12 as well. Vibo 12. Impressive Hackatory opening here, able to take a really insane fight against Twisted Mind and able to get 9 points, but very linear, not a lot of space being put in. Some teams at the bottom 2 that were, not expected to see that, but still, first game, very impressive. Hard game though to open things up with, to have a bait military game like this.
Man, if there were any question marks around if Hackatory was going to be able to do something on the international LAN, well, he starts off really strong in this first game. So actually, this was a cool game to really set the tone for these two groups, because it wasn't exactly the expected outcome from me, considering how the kind of points have been distributed here. Not one of the big heavy hitters being able to grab a huge amount of points, with TSM being able to start off strong.
Yeah, a little bit of an outline in terms of where the circle goes, of course, so you're going to have some shakeups. Some teams are going to have some variations. It's going to be a little bit harder, but yeah, of course, once we get into things and we're kind of where the statistics kind of flatten out a little bit over more games, we're going to see some of our top teams pop up, of course.
Yeah, and I think when you look at a circle like this, we mentioned how difficult it can be. You have 13 teams already committed to Military Island. Eventually, they get rewarded, but there could have been a moment there where all hell breaks loose in a circle like that if it then shifts north after that bridge position.
Yeah, but also on top of that, right, when you have to cram so many teams into that little amount of spots, right? You only have a few hills to play, you have a few areas to play, and then you have the last team scattering in, coming in from the beach side. Of course, they're going to be taking out. So teams like 4AM that obviously get taken out early on. Team like New Habit that gets taken out a little bit later than that, but still, they don't have much to fight for. It's so scarce to have any coverage, anything. And when the circles end up being like north of one compound where like it's of course going to be the second to last compound that's just going to be taken out so easily from the teams that have hard cover, right?
If you don't have those compounds, let's be real, if you're coming in from the west, you have one route in. It's where Na'Vi and Twisted Minds fought.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're coming in from the east side, you have one path in. It's where Valley kind of took up residence, and that's why you have so many teams funneling down into that area, right? So there's these hot points that will occur in a circle like this where, unfortunately, everybody's funneled into.
Yeah, for sure. And TSM even, like, they compound, like, the glass out there they're in, if they're trying to peek out of it, everyone's going to have an angle because there's so many windows, hence the name Glass House. They're not going to be able to peek in and peek out and have too much advantage from that. So due to them, yeah, that's why we're not going to see 1,000 damage from them, because they're going to get poked back from all the other angles too.
Well, here are our teams getting ready for the second game. We were doing 2 Erangels today, and despite having TSM get themselves the win to start things off, not a bad game. Pretty EU, I would say, overall. FaZe, of course, getting second. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi demolishing one another. I say EU, EMEA as a whole. And there were quite a few points accrued over the board as a whole.
Yeah, overall, fantastic things to start with, but I hope a little bit more easy serve here. Like, I want to see it even out.
All right, well, let's get to it then. We have one more Erangel for the day, then we'll be moving on. It's time to get into game number 2 here at PGS 3 with TSM already rolling, Poro. I love it.
Thank you very much, boys. And yes, indeed, TSM starting things off very strongly as they are our match 1 winners. One more game on Erangel before we send it over to our new maps, Toby. And I have to agree with the boys. FaZe, I think, looked fantastic that game. If it were not for just a snake in the grass taking one away to start things off, they might have been our winners.
They played, quote-unquote, the new FaZe PUBG, where you don't make the aggro plays early and you don't go, oh, we can commit to this, we can get a couple of kills off that. No, they play the smart PUBG. They say, yeah, we'll take the kills, like, we'll gladly fight if the fights come to us, but we know that as long as we're controlling the pace, we have the upper hand in almost every single fight. It's when we aggress, it's when we dare to make ourselves uncomfortable and push forward that we tend to lose players. So let's just be smart. If they come to us, we take them out, and unfortunately for them, I guess, in the mid-game, they didn't, so they didn't come out with a lot of kills in the end.
Yeah, but it's more area control, I guess, is the name of the game here. But, all right, so 1 game down, and we saw what our leaderboard is looking like. Fortunately for most of the teams in the lobby, it wasn't like one team got the win and just a whole boatload of kills to go along with it. So everything's still well within reach as we wait and see where everyone drops here this time around. Again, Sonics and Gen G doing that beautiful swap. Again, 3 teams dropping down on Military Island, a little bit different than maybe we were expecting coming in. TSM down there, as well as E-Armory and Na'Vi. Looks like they will commit as well one more time. But where is our circle going to go, Toby?
Well, let's see. Just a second from now, we will be fully aware this time around, as straightforward as can be. Now, we still have 3 teams down in Military. I'm curious to see if either New Heavy or FaZe are going to opt to set up any sort of camps down in this area. There is a good chance that they could potentially try and do something along those lines. We saw FaZe commit to it for a little bit in the previous game, then opted to go, you know what, nah, there's more to fight for further into the center of the circle. And good on them that they left, because they got second.
Absolutely. Once again, make sure you can check out that multi-view stream with that code that was briefly flashed up there. But if nothing else, make sure you check out the map stream and keep track of where everybody's at and where everybody is going. This one, I imagine, will be a little bit more of a slow burn than we saw in Game 1, given that it is a very vanilla dead center circle.
You know what? You and I once coined a phrase, and I want to go back to it for the good old days.
Ooh,
this is a plain white bagel.
Oh, the plain white
bagel. The plain white bagel.
Not even a schmear.
Having said that, there's a bit of sesame seed on it called the Rossog River. Okay. It could potentially turn spicy, but for now, as we said, with the plain path going pretty much straight through the middle of it, everyone has access to exactly where they want to go. Having said that, we are seeing TSM on a quick rotate off Millie Island, straight through New Haven. Actually, Na'Vi doing the exact same thing.
I think that's a very smart play by both of them. You don't want to take that risk of having 2 teams getting caught up in a bridge camp, but let's take a look at Seoul.
최선의 선택을 했다고 생각하고 있어요. B조가 제일 어렵지 않을까. 저희가 속한 조가 되게 각 지역에서 1등한 팀들도 많고 그리고 워낙 잘하는 팀들도 많아서 제일 힘들지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 그룹 스테이지는 워낙 이제 랜드마크 싸움 하는 팀들이 많을 거라고 예상하고 있고 그래서 뭐 크나큰 전략이나 그런 건 딱히 없는 것 같아요.
Well, there you go. A little bit of get a little idea of what Mr. Soul thinks about our groups and the quote-unquote group of death. I hate the group of death thing.
Yeah, especially when all the groups are playing each other. I
it's
get
not
it
like,
if it's like every group is split
or
throughout
if
the whole
like
thing.
or if like only 3 from each group are going forward or something like that. Like, but that's not the case, right? It's just
It
the top
could be,
16 overall. But
yeah.
it is what it is. It gives us something to yap about, and God knows we like to yap. Well, TSM, they did not just make their way across the bridge. They are going all the way up to Georgia Pole, and it looks like, fortunately for them, I think D+ already finishing up looting in South Georgia, making their way north of the river.
It makes perfect sense, right? I mean, TSM likes to loot out of South Georgia. My only worry is, are they aware that they're now backfilling D+? Maybe they heard in the break from their coach that, guys, D+ went all the way South Georgia on a plane that was arguably more eastern skewed than this, so there's a good chance they would have already been up here. Obviously, they will see the open doors. They will see that their car's missing. But for TSM to come off of a win and now go, guys, let's just go back up where we know the rotation's out of. Let's play South Georgia and then wrap in the way we're used to. Had we looted there to begin with, I think that's a perfect way to get yourself as comfortable as you possibly can on land.
Oh, God, please use it the whole game.
The pizza gun.
Please use the whole the dinner plate, the good old dinner plate.
Rex, he can do damage with all guns. I've seen all kinds of crazy highlights out of this man. He is arguably the heaviest hitting player outside of this current Gen G roster. If maybe that's what the rest of the server needs in order to be able to go up against him in some of these fights.
Look, the bullets from that one do just as much damage as the ones from the other guns. They still hurt as long as you can hit them.
Yep.
Well, let's take a look at Armory doing a little bit of scouting here just to the south of apartments. Just kind of, I don't think they're planning on sticking around up here. Just more trying to get a lay of the land, really. Figure out what's going on. Maybe just committing to the south of the river, putting all their poker chips into the pot, saying that this thing is going to cut south on Circle 2.
I think you'll see the majority of the teams opt to stay on the southern side simply because, I mean, landmass during the percentages. Knowing,
3 have already committed north.
I mean, playing the odds. I mean, for the last game, it almost looked like D+ was going to get rewarded for taking the lower odds position, but I think in this case, it's pretty wise to stick to the southern side.
Yeah, D+, as you said, finished looting up in South Georgia. They sent it over. They did a kind of a 2-2 split on both sides of the river around Cube. And now just kind of committing more towards the north here as we check in on Bleed. They have the long rotation coming from Primorsk. Nothing really ahead of them, so should be safe. As unfortunately, they were one of our first teams out and one of only 2 teams in the lobby with 0 points there after game 1.
Can't really fault the team for getting 0 points in that game.
No,
that was
not at all.
Brutal as they come. And for a very, I'd say, globally inexperienced team in Bleed, it makes pretty good sense that they were off to a tough start.
A little FAMAS action.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Peanut swab it with the Orc that is currently positioned of. Weibo, we see on our screens here yet a team that came off to a great start. A team that I think most, or not most, but at least some viewers didn't have much expectations from, or maybe just didn't know what to expect from. They see Shen, they go, oh, this Malaysian god, he's an amazing player, but wait, he's on this team now? I thought he played in APAC. And now, no, he is indeed on this team. The team was like on before. In Tyloo, well, I mean, they're not faring so well. So it's insane how one player going from one team to another can completely turn the tide upside down for those 2 rosters.
Yep, fantastic player, as he said, and good enough to get him into 3rd place overall after that good Game 1 performance. We'll see what they can build off here now, playing out of that J compound 2-2 split just on just slightly to the east of center. You see Navi making the long wrap. It looks like they might be committing to the north side as well. So that'll be 4 teams now playing off to the north. D+ being 1 here, but they've got a very wide 2-2 split here, Toby.
We talked about coming into it, teams playing safer in the first couple of games of new big tournaments. This is the case right here. I don't think Twisted Minds, even in phase 1 here, would be expecting to have all of Absent School to themselves. It's only really been Armory Gaming who's been looking in their direction. Usually Twisted Minds are forced to fend off 2 or even 3 teams very early on in this School and App split. But right now all they're doing is kind of tunnel visioning Armory Gaming on the hills to the southern side and going, well, as long as you guys are the only one peeking our way, we are very happy about that.
Yeah. And I mean, so far, it's not really finding any knocks. They're just kind of keeping Armory's heads down here. New Happy kind of in the same position here, just to the west of Pachinki. They are our southernmost team, with the exception of, looks like EA just made their way across that eastern bridge. So Arena will slowly be coming in here as we check in with Lee. They've managed to make their way to the top of Pachinki. Not Pachinki, I'm sorry.
The top of Pachinki.
The
what
top
a
of Everest.
What a mountain.
Oh my gosh, easy for me to say. Well, they are taking their time, doing a little bit of scouting here, which makes sense coming in from Primors.
Take your time, yep.
Yeah, there's no reason to hurry things up here,
Not
especially with this circle, as you said. The plain bagel of circles. You got all day long, all the time in the world.
But definitely a circle that, as I said before, could potentially fool you. Because while everyone has made their way in very easily, maybe a bit more teams towards the north than what we initially thought was going to be the case. But even with that, it seems simple. It seems pretty enough. But keep closing in on the riverside, and we are going to see all these players in a hell of a lot of trouble. And now, D+, Twisted Minds, they came in behind one another. Soul instantly headshot connected on towards him. He's going to have to back off.
Man, I am telling you, I don't know, again, new audience, international audience here. Don't know how many of you have seen Alo with that Dragunov, but ever since that gun released, it is like Alo is a different player. Like that is there's something about that gun in him that is just two peas in a pod. Like it is deadly in his hands.
When you put a one-tap DMR in the hands of
it's almost like
gamers,
that.
It's
almost
pretty
like
dangerous.
That.
It's pretty dangerous. Now let's see, 5 seconds to go before the next circle pops. Where will this one take us?
Gotta figure it's south, right? Maybe.
Let's
maybe.
See. Oh my
okay.
lord! North is where we're going. Expect to see this entire chunk of teams down here up to do something along like this. You might see western splits all the way out across the west side bridge. Rotations are gonna be tough because down here in the middle, that is a dead zone. That is a no man lane. All these teams are gonna do hard reps. You're seeing it already coming through now from these teams trying to somehow get up towards the north as Armory Gaming are taking on FaZe.
And they are winning right now. Jamie, the only one down, and FaZe Clan is just decimated in a matter of seconds.
I was going to bring it up earlier. They like to do rotations over this side, but again, teams would normally not be here. Phase 1, they would have gone down and forced Twisted Minds off to the west. They are used to more teams pressuring Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds was able to hold them back. FaZe did not expect the fight over the hilltop, and they got caught by surprise.
Boy, they sure as heck did. Okay, Armory Gaming, we see you, buddy.
Hitting shots.
I apologize. May not have been familiar with your game, but we are now. Bleed is it's kind of making a little bit of a camp here, maybe a little 2-2 split over here by the Giorgio Pole Bridge. They've got Sonics just off to the south, and again now, oh, look at this, Twisted.
Who's pulling up on this?
They heard the commotion. They saw the knock in the kill feed. Lou thought he might want a piece here, but I don't think you want this, guys, do you?
There was not a single Armory Gaming knock in that entire fight. I think that's a dangerous fight. Yes, they have Example. Yes, they have Fatul and Sat further towards the northern side, kind of playing the Overwatch positions. But, again, I don't think it's worth the risk. Yes, you're nearby, but you're outside the circle. If you get a knock, maybe you make a play. But in order for you to really get something going, you need at least one more player here to help you out.
I mean, the one thing that makes this a little bit less risky and a little bit less dangerous is the fact that they've got such good vision over all of this. But Armory immediately, just off the shots from range, will drop the smokes down, and that's going to pump the brakes on anything that Twisted may have been able to sneak off there. And good for them. They get out of that pretty efficiently. Here's LMP going to shoot some toesies, does some damage. We'll finally get the knock onto Shen, as that'll start things off here with Weibo, but LFP, dodge, bob, weave, avoid that grenade. As Malmo has now arrived. He's going to be playing around the outside of this fence.
Yeah, for Legacy, that is a great player to take down initially. Having Shen down, you know that they're going to commit at least one to the rest here as the push on through comes over the side. Spaceman able to do a lot of damage. Now Mamu, as you said, trying to get an off-angle position, but E-Arena is hearing these shots and they want a piece of the action.
All they were doing was rotating in from the north side, and they just happened to arrive at the perfect time as they are just ripping apart Legacy here. 2 kills now, and that is both going to go into the pocket of E-Arena. VHZ and LFP, the last 2 up here for Legacy. Unfortunate for them is, I mean, it felt like a good fight, Toby. It felt like a good fight, but it was just at the wrong time. Just a couple of seconds off.
Dangerous position to pull up to as well for Weibo. I mean, kind of last resort commitment on this one. I think they saw E-Arena. They were kind of trailing towards the north. They figured, well, there's nowhere else for us to go. And initially, it was a good 4v2 pull-up, but the first knock coming through from LFP and then for Legacy to be able to instantly group up on that one. Nice, quick reaction time there for Legacy.
You see Sonics taking that rode through the blue, down to just 2 players. While we were watching that fight, I believe it was TSM that managed to take a couple off of Sonics here. So they, okay.
These circles.
This is brutal.
Brutal. We are kicking off PGS with some of the harshest shifts we've seen in a very long time. Twisted Minds, they're going to go shoreline mode. But what do you play around? You have the trenches. I mean, I don't think I've seen a team sit there phase 3 ever before.
I mean, that's, you know, it's not a great spot, but
that's the only spot.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only spot. I mean, any port in a storm, really, as we get a replay and see how those Sonics did go down. It was, in fact, TSM doing a little bit of a bridge camp there. So that is some NA on NA action as we check back in with our fight here with Legacy and Weibo. As LFP, it looks like he is all on his lonesome here. That grenade, actually, it's just going to be flashbangs.
Lobbing flashes on over, kind of wasted utility in my opinion. One of the few criticisms I have from the Chinese region and a lot of the playstyle is they do spend a lot of utility where 1 or 2 well-placed nades or flashes could be used. They tend to throw 3 or 4 instead. This time around, kind of the same case. LFP thrown in the open, should be dealt with eventually, and Shen will eventually find him.
Okay, Shen gets the credit there, but that was some good shooting there from Spaceman. As, VHZ just going to skedaddle on out of there and try to survive a little bit longer, see if he can maybe manage to rustle up Legacy a few placement points off of this, but down to just 1 as Weibo will collect a little bit of loot there and make their way into the zone. They've got a long way ahead of them, Toby. That northeastern side, there is a lot of teams there.
Yep, there sure is, for good reason, because we should be shifting north with the next circle going away from border. And up here, one of the many, I should say, is Na'Vi and New Heavy right next to one another. Ming Ming opens up and instantly finds Divix.
There you go, Ferris will try to return the favor, but he's going to have to pull away here. Diffix will get flushed out. That's going to be Na'Vi now down to 3. New Happy, they want all of this, though. They're taking it right to the face of Na'Vi. Utility coming out. It's going to get Ferris very low. That one will find him. Longsker on the clock. He's going to find another one as Hackatory goes down. Reports of Longsker's death may have been exaggerated, Toby. This man is still fragging out.
Absolute beast of a player takes down one more. And now we see Blink getting pulled up on by Armory Gaming for not working the way of them whatsoever. Riz is able to find one in return, but the damage has already been done and they're down to just 1.
Armory Gaming tried to be a little bit cute this time, and they tried to do the very late E pickup, and they fall right on top of Bleed. Fortunately, Bleed is more than ready and waiting. Shanks will survive. He'll stay alive, but they know exactly where he is. I believe it's D+. Yep, sending shots over into that sniper tower. All right, what else can you do with us, Circle?
Look at the north.
What else can you do to us?
Look at the north. Chaos and chaos galore. Wave will take casualties. Armory Gaming as well. Circle does shift up towards the north as to be expected. But how do you play this when the entire center stretch of this circle is just open, barren fields, all the way from down where Cold is up to December 12th is practically unplayable. We're going to be down to 3-4 maybe teams by the end of this shift.
Oh no, okay.
There's nothing they can do. There's nothing to come for.
No, there isn't. Well, there you go. EA will finish off Weibo, and they have 3 kills, 4 alive. They are in control of the south side of the circle, but they're still on the clock. They've got Gen G that has to go somewhere. Right to their south, you can see they were holding down that boatyard for as long as they could. And eventually, as you said, the circle had to go north. So Genji hopefully has been scouting out some kind of plan for this next rotation.
That's the thing, right? I mean, you can kind of tell when Twisted Minds, one of the teams with the thickest playbooks in the world, when they up to go like into the trenches phase 3, you know there's practically nothing to do. And this is just points galore. I don't think a lot of these teams care about placement points right now. They just want to clear their side of the circle.
Sonics once again run into TSM. They are pinned up against the wall here in the blue. Kickstart, big shots. We'll find the last one into Kurt. And that's going to be 2 knock now for TSM. Kickstart staying alive. That grenade might be enough to do it. Yes, it will. Luke 12 will finish off Sonics as they will have time here to drop the smokes, get the reses back. as it does not look like the team that's nearest to them, Freaks, are in any position to try to push on to TSM.
Practically impossible to make a play here, because as soon as you move on forward, you know there's going to be 3 other teams looking your direction. Bleed now coming in a split with one guy in the E pickup. I actually kind of like this. They're coming in late from the south. They have no clue what's been going up in here. They've been seeing the leaderboard or the kill feed pop off, but they haven't had any idea of who's positioned where. Now they have a guy in the air scouting forward. Even if just for a couple of seconds, they'll see the vehicles out in the open up ahead of them and kind of give them an idea of what they're running into.
Yeah, you can. I mean, we've definitely seen that tactic be used all across the world. Really, that solo player going up and trying to do a little bit of scouting. This time, it's going to pay off pretty well for Bleed here, as they know that they have the entire western side of that circle to themselves. Meanwhile, Valley down, actually all up in the northeast here. The only compound really left in the circle, at least on the north side here. I think D+ might be in one, and Cube still on the south, but that's about it. They have 4 AM just off to their south, as Gen G, I mean, they're still alive. They've got that going for them. I don't know how much longer they got, but
Toshi gotta find the knock and then instantly get the knock. Don't even care for the flush, just swim across. You need to get to the other side. They need some sort of a landing zone when they make their way on through.
Oh, EA, you've got to be ready for this. But look at this Twisted Mind actually reading the situation. Batulin's starting to push out, see if he can maybe take advantage of EA while they're not looking, while they're tunneled in on the river. Twisted Mind slowly making their way out there. The new circle will pop, and it's just going to favor a little bit more towards the east as Twisted Minds, look at this. They're getting in the vehicles. They are fully committed to trying to take advantage of this fight.
Twisted Minds coming in from one side. D+ Kia now flexing out from the other. Soul getting up on the hill, trying to see if he can get a better angle on this fight happening in the southeast. Twisted Minds so good at clearing their edges. We'll see if they can be successful here once more.
Oh, Lyrics. Shots into Tosi, or Rex rather. Gets him down low, but again, does not get the knock, as Gen G are just proving so difficult to kill, and it might be destroying E-Arena's game here, as it has just taken way too dang long, and now Twisted Minds is in a perfect position to take advantage of it.
Twisted is repositioning off of this. Don't want to fully commit down the hillside again. Don't take unnecessary risks. Trying to run back down that hillside could be very, very dangerous. So stay up there for as long as you can. And you can see E-Arena now forced to look the other way because of it.
Fights aplenty going on around this map here as TSM, they're getting into it with Kwangdong Freaks on the north side, as the Perfectix grenade will take out Zizzy Jacob. Just the last one alive here is, will pull out of the smokes. Trying to maybe take the fight over here, but you gotta imagine he's not much longer for this world. That smoke may have just been a bait more than anything, as Twisted just keeps throwing utility into it. He'll spot out Perfectix. Nice spray with the Groza, but won't get the knocks. Will get example, as Jacob proving to be a tough nut to crack here.
Definitely dangerous player, one of the heaviest hitting fraggers in all of the region, but it's not to be. Perfectix will find him. The rest might be committed to here. We're not seeing D+ or Gen G really try and make aggressive plays off of this.
How is Gen G still in this game? It is unbelievable here, as Longsker is still sending shots over towards Freaks. That was the one thing that was pulling Freaks away from this fight with TSM. TSM tried to rotate away. They run into Bleed, and Bleed doing some damage onto them, as Longsker just looking for the angles through the smoke. Can he get the res on the Ming? No, he gets there just a half second too late.
New Heavy is sat in between 6 teams, and somehow they're still alive. They are effectively the blood in the water that all the sharks are trying to get, and somehow Longsker is still in the mix, and he just has a tree for cover. That is absolutely insane.
Well, this is a fight we were waiting to pop off here. 4 AM was hanging out just to the south of Valley's compound. Valley finally making their move, having to leave here, laying down a nice smoke wall, keeping themselves alive. But Valley, we've seen they are more than capable fighters. We saw what they could do here in game number 1, as they are trying to square up with 4 AM here. Right now, it's just the utility phase of the battle, but there you go. Unk gonna go down to HSM.
Rex is gonna die. We are going to see a lot of point denying in this format, because there's no last chance. You do not want to give any points on over whatsoever. We'll see now here, Valtai can stand strong. They will indeed, as Meglos will find God V.
Going. Freaks will finish off TSM, so that's TSM, our first place team, going out, but not before they collected 8 kills for themselves. We see a number of solo players here. On the south side, you had two teams that were about to fight. 4AM and Valley still squaring off around the top of this hill. There you go. 4 Angry Men will finish them off with a little bit of help from Bleed.
Yep, Xiaopian stepping up, taking matters into his own hands, pushing on forward, and will clear out their position. 4AM looking very, very strong in this position. They still have the high ground inside the next circle, but they need to deal with being level 3 Helmet of FAMAS in hand. If they don't catch him early, that could potentially be 2 knocks going the way of him.
A lot of utility used there by 4AM in that fight, though. And then Valley, they get an opportunity to loot those boxes, but I don't imagine they're going to find much in there either because it was just so much utility used right at the top. But we've got 1 solo player now and 4 teams of 4. You've got D+ and Twisted Minds on the south side, 4AM and Bleed on the north side, with that solo player of Bean just hanging out on the north. Nothing. This is the road. This road bisects the center of the circle. D+ going for it immediately right here and trying to take a little bit of cover, whatever cover is available. And this is actually a pretty good position here, Toby.
As long as no one gets within nade range, this could be a very good spot. But I'm looking at Twisted Minds on the southern side. I'm looking at potential Bleed players running down from that hill up north. This could also be 1 nade and they're all done for.
This is definitely D+ on the clock. They've got to be very, very vigilant. They know that Twisted Minds is to their south.
Where are the mortars, guys? Where are the mortars when you need them?
This would be a perfect spot, wouldn't it? Twisted, they're going to find a couple of knocks there onto, at least a knock on the flush onto one of 4AM. So 4AM now down to 3 players. They're not going to be able to just push into the south. Our solo has been taken out. So that is that snake taken off the field, and it is just that 4v4v4v3 to finish things off, Toby.
Great to see Habib pop off here. It was Trick and him doing a lot of the damage when they were playing as from the future coming into this tournament. Great to see them get picked up. Great to see them come off to a strong start here with 7 kills already.
D+ Kia in dead center with the vehicle fort, but that is not as safe as you might assume. Perfectix, nice shots there.
They're relying heavily on other teams doing a lot of work for them right now. They need Twisted Minds to suppress, but at the same time, they need both Bleed and 4AM to suppress Twisted Minds. So they're going, guys, if you can just fight and we can take the fight with the last team alive, we would be absolutely golden.
Okay, Example going to get Godby there. Godby thought he can maybe stay alive for a little bit. The smoke blooming just a second too late, as he is knocked, will not get flushed just yet, but you can see the situation that the other two from 4AM are in.
Where do you go if you're Twisted Minds here, though?
I don't know.
You pull up on 4AM, you might just have to. I mean, they got the knock on Godby, they know he's alone.
Well, you do now.
They might just pull up and grab East on this one, try and see if you can force Bleed. If you get a knock on Bleed, that's what they're worried about. They're worried about the third party from Bleed coming over towards the eastern hillside. If they can somehow sweep on over on that right-hand side and take the fight to them in this position, they might just be absolutely golden.
So many toys to play with as far as the map goes. Now, we are going to play with them, chat. We'll tell you. You will see so many lines on that map as 4AM just, well, they're just going to try to survive as long as possible. I imagine that they'll most likely end up denying to the blue because Twisted just not going to give them anywhere to go here. Actually, Soul will spot out ZP on. At least get that knock. HSM will get the res just to deny the point, but it doesn't matter. Soul on time with it will pick up 2 more points for DK.
D+ might not be as aggressive as the former lineup in Danawa was, but do not think that means they can't hit the shots when need be. Soul headshot connected there as well into Patulans as it tries to creep on forward and take control once more.
Okay. See what Bleed decides to do here. I mean, we've seen you see what DK's D+'s win condition is. They are just defending the fort right now, laying down that smoke. Hopefully they have enough smoke to continue just to refresh and keep that cover intact and hope. I think this is basically what D+ is hoping for, right? They're hoping that they stay alive long enough and they're too tough to crack that Bleed and Twisted get into it.
Shout out to Example for driving another car up to their IGL just so he had one to work with as his own drove down the hillside. Kudos to him for making sure their captain is safe. As again, I mean, Bleed, they're the ones I feel like now have the chance to get something done here.
10 grenades.
Yep.
in the pocket of Bleed.
11 flashes for Twisted Minds as well. Bleed just needs to get within range, and it's red zone is all over the place.
That's it. That's all they got to do. But the problem for Bleed is they don't. I mean, they have no vehicles. They have no anything really.
They
So
need to wrap it east.
they had some. They had the deployable cover that they dropped down, but now that's out in the blue zone. Batula and C's finding themselves much in the same spot that 4AM just was in, just hiding behind that tree and hoping for the best. Bleed, the only one really in position to move without impunity right now.
Example has to fall back. They realize now that Bleed is wrapping further up around the northern side here. The thing is, the further east Bleed goes, that could potentially open up an opportunity for D plus Kia to wrap west, but their cars are currently parked in a position from where they can't really make that play, and now with the final circle going their way, there's no good reason for them to try and get out from here. At least not now.
I think this might be it for D+. I feel like they've run out of smokes, and you could see Bleed just had wide open vision of what they were doing. Like, oh my God, I'm a snake.
I mean, Bleed has to come off the hill before D+ has to go anywhere. So as long as D+ can kind of dodge and weave and stay alive, it's Bleed on the clock. They have to get off the hill. You can see Twisted Minds are currently not I don't want to say ignoring D+, but they're putting themselves in a position for where D+ can't really interfere too much. They're setting up 100% to try and deal with Bleed coming off this hill. Now look at them, they're all looking north.
Oh man, Perfectix, you are such a sneaky boy. Look how close he's managed to get up there without getting spotted. And I don't know what he's got in terms of how much of that utility is in his pocket. They've only got one grenade on the whole team, as you said. The mollies could do a lot of work, though.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, definitely could.
I mean, especially given what D+ is working with here, right? It's just defend the fort.
Still not within nade range, though. And with the position you can see that he's currently in, I mean, I think it's going to be very limited what he can really do against D+ from here. It's more a matter of if he gets, if he starts shooting there, Bleed realizes there's a guy prone in the middle of the open, let's take him out.
Well, that's the problem, right? For both Twisted and for D+, they're basically just waiting to see what Bleed decides to do here. Happy with 5 kills. Those grenades are just falling. They're falling just short.
Oh, it's just going to say, if you lob a smoke down a bit further forward, and then they saw that now. They just saw that they got within nade range with those. That one is going to be on point. Happy has it lined on up now, and they have many more nades to work with.
Off the backboard is Happy, continues to add to his kill count, and D+, the fort is no longer secure, my friends. Gyon will stay alive, but just barely. No, the blue zone, the double blues will come through as D+ is falling like flies, and now Bleed up to 8 kills, and now Twisted Minds starting to look over in that direction, but the one player alive for D+, Toby, is still one of the most dangerous players in the world, as Perfectix will find the first knock on the Bleed.
He snuck up close, and for this exact reason, he had to be in a good off-angle position for when they came down the hill. Example now fully focused up on the hillside too. He has 1 nade, 2 mollies, no smoke to work with. He has to keep them up on the hillside to try and contain while they're dealing with the rest of the D+.
Oh, Bleed, it looks like they're in a little bit of a weird spot here. They don't know whether to commit or to pull back to try to go for the res, and they end up going all down just like that. Bleed is eliminated, and Soul manages to get second place for D+. Can he get more than that? It's a 1v2 with 2 knocks on Twisted Minds.
3 nades thrown 2 on 4. We'll see if any of these connect.
Oh,
they will
Soul
get close by. Example down to low HP. If he can somehow pull off a 1v4 here, that will be absolutely insane. Spot Batula's over on the other side of the hills. Not going to take him down to below half, but look at Example down to low HP now as well.
Oh, he's got another one. He's got another grenade in the pocket. He's waiting for the flashbangs to stop coming through. They're going for possibly going for the res. The Molotov comes out. He's going to do a low. He's getting so much damage done. He ends up going down, and Twisted Minds survives to get the first victory for themselves here in PGS 3.
The Phase 3 commit to the trenches on the north side of Russia proves worthwhile as Twisted Minds come out victorious. We question their ability to have a strong day 1, and they show us right here, right out of the gates, that they're capable of delivering.
Oh my goodness, slow start, who dis? It is not Twisted Minds. I mean, it's something like you said, we mentioned they have become notorious for this. Taking their time, reading the lobby, getting a feel for every team in there before finally turning things on. But not today. They knew the assignment, and they come out with a very impressive victory.
Absolutely insane performance in what was yet another insane game that the Circles provided for us. These matches are not giving the guys any chance of an easy exit to this one.
Well, that's going to do it for game number 2.
More challenges from across the globe. Twisted Minds, game number 2 is theirs. But it all could have gone awry considering how excellent all of those teams were moving around in these final circles. Welcome back to the desk here. Let's break down what happened in game number 2. Twisted Minds, gotta say, a really, really strong showing from them considering that East movement. I mean, there were so many moves good.
Yeah, super impressive overall, right? How they're able to, first of all, they're not going to push them on straight, but take that East move and put themselves in a little bit of a checkmate position against both teams.
Yes,
making sure that it's going to be hard for anyone on the top side, Bleed, to push, or D+ to do anything against them, because they had that little bit of ridges and terrain in between them. So they wanted to put themselves in a fantastic stage for the mid game. But overall, we asked for a little bit of an easier circle here. Everything was with them, and you could kind of foster your own move all the way to the top here.
Yeah, I mean, where do we even begin? Perfectix crawling on forward, effectively using D+ to cover for him from Bleed. If they're able to eventually peek over that ridge, you see Perfectix lying there perfectly, but no way can you do that when D+ is there to kind of hold that angle against Bleed. So very kind of smart move to get him towards that middle of the circle position.
Exactly. And I love how Bleed, like a few times, they're like distance checking with a nade. Okay, I'm going to throw this as far as I can, not cooking it, see how far it's going to bounce. A little bit of damage, and then I realized, okay, with a few smokes, we can actually get far enough.
Love it.
And then the whole rain started coming in. Of course, Perfectix also popping in with some bluestone nades, because the double, triple stack bluestone, it's impossible. Soul survived, though. Extremely impressive. But 11 kills for Twisted Minds here. Overall, fantastic game. Well, it's a little bit sad not to see Bleed try to dislodge Twisted Minds when they had the time on the northern side, kind of backfilling them a little bit. I would like to see that, but I feel like they felt like they could take out D+ before having to take on Twisted Minds.
I guess whilst we look at these numbers here, of course, Twisted Minds looking phenomenal throughout all of this. And again, you know, usually they're a slow starter, but this time around we're able to really kind of put the onus on their performance here when it comes to that east side. But I have a question for you. Bleed, obviously, we believed that they were making the right move up on that north side, but do you just think maybe it was just a little too late? What do you think it was about?
So overall, I think it's the safe play is to say, like, I think, or they think that we are going to be like, okay, we can actually take out D+ before having to take on Twisted Minds. Of course, Perfectix here, as we've seen so many times before, 5 kills, 650 damage plus. But as coming back to this here, I think Bleed, they could potentially have won the game if they used, you know, they had 10 nades.
Yeah.
They could have used 6, 7, 8 nades to take out Twisted Minds, and they would still have the terrain advantage towards D+ later if they maybe kept a guy up there. Like, there's many kind of possibilities. The most per point kind of gameplay is to, of course, try to get D+ out and then take on Twisted Minds afterwards.
Yeah.
But I felt like they could have taken on Twisted Minds and potentially won that from the high ground. But they I feel like they didn't have the time for it, and that's why they decided against it.
Well, Twisted Minds will take the first place spot from this match too. And I do want to say as well, though, as much as D+, okay, you didn't quite finish out that game as #1,
right?
But Soul, the way in which he's playing out that late game scenario where Twisted Minds is applying pressure, they're all technically on one angle, so Soul can kind of try and circumvent their vision by using some of those vehicles, etc. But he almost had it. He almost made that work.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
He actually, just as he died, the nade exploded and took down Example, yeah.
Yes.
And there was only platoons left. I was like, that was crazy. But also, he had all the utility for some of his teammates.
Yeah.
He could go around and take the few nades and the few utilities that was there, right? But they started throwing and chucking some stuns at him, which delays everything. Blue zones pushes him out, and then the rest of the utility comes in from Twisted Minds. Overall, perfectly executed here from Twisted Minds. And you know what? I'm extremely excited to see that on day 1, game 2. They're usually a day 2, day 3 team, right? As we've seen on Globals and other stages before, but it is going to be a TSM at the very top here, just 1 point ahead of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they were up in the north of this circle in game 2. Obviously, they did get a victory in that first game here, so just that 1 point ahead for the moment. But what a start for them, considering that they have expectations against them when you're coming in from a region that has Sonics, that has Falcons. Falcons, of course, winning over in Americas. TSM looking good.
They're looking fantastic. And I got to say here, talking a lot with the Americas guys, they are saying it is a very hard region to play because you have so many unexpected teams doing unexpected things. Here at Globals, they have way more predictability. That's also why we're going to see TSM do well.
All right, well done by them. I mean, of course, Bleed as well, whilst we talk about how they're moved around on that north side, one way that they came into the circle was quite dynamic. I like that they were trying to use just one person in the E-pickup, get themselves a little bit of vision, information about what's going on in that area, because it can be a bit difficult to see on the top of those hills, etc., as you're trying to wiggle towards maybe like a little compound that they found.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the way that, of course, taking control, you can definitely see most of the teams here, they are doing the same way. They are trying to make sure once we get to the later stages of the game, they're going to try as much as they can to be that last team on their edge, to kind of put themselves into this situation here. Like we also talked about it during the game, right? Gen.G, they could have been that team on the southern side, but E-Arena took it in front of them and kind of closed them out. That ended up taking too much time for Gen.G trying to do anything out of that. So yeah, it's a little bit, they had that southeastern side, but once someone lodges themselves in between it, it's just hard.
Yeah. For don't get me started. Ada leaving back to where he did to kind of play what was effectively a defensive style for Gen.G. If everybody had come along to where Ada was, they effectively have not a bad spot to be able to continue playing that game from. Of course, Twisted Minds was anticipating, trying to push that angle, right? And
they're
probably
hurting a little bit, like
poking
them in that direction where they want them. They still have. And Twisted Mind they had the tree, they had the ridge to play, and they had the tree to play. So I feel no matter what, it's going to be extremely hard for Gen.G or E-Arena to come in from that area. So yeah, overall, fantastic game from Twisted Minds, and overall, very impressive game from Bleed on the northern side. Being able to stay that many guys alive and take on so many teams, impressive.
No, I agree. So good stuff for our first 2 games. And again, as to what we've just seen throughout those 2, real kind of curveball circles to start things off. When it comes to Erangel, these teams see it as the absolute tried and tested. Like, you want it to be kind of the most well-versed circles, but it is difficult when you get thrown something like that near the Millie Island and something like that near the river. But thank you very much for Avenger for joining me here for this. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, as you can see, the players are getting ready to move on to game number 3. So we'll be right back.
which member of your team would you not want to share a hotel room with? I think it's gonna be Lou. I hate him.
Do you have any superstition? Be like a little bit of karma or like power and belief?
I have a big one, and it's that that guy's a robot. He's not a real person.
Select the 3 most important things you brought for your trip. Obviously, my keyboard, my mouse, and my mouse pad.
I would say the #1 most important thing is probably toothpaste, and then probably toothbrush, and then probably the mouse.
A fun fact about myself. I'm the oldest of 5 siblings.
What position do you sleep in? I sleep to the left.
This is the mystery ball. I guess I'll just...
The emoji mocking / parody.
What is that? This is the happy smile. Well, that's what I was going for, but...
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise, not a threat.
Still young scripts, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, to EO in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Squad go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Once again, we had a quick break, and we are now ready to move on from Erangel and on to the glorious, beautiful fields of Tego. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Mr. Toby, and we have 2 games in the bag, TSM and Twisted Minds coming out fast.
Huge beginning for the Western teams here on the Chinese stage too, but having said that, the Chinese teams have not been letting off the gas. They're right there on the hunt.
They got a lot more work to do, as do many of our teams.
Oh, yeah.
As we remind you once again, there is only 12 games to make your way into the top 16 and get ready for those grand finals. There's no last chance qualifier here. No last chance saloon to be found, Toby. It is come out and be ready to frag or go home.
And if this is the pace of which we're playing this game, with not only the best teams in the world, but the Circles doing everything they possibly can to make these games as difficult as can be, these guys better strap up, because with teams that we're used to see playing slow, all of a sudden playing fast PUBG, this is going to be as difficult as PUBG tournaments come.
And you know what? They got that on Erangel, right? That's supposed to be the safe map.
Exactly.
That's supposed to be the easy map. I know we're going back to classic in game, but this is a game. This is a map, even with the changes that we've seen over the past few years. This is a map that these guys know like the back of their hands. But now it's Tego. Now it gets a little bit different.
A little bit of a wild card thrown on in there, but of course, Tego's been in the game long enough that these guys by now should know this as well as anyone else. You see Shen again. This guy. Let me go on a Shen ram for a second.
Let's go.
This guy is all smiles. He brings so much to this team. When you had a former DD team in the lineup that they had, as we get on into Tego, Shen was like him not being there, Space, Man, and Cold. They never seem too comfortable. Mamu did what he could with the roster, never seemed too comfortable. Now Shen is there, all smiles. Come on, boys, let's get this going. He brings it. You can hear them in the back there as well. That was probably Shen screaming off the top of his lungs. It makes his teammates smile. It makes everyone happy and joyous. It brings them out. And because of that, you see a guy like Spaceman pop 6 kills in the very first game.
Look, man, you got to keep it loose. You got to keep it because, look, we've talked about how stressful this situation is for a lot of these guys. Having that vibes guy on the team that makes sure that you keep it loose, you keep it vibing, is, it's just as huge as having a very experienced and good IGL.
And even more so in a LAN environment where you're sat shoulder to shoulder with your teammates.
Yes.
You can influence each other so much. And if a guy has potential, but he's not showing it, whether it be because he's a bit uncomfortable or whatever it might be, having a guy next to you come on, bro, we got this, we can do this every single time. You miss a shot or something and might feel down, it's huge. And Shen is right there for you every single time of the way.
Well, you got to see the map here with the potential drop spots of a number of these teams. We see a couple that may turn out into hot drops. Again, no hot drops expected here. Despite the fact that we see this, everybody's going to be avoiding that. Nobody wants to try to get into the pride game at this point. You know you've only got a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
So looks like Sonics is going to claim that drop spot away. Gen.G instead will go off to the south, and it doesn't look like, well, I don't know, Weibo
down
getting
towards the
a
south
little
down
bit
here.
close. And yeah, down towards the south as we see Toby using that lovely telestrator once again. Is a little bit close to each other, but it looks like okay.
Speaking of down towards the south, this circle is going to be crazy.
Goodness.
With the plane path going the way that we saw just now, expect to see a ton of teams trying to do wide reps in to the south from here, because as long as we have the water the way that we do, you can't do the wide reps to the complete opposite side. So see down here, this could be the junction. This could be the traffic jam area of all these super smart teams up towards the north trying to make the far southeastern reps into the circle, getting caught on top of one another.
I'll tell you where my eyes are immediately drawn to in this circle, Toby, and you can even highlight it there with your little tool.
I will.
The swamps. The swamps are what I'm worried about. We've seen these circles come down here a lot over in the Americas, and they always seem to end up right there in those swamps. But it's one of those situations where you've got to time it perfectly, right? You can't get there too early, because otherwise then you just become fodder for anybody that comes in late, but you don't want to get there too late because there's already going to be teams there. So it's a timing game. Your IGLs are going to be on the clock right now. They got to figure out what's going on.
And I should add to what we just talked about before with these amazing tools that we have available, because you all know out there in chat that I'm a big fan of the map stream, and now there's even more reason to have that map stream open while you're watching these games, because our tools that we're using are actually on the map feed throughout the game. So even though we're watching the main feed right now, if you're watching the map stream too, you can see that I'm highlighting Gen.G, that I'm highlighting Kwangdong Freaks. So while we're explaining things, while it might not be all the time, even if it doesn't appear here on the main feed, you will see a little bit more visuals on some of those rotations and explanations coming through over on the map feed.
You can also get that multi-view with that code right there. So make sure you scan that in and get as many views of this game as possible. And as Toby mentioned, you can go there and watch him play with toys in real time. Watch him get distracted by all the map stuff.
I'm not getting distracted. I'm immune to distractions.
That's true. That's true. But
James has taught me well.
Fair.
That's how I got immune to distractions, because all he does is trying to catch me off guard.
Well, look, hey, we've got a lot of new tools to play with here, and by God, we're going to use them here. Check in with D+, making their way across that bridge, and it looks like they have nothing really ahead of them. So nice timing, good little fortunate timing, really, on their part. Is Fishing Camp. That bridge usually sees a little bit of late action.
Definitely could. Only so many ways to transition from that northern side up by Wolsong, up by Godok. To try and come on over. Na'Vi still with 3 down towards the southern side. They've sent SoSet further down very early on to make an early rotation. We are seeing Armory Gaming on our screens right now, making their rotations, but now let's get a highlight.
Detroit against Daytrain, he's got 2.
He's still hiding in the smoke, and it's starting to subside, and Jalen has not got no clue at all. He's just goes straight through. I think he saw just a glimpse of it.
A formality from this point forward. Bruce will cook that grenade, and I think it's going to be pretty on point. If not on point, it'll do enough damage. It'll deafen the players of FTF. Manage of that, they're also both in nade range of each other, which could cause its own problems. ISG, they had center a while ago, no longer. T9's been taken down.
There you go, a little view of Armory Gaming and how they managed to get here into PGS 3 and PGS 4. And so far, a little bit of a slow start for them. Only 5 points picked up, and they have a lot of work cut out for them in this game, Toby, as they are all the way off to the north. No emergency pickups coming in for them. As eyes on Na'Vi, as they're getting a little bit close to Freaks. And then, speaking of emergency pickups, Legacy, they'll be the first one in the sky.
I mean, they know they were going to be late, and they know that there's such a big kind of perimeter of teams that they wouldn't be able to just casually rotate on through, so might as well pick up. I mean, they could go all the way to Hulsan Prison, call ICAB, just get to the opposite side, get away from the cluster that will be the northeastern edge of this circle, and try and see if you can get more circles swinging down in your direction.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. We saw Na'Vi and Kwandong Freaks getting a little bit closer. Now D+ getting in there as well. So a lot of vehicles, a lot of rotations getting very close. But it looks like they'll avoid for each other for now. But let's take a listen in with Weibo. Or look at Weibo and see how they go.
一滴血换了一个位置，再下一波过点，秒了一个，苏哲先秒了一个混颜，再拉过来，
有可能你的这一分就会影响自己后面的整体啊！恭喜 DT。
There you go. Little look there, and again, we've already talked about it. It seems like at length now. Just Shen, obviously superstar, international superstar level, bringing up the rest of the team around him. And oh no, Legacy! They decided to land. Man, Purdy ran out of bullets right as VHG lands, and somehow, no, Kurt's gonna go down.
Nothing better than a little NA on NA action. A tale as old as time, as it happens once more. Purdy will fall. It's a good position to hold, but as we said before, Legacy, they were looking to go all the way southwestern shoreline. I thought they might go prison with no one being there, but they committed to Purdy. Purdy, unluckily for him, was all by himself.
Just the worst luck there is you see the rest of TSM all off in the distance in the warehouse. Legacy will take a few shots over in that direction, and you know, you gotta say again, just unfortunate timing for Kurt there. He had a man dead to rights and then just ran out of ammo in the magazine. Legacy manages to keep all 4 alive. Well, Batulins, Twisted Minds, starting to make their way into this circle on the south side. A few long-range shots at Weibo, and looks like they're just kind of slowly progressing here.
Yeah, you're seeing Twisted Minds try and early on figure out exactly the distance they have to opponents around them. They like to play with buffer space, but they're also aware that in a map like this one, and especially with a circle like this, you aren't going to get that space. So at least make as much as you can. Take shots in their direction so they don't flex out over the hills. For SoSet, well, he's soon going to find out there are people on his hill as Americano and Soul take shots.
Oh no, Soul, he's going to wish he had that one back. There we go, Americano will land the grenade. SoSet not going to get out of that one alive, as Na'Vi will now be knocked down to 3, and you can see on your mini-map, they're actually getting over here. They might want to get involved in this.
Cavalry is indeed arriving as Guman is the first one to fall in the return fire. Hagatori able to get one now. The spray comes through from the other side, but this is also Na'Vi now realizing, oh wait, we're fighting on 2 fronts. We are the ham and the Korean sandwich. And I think Hagatori, only having this ruck for cover, is not in the position he would want to be in.
Well, he's going to be scary enough to force having to pull away there. So Freaks, they don't really want any more of this. Hagatori doing the job and doing it well, as they will lose SoSet, but they keep all 3 up and they don't get collapsed on, so it looks like they have done their job and earned their territory, albeit at the last loss of one of their own players.
Plus, we'll be able to take that kill. fall on back up towards the hillside and stay safe for now. Still with Starlord down in that swarm barrier mentioned just before. Well, TSM lose Perp, but you know, they get themselves a couple of crates going their way instead.
Well, can they even get them though? I mean, Legacy had
It's a commitment.
Dead to rights. You know,
it's
this is the ultimate bait, really. How bad do you want to get a little bit of more loot infusion there? As you see the mortars already raining in there.
Oh, the 15x FAMAS. What's not to like?
Oh gosh, it's like having a Hubble telescope on the end of your MK. I don't think Alo needs that, honestly.
Nah, you can see they got plenty of vision with 8x.
Yeah, he's doing all right for himself right now. That the bait, they're not going to bite him. Well, not yet anyway.
Yeah.
So you can see they're still looking at it like, oh, what if I just dropped one smoke? Maybe I can get something.
LFP, one more shot. I mean, if they can pop their vehicles here, they might be golden with the next circle. We'll see maybe in a second where this mortar is going to land. It's going to be nearby, but a bit off. 4 a.m. coming in from that east side we were talking about just before. Actually, a lot less clustered than I thought it was going to be. We saw Twisted Minds come off the edge for the exact same reason, phase backfilling them as well. Those would usually be teams that would sit and hold teams out, but no, for Twisted, for 4 a.m., for Valtai as well, plenty of space for them to maneuver on in as we see where the next circle takes us.
I think a lot of teams really understanding that sending there you go, that's about the only place it could have, our best place really it could have gone. But I think a lot of teams really just taking the risk, understanding that taking the risk of going towards center circle and trying to get position better than trying to play the edges and trying to get the kills and points that way. Because like you said, 12 games, you got to do everything you can. It's worth the risk to try to send it towards center early.
Yep, my eyes are going to be on Weibo Gaming here in the center compound. How long can they maintain full control of this position? It's a three-way split compound. If they can lock this down for the entire game, this is a potential, if not guaranteed, winning position for them should the circles keep going on their way. They need all the space they can possibly muster, which is why you're seeing them split the way they are right now. Make as much space as you can and force teams to go elsewhere.
Yeah, Southside looking real dangerous right now. Na'Vi about to find that out the hard way as they're running the gauntlet here. Freaks taking a few long-range shots. They're actually forcing Na'Vi to run right across the path of TSM. As Alo will take a few shots there. Diffix will pop out. He's going to empty the mag and won't find anybody knocked, but you can see TSM already grenades in hand, and now it's just rock battle here.
Diffix has no meds and iron sights M4. What have these guys been doing throughout the early game? Hagatori now taken down by Luke. He is sticking to playing inside the blue zone. Nature damage will come through, but not enough to find the knock. TSM down to 2. Make that 1. We'll try and see if they can somehow reset this, but Alo is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, both teams really suffering the brunt of this fight here. Ferris and Diffix will stay alive, playing around those rocks as well as they can, but unfortunately, as will always happen in situations like this, the longer that fight progresses, the more likely a third team is to come in and get involved. Jacob's going to be the one to do it this time, as he's looking to try to see if he can find anybody.
And you might say, but Toby and Paul is just a shag. Why would they want to fight for it? Look at this map. Outside of Ulsan and down towards the south, there's not a whole lot of compounds to play, so sometimes Shax is the best you're going to get. Diffix trying to at least salvage something. Will find the flush and sparking as Jacob keep creeping ever so much closer.
Diffix actually going to get spotted by Gustav, so there you go. Another little bit more EMEA on EMEA violence. Alo just looking off in the, you can't hard peek that. Ferris knows exactly where you're looking from. That is a dangerous peek if you're Alo. You know, the most ego of ego peaks if you go for that one again.
Oh no.
As, here come the mortars. Ferris staying alive. Oh, that's a good shot from Alo, though.
The fact that he's trying to continuously suppress him, they have a knock come through already, and you can see here, Jacob was effectively the spotter here. Going up, lining up the angle, saying, yep, Jacob, you got to dial on in. Let's see if you can find anything with the mortar shields here. Lines 3 of them up back to back. A lot of utility committed. Let's see if he gets the damage with it. The first one off.
One just a little bit off. Second one a little bit close. Well, basically where the first one is. No. Well, you didn't really move it too much between shots there, so not too surprising that they're all going to land all in the same spot. Diffix has not been flushed out yet. That might be...
I mean, that vehicle is 1.5 bullet away from exploding. There should be no way he gets back into that car.
He can't do anything, unfortunate. But
he's in the circle, so he got that going for him, which is nice. Outside of that, it's prone down and hope that somehow the rest of the server dies without having to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's about all you can really do here. Legacy, they took their time leaving the compound that they're in. They're still playing on the coast here as the circle will once again center up right there on Weibo. They are feeling just fantastic about things right now as Well, every circle that pops, though, you know, you start getting a little bit more nervous because that is a large compound to hold, Toby, and you've got to have eyes in every direction.
And you can see they've given up parts of it. Now teams can come in and take this portion on the northeastern side, and that's Sonics doing it right here, right now. They saw them fall back. They saw them leave that spot. Weibo says, come in, we'll open the door for you. But for Sonics approaching here, expect a lot of utility being now lopped over towards them.
Freaks also pulling up, and they're going to hear the gunshots going on just off to their south. Sonics will find their way at least into one compound, keep 4 alive right now. Weibo with the big split still inside that city. Mamu just looking off into the distance, trying to see if he can maybe keep it at least at one team that has crashed onto their compound.
Love the fact that Weibo backed off of this and also giving up the worst of the 3 positions within this compound that they could possibly do. From where they're currently set with full south side control still, they're going to be in a very favorable spot. That being, of course, as long as Mamu and Cold can stay alive together down there.
But Sonics, I mean, I think they read the map correctly, though.
Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
That's
Huge read.
One compound dead center. You got to take the risk of making that full send, at least keeping all 4 alive, and they managed to pull it off, which is something that they desperately need to do right now, sitting in 16th place, only 3 points to their name. We'll see if they can add some more here at Tego. Is happy. Bleed has really been surprising here so far today. 15 points for them. They're going to get a little bit too close to FaZe Clan. Vex, shots sent over in that direction, but no knocks.
Not only are they capable of taking out players, but they're willing to do so to have seen a much more passive Bleed in the APEC qualifiers. This time around, they're going full aggro. We're seeing Karin on the southern side still have seemingly been missed by the entirety of FaZe. He could be a huge spoiler play. Happy Pro down, waiting for his teammates to pull up. Now shots coming through. Can't quite find the knock. No, Quinn would have really wanted the knock here. Trade 1-for-1 so far, though, as Happy gets taken down.
An immediate flush there, too, coming out from FaZe as the Blues still creeping in. They have to put their full attention towards cleaning up this team before they can even think about going for any reses. Correxy might be just lost here. Samoy will get spotted out, does not stay alive in that smoke. The grenade's coming through. Trick trying to stay alive, playing around the edges of that smoke. He's going to try to retreat, will stay, manage to at least pull back to that ridge line as Vex is looking for him, but he does not realize he managed to escape.
Legacy is backfilling on this fight too, trying to come in here. They heard the shots, they saw knocks on both sides. What better third-party opportunity for you here to try and come down and claim some kills and also make space for yourself on this side of the circle. 3 guys in a vehicle. Vex trying to get away, down to 3 HP. Gets the bandage off just in time. Correction will fall, but here's D+ now in the arena as these edges of the circles pop off.
Oh, and they managed to get the knock on a Zizzy right as he was about to creep around the edge with that Panzerfaust. Starlord with 3 HP to his name is wrecking shop right now. We'll find Larix, and that is going to be most of EA taken down. Tigger, the only one left alive, and he is way off in the distance as D+ managed to pick up a few more points here. I think that's 3 kills total, and they should be able to get the res on the Starlord.
Hope so. Got to try and see if you can reset. Soul not inside the next circle yet, but here comes the second pull-up to follow. We saw Quantum Freaks just before Valentine, now immediately to follow. A Salute is the first one to fall.
Weibo was trying to hold this off, but eventually it was Valley trying to make a crash in right at the same time as Freaks did. Monk to the last. Monk is very low here. Megalos also very, very low. They have to stop down. They have to pause things here in this smoke cloud. Try to get res back up. Navi will get eliminated. They're going to be the first team knocked out here on Tego, which as violent as this game has been, it's kind of surprising that we're only seeing the 16th team go out just now.
The fact that Mamu is still playing solo contain on this side means that Quantum Freaks has had no chance to try and cross further into this compound. He's doing everything so well, just showing presence with Shen now backing up there as well. And Armory Gaming pulling up on Sonics. This is going to be huge. Sonics is currently looking the other way.
They want all of this right now as it PG. Good grenade will do some damage. Streamsy will find the first one. Another one goes down, and Armory is just decimated by the Sonics here as they hold tight to their strength, their strong location. One still alive for Armory. What can he do? The flashbang will stay, keep him alive. The hops from H-Win. He will find Jamie, and that is going to be it for Armory.
Huge damage coming through, and really, really important that they get all these kills, Sonics, that is, without taking casualties, because you saw New Heavy. They were in the cast. They were ready to pull up, but now they back off. Evan, with the Saiga in hand, able to find down one. We'll see if he can get more.
The man had a Saiga with the portable cover in the corner. He knew what to expect as he is waiting for the inevitable push to come in from that last player. Actually, Megalo's going to have to pull back. That blue zone grenade might be enough to do it as it's going to force him to move. No, he's going to stay still and just heal through. He knows if he peeks around that corner, he is as good as dead, as Sonic's now, again, full attention paid towards the other side of the street.
With damage being done already, it makes sense that he lobs one blue zone nade over. But in general, the rule of thumb is always throw two blue zone nades so that you can make sure that they can't just quietly first state through. But of course, they didn't know whether it was 1 or 2 wounded players potentially alive on the other side that they could maybe steal a point off of. So wise enough in that situation to try and go for it.
Worth mentioning. As many teams have now crashed onto this compound. Weibo, the first one there, still 4 strong.
Yeah.
But 0 kills. Yeah. So they stay alive, they maintain their position, but they're not getting paid for it. Unfortunately for them, we'll see if they can find a few more points as the game progresses. Legacy still 4 up. They make their way in, and they are just inside of this next zone, but that is dangerous territory over there on the west, Toby.
Definitely, as open hills and teams like New Happy up towards the north. You're seeing them in cars now. Where do they go? This is where they're waiting for a fight to pop off. They want to see 4AM fight. They want to go face. Can you help us out here? Get one from 4AM because we'll pull up. Or maybe up on the northern side. Have a team like Gen G lose one. Then they know instantly to swing in that direction. But it seems like they are going to go down for Wang's side. They catch him split all on his own. And now Wang's side 1v3.
He's going to be in trouble. He's going to get in the vehicle and try to get on out of dodge, and it looks like he might just do so, as 4AM will try to provide him some protection from range. Good shots from Ming Ming will at least force Zepion back, but they do get their man out of there. TSM does go down finally as Alo gets spotted out, but 4AM, they have a spot here to play.
They do.
Just south of that compound, there's hills, there's a supply package drop. You can see where Godby is at. That is a good spot, but you got to imagine that New Happy is... They're looking right there, right?
They have indeed. To be. And they have to go in that direction now. They could have gone up towards the north, towards where D+ and Gen G are, but they opted to commit to the other direction. I guess there is still a bit of a time for them to go here, but we're talking seconds now with this fight about to pop off.
Okay, D+ still in it. Gyeon dodging and dipping and diving around the rocks, around the movable cover. Here comes New Happy. They had to make a decision. They're going to bypass 4AM, but they're going to run right into FaZe. Zepion going to spot long skirt, and Vex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap onto December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Finds all 3 of them as they make their way forward. The Welsh Dragon takes them down, and he will fall as a result of it himself, but credit where credit's due, finding 3 and then going down, well worth it.
Legacy getting work done here on this western side. The position that they were in was not great. As you said, just hills, ridge lines to work around, some rocks maybe if you're lucky, as VHG will finally get spotted out by example. Twisted Mind still, I believe they're still 4 up. Yeah, just having to make their way out of that compound. They've sent Patulins out first. And yet they have the angle onto Legacy. It looks like they might get that res, as the south side, it's just a number of solos here.
Again, in a position like this for Twisted Minds on that southern side, they're not in a hurry to go anywhere. They know there's still a phase around. They say, you know what, opponents, go out and damage each other as much as you want. As long as we're 4 alive with full Kevlar vests and utility in the late game, we know how to bring games home. We know how to win them. Hell, we just won the previous match. Why don't we go out and do it again?
Why not? Indeed. As unfortunately, Luke going to get knocked right as Twisted was trying to leave that compound. Gustav making sure that he keeps 4AM from hard peeking, as Jeems has gone down in the blue, so it's just going to be the Gustav show at this point.
Yep.
But you know what? He's got a car, he's got a rock, he's got hope. And that's all you can really ask for as the compound gets favored once again.
I don't even know about hope at this point. It's looking very, very difficult for him to go anywhere. If he's going to have to try and flank right into 4AM, but he noticed the full team sat there ready and waiting for him. And with how Twisted Minds has managed to position up in the center position on the southwestern side, there's no way for Gustav to go in this particular situation.
550 damage for Gustav so far in this game. So he is not being silent.
Oh, no.
As we check in with Gen G, Barpo has at least managed to secure a foothold in this circle, but Legacy trying to make the push in. Tosi and Rex in perfect position. Tosi will find one, Tosi will find 2, as LFP and Gizera get decimated.
Yep, Gen G, a roster that I think many didn't know exactly what to expect from coming into this tournament, and while they might not be the strongest Gen G lineup we've ever seen, they are packing a hell of a lot of power in Barpo, in Tosi. A lot of these young gun players with a hell of a lot of damage to dish out, and we see it right here. Solid two-piece coming through as they deny yet another team trying to pull up on their position.
If you only looked at the finals of PWS, then you might be mistaken into thinking that Gen G was not legit. Let me tell you, they are the truth. The first 3 weeks of that tournament, they absolutely performed well. As Gustav trying to make his way in, the shots spray from Perfectix not going to be enough, and Gustav goes from rock to rock. Unfortunately, this rock not really in a too much better position than the one he was just at. As RBN will go down to the zone, and that's going to be Legacy out in 9th.
Again, we're going to see, as we said before as well, more teams try and deny points here in suboptimal situations, where in other formats they would maybe try and go for it, see if I can get one more point, even this early on. Because there's no last hit, you just do not want to give points over. Gustav says, thank you, Example. Can you do more of that, please? As Tosi falls down at a distance.
Sheesh. Okay, I see you. Example, he said he was absolutely popping off in that EMEA championship here. As we get a replay here of the phase putting through Fex.
You know what? This is joy in my eyes. Seeing the drive-by meta getting demolished. There's always the guys in the cars popping people as they come driving on by. These guys, the turrets that are sat there ready and waiting for them, they've learned to counter the driving maniacs.
Bro, I love Gustav. He's like, I am solo. I don't give a damn. I'm
He's
gonna keep throwing.
Points.
I'm throwing all the utility that I have, and he will finally go down. But he that is going down with a fight.
And he got points off of it. It might only be one, but you know what? You will take any single point you can get in a format as brutal as this one.
Damn straight. Well, Gen G, they've got a little bit of high ground. Twisted Minds managed to smoke themselves from rock to rock. They've got 3 at one rock, and Batulin's off in the distance trying to hold a different angle. Gen G, meanwhile, they are just 3 deep, trying to hold that high ground as long as possible. Will these teams be forced out of the compound? Of course not.
The fact that Sonics get to stay on the northern, not just in the compound, but on the northern side of the road too, not having to go anywhere, that is huge for them. Now, I mean, for Gen G, for Twisted Minds, they have to come down the hill, and as you can see perfectly laid out there, there's not really anywhere for Twisted to play in the open. Even if they go over towards the hillside in the west, they're still going to be completely exposed to Twisted Minds on the other side, and even to Sonics overlooking the hill from the other side too.
Man, there's so many chess pieces in play right now. You gotta, I mean,
crash gold.
It has to. There has to be a crash at some point, right? There's just nothing, nowhere else to play. So Gen G,
great read.
Yep, they're gonna go ahead. I mean, I don't even know if it's reading. That might be the easiest. That's Dr. Seuss level of reading. There is, they have nowhere else that they can really go. So they'll pull in to the north side of the compound, and Weibo will pull away, and Gen G just gets a nice free little spot to play.
I'll still give them the credit here because they know, they've seen all of the fighting taking place in the east. There's been practically no fighting happening towards the western side of the compound, so that's not where they're going to prioritize having their players positioned. So again, great position Gen G to pull up on, and effectively granting themselves a spot in the circle where they could have easily had to fight for it had they not known where they were going.
Twisted, just like that,
full level 3 gear.
Their spot actually looks a lot better now. As I mean, 4AM's got to make a decision about where they want to go, right? But the field, the hills, the valleys that Twisted have to work with, they're not the worst.
And this is honestly where I wish to see and still hope to see 4AM be more proactive. They had a chance to beat them to that spot. They had a chance to maybe not take the spot itself because they would have been under lines of sight from Twisted Minds for a long time, but fight for it. Go up and contest it. Show more presence and push further forward. But 4AM's current roster is playing very much on the back foot. Now we're seeing them push, but it might just be too late.
Well, that being said, they also have the... Oh, God, okay. Is it weird? This is the meta. This is where we're at now. This is where we're at now. We're at the Panzerfaust will come sailing over. It won't do any damage, or at least won't get any kills, as utility in hand for both squads. Fortunately for both, they have enough room to really dance around here and avoid each other's grenades. Cipion still 2 in the pocket. Actually, Example got knocked really low. The heals come through. They know exactly where he is, it feels like. They're just putting it right in his pocket. but they just can't get him.
Yep, they got Batulins isolated on the offside too, but Batulins with an AUG in hand, able to take down Xiao Pian at a distance. All this utility in the hands of Twisted Minds. Just sat there ready and waiting. Are you sure you want to peek this hill 4 EM? Are you sure you really want to do this? The issue is both these two teams are outside the next circle now.
They are indeed, and Lou gonna peek over the top of that MG3. He's gonna go down. Wangzhe will get him. And that'll be a trade now as 4 AM and Twisted, they are fully engrossed in this fight. Whoever comes out of this is going to be the winner of the western side. Another knock coming in for Perfectix. Do you stop down? Do you try to go for the res? Now it's not even a question. Lou flushed out by a well-placed grenade from Godby. 4 AM trying to go for both revives at the exact same time. I don't think Twisted has the utility to stop this.
See if they push on through. Perfectix goes on over, finds Xiao Pian, but instantly taken down by Godby. And that's Perfectix having to back off now as he falls down in return.
And Batu just too far away, really, to do anything about this. Example is going to be at least close enough to maybe go for this res, but he's very hesitant to do so as he's going to get knocked low again. So Perfectix will get flushed out by the grenade from HSM. Example still low, has not been able to heal yet. But this is his purpose. This is why he's watching from range, to make sure that Example stays safe.
They want to get this fight over with quickly, though. They have to reset before the fights in the compound come to an end. As we can see in the bottom right side, they are brawling as we speak. All these teams battling all the way through to the very finish here.
Sonics managed to make their way from the other side of the road, and they clear out that southern compound. So they keep all 4 alive as now HSM's down, CPM down. Sonics getting involved from range. Godby the last player up for 4 AM, and he is cowering behind a crate.
All Twisted Minds wanted to do was take their time, try and wait this one out. Now Godby spotted behind the crate for Tulins. Oh, able to stay alive through it. Thought he might go down there as well, but not the case. Might actually even be able to get his teammate back up alive. As now Weibo able to once again take the fight to Gen G and eliminating them in 4th.
And there you go. It's down to Batulins. He's going to try to make the run to get the res onto Example. Weibo going to try to get their res as well, get back up to 2 strong. Sonics still 4 up, 4 alive. Remember, they were in last place at the beginning of this game, but all it takes, Toby, all it takes is one good game to put you right back in the mix.
Very solid turnaround. This game is going to end outside the compound. Sonics know they can't play for the open before they've cleared every single last player in here. They are 4 up and alive, but
Look at the
Chef has done it before. Mamu has done it before. Don't count them out before they're both down.
A lot of utility left in the bag here for Sonics as they have not been as involved playing from that other side of the street. Mamu will go down, and that's going to be it for Weibo. As Example will actually get Shen with the gas explosion. Why not? 8 kills for Sonics, and now they've got to turn their attention towards Twisted. Twisted runs it into the blue, gives over the victory, but doesn't give over the kills. And just like that, Sonics are your Game 3 winners.
Solid comeback here for Sonics, and again in a game that in the end game, yes, they didn't have to move much with a couple of circles going their way, but it's the early and mid game they claimed that when they were the only teams there to make that initial push to the compound, and they got rewarded well for it.
Absolutely, Sonics. I mean, I don't know what even you can say about Twisted. Playing from those fields, staying alive for as long as they did.
Oh yeah.
And that fight against 4 AM, man, you know, we asked, rightly so I think, asked questions about 4 AM.
Yeah.
And if they were really kind of ready, if they were show ready, international stage ready. And man, they just went head to head with Twisted and only lost that fight by about 3 HP on Batu. But that's going to do it for game number 3.
Oh, fuck.
America domination? That's the question. The Sonics get themselves the victory here for this one as they were able to take control of that compound. Joining me, Avenger, to talk about the third game here at PGS 3.
Yeah, halfway through day number 1 here. Exciting stages, but I gotta say, at this point already, I thought we were gonna see a Chinese team win already. Considering they only have 5 minutes to get over here and they already played millions of games in the studio. I would have hoped to see a little bit more from them, but yeah, it comes down to very dominant games here, especially this. I love to see, usually these compounds find are very messy. You lose a lot of players. They ends up being, you know, 1, 2, 3 players. But here, Sonic actually managed to stay alive for quite some time, take on some good fights, and eliminate the teams out there. And of course, Twisted Mind denying. They did get one deny. There's a nade coming in from the end there, of course. But yeah, overall, fantastic game. Hard game for the teams not in the compound. Very hard how they had to move around, the way they had to position themselves and get into the further stages of the circle, right? There's so little places to play and move here. Sonics, though, 9 kills and a win.
Yeah, good stuff for them, considering they came to this compound a little bit later than some of the other teams that were able to rock up in this game. So yeah, 2.1k damage going their way as well. And to be able to dislodge the last team the way that they did as well, very strong nades through the windows to be able to just put on extreme pressure. 24 nades.
What?
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
That's a lot of util coming in their way for sure. Yeah, to clear the compound, you must use the util.
You must. Here, Shrimzy, who I previously removed from my team and I shouldn't have done, has got himself 5 kills here, as well as 600 damage going his way, and I'm pretty sure Bella has him on his team.
Yeah. Shrimpsy, as if you have him captain as Bella right now, you're going to be pointing in. But H1 as well, 888 damage and 2 kills, of course. When you play Dragunov like that, you're gonna get so many headshots, pokes, you're gonna get so much damage, and it's just farming that. It's good to see. Well, actually, I love it when he's on the Bolt, but on the Dragunov here, it's just too strong at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, especially in what, well, technically is a kind of a pseudo-urban situation, right? Yeah. Considering that we had a lot of urban scenarios go down. Shrimzy man of the match here for this one in the past before Dragunov.
Right.
And Dragunov really kind of changed the game a little bit in some of those urban scenarios because it's so deadly at that kind of range.
It is, yeah. Less than 100 and some meters, you're going to be insta-headshot with a 2 helmet. Yeah, that's just too scary. And also, yeah, you saw H-Win popped Tickleton on a little knock because he ran just in front of him as the time, and then there's a team knock.
So dangerous, in fact.
Super late stage of the game here. But yeah, 19 points going the way of Sonics. Twisted Minds 14 again. Good to see Gen G up there represented as well with 13. But overall, so far, very dominant from Twisted Minds. Very impressive here. TSM going out a little bit earlier, but Twisted Minds, in this case here, being able to stack up even more points here. And as I said on our previous format here, and for them to do this day 1 is a very, very scary prospect for them because they are usually a day 2, day 3 team. Imagine what they can do with this momentum here.
38 points. Does feel like there's been a bit of a mentality shift for some of these teams coming into this tournament specifically because we have such a shift in format. There is no last chance. You have to be doing it here in the group stages. So whilst Twisted Minds normally that slow starter, they've got themselves rocketing up the leaderboard so far. But to be honest, so has North America. TSM still present. Sonics getting themselves a win on the board as well. Sonics has had up and down group stages internationally. Sometimes they found themselves in last chance, but here so far for 22 points, that's going to be shoring up their defenses for day number 1 so far.
Yeah, and as we talked about in the opening show here, of course, as well, is that it's extremely important here on a day 1 team. You have to get as many points as possible. Otherwise, you're going to be targeted, you're going to be focused, because it is easier to get top 16 compared to getting top 8 to get kind of out of the lower bracket stages as we had in previous years. But here, you need to get top 16. But if you go into your second day of play and only have like less than 20 points, you could very well be focused like these guys. It's not enough points to defend yourself. That you're gonna get focused. You're gonna get third partied, and the teams in the very top, especially if you're a team that is playing here day 1 and then playing again day 2 or day 3, and you have 50 or 60 points, which would be considered way into the kind of safe territory we're gonna have in top 16. You're gonna get third party. You potentially could get hot dropped on your home spot that someone wants to take away for the grand finals on one of the maps or 2 of the maps.
And I think one of those teams that teams maybe were looking to potentially exploit coming into this tournament is actually one of our GPT teams, which is Gen G. I think that they came in and people were expecting them to be a little bit weak. coming in as a whole, but this game, they actually did pretty well for themselves, right? Moving into this compound. We saw Tossi, I think, at least have 5 kills to his name. So that is a bit of a step up here for Gen G, considering that they took the wherewithal to be able to get in there.
Yeah, and a complete change for the roster compared to last year, right? So
yes.
It's big expectation from them, from fans, from Korea in general, and overall. It's a little bit unpredictable for the teams because it's the first time they're playing this kind of global stage and a group stage level. It's gonna be hard for the teams to predict them, to see what they're gonna do, how they're gonna play. So yeah, it's always interesting to see once we have these roster changes, new teams coming in, and it's the first time they're global, because teams like Twisted Minds, like everyone knows what they're gonna do. They're predictable in that way, but it's harder to predict these newer rosters here and changes that we've seen.
This is the thing, and actually something that obviously at the pre-show we didn't really get a huge amount of time to talk about here, but the Korean scene for me right now is sort of in a little bit of turmoil, right?
Oh, yeah.
You had the splitting of our world champions, Danawa.
Which is crazy.
You had them trying to find themselves, you know, positions in all of these rosters, and now it is difficult. But anyway, let's get into it. Game number 4 here of PGS 3 as we head to the Tundra. Vikendi is on the cards. Let's head over to the commentators.
Thank you very much, and yes, it is warm in the studio. It is hot action, but we are headed to the frigid fields of Vikendi for the back half of our day. If you have not gotten your game started, Toby, it is time now to start getting your act together because you're running out of time.
It sure is a good thing for Sonics. They got exactly that game going, the game that they wanted. Not only did they manage to get themselves a win, but a lot of kills to boot. It's not oftentimes when you get into those sort of compounds that you get away with a lot of kills too. They were able to get both, and I'm sure they're very, very satisfied with that.
Oh yeah, we're still in that part of the tournament where one game can kind of erase the mistakes of the previous couple. So we'll see who is going to be this next game's winner as we take it over to Vikendi. Right down the middle, Toby. It opens up so much of this map, and I know. Get your toys in. Get in there.
It's not so much of a toy, it's just a little highlight, because we're not seeing multiple potential drops. But I'm just going to go.
There it is. That's what I wanted.
There may just be a Lumberyard fight. We know Twisted Minds have had to fight for Lumberyard before, and more often than not come out victorious. And oftentimes I'd say fight for it early, but this time around it's not going to be the case, as 4 a.m. up towards the northern side are going to be fighting as well.
Okay, we got 2 of them now. We got 4 a.m. just trading punches right off the bat. Freak's going to lose 1 as God V will do the honors there and take out Gilman, so that's another point picked up there. You see Bean running around with that Bison in hand, barrel. Only 23 bullets for Zepion. He's going to hold on to those, save those.
Yep.
Instead of trying to just make the random spray. Bean's going to try to make the... Oh my God, he was 1 shot away, Toby.
It's the 360, bro. It's the 360 mid-air that denied that last bullet. He became slimmer for a bullet's second worth, and thus was able to survive through it. But Champion, despite having a great overwatch from up here, not exactly in the spot from where he's going to get a lot of loot, so has to get back inside the building proper.
Make sure you scan down and watch that multi-view screen. You want to make sure you catch as many angles of this as possible. Well, this was the other hot drop that happened. You talk about, we were talking about Twisted Minds and Armory, both 2 teams that have done well so far today. Obviously, Twisted a little bit better than Armory. Actually, Armory, they're in desperate need. I take that back. They're down in 14th. I got them confused with somebody else, clearly. But maybe they were thinking if they take this fight, that could be the start of something great. And so far, it looks like it's going their way. As Twisted's already down Lou, and Perfectix is bleeding out and not going to get rezzed. So that's 2 points picked up for Armory.
Also brave from Armory to come in with the kind of we don't care who you are mentality. A team that's struggling over the first couple of games, as you say, going up against the team that is arguably coming in the warmest, saying we don't care. It's even odds when none of us have weapons. Let's just take it down to the battlefield and see what happens. And so far, it's working out for them. Perfectix down now as well as Batulis, I believe, is the last player. No, he has Example as well. So down 2. They should be able to get the res up on the last Armory Gaming player as well. So now a 4 versus 2 in favor of Armory Gaming.
Problem for Armory now, though, is that they have completely lost track of Example of Batulis. So they have no idea where these guys are. They're going to have to get back together, I think, and maybe make the push through the logging camp altogether here. As you see, it looks like Freaks are going to leave. Oh, they're going to try to anyway. But let's take a look at what Guangdong Freaks did to get here, PGS3.
자, 젠지 입장에서는 뭔가 다나와가 점수를 올리는 구도가 돼서는 안 되는데
태민
주변 많은 팀들이 다나와가 약간 좀 더 오래 살짝 만들어주고 있고요. 성광!
네,
They are so good. They are so good at saying that name all together.
We tried it once, and I feel like it worked out perfectly.
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to chat. If you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. It is what it is. Regardless, I like to think that because oftentimes when we go back to the Donovan team, everyone instantly thinks to Soul. They think to Anonix. But we gotta give a lot of credit to Loki and Salute as well. Salute, phenomenal player, and having him now on the line of Freaks. There's no saying what they can pull off.
Here's what we were worried about. Corey losing track of Twisted. Will take one and lose one there. Oh, Shanks. He's got the DBS. He's got 5 HP. Why do you repeat that? What are you doing? Oh my God, Twisted Minds.
They lined it up. Look at the lineup. Example is laughing his butt off. Look at how they're turned up on a line for him. Example, all he has to do is hold down the left flank, and they get it in best Twisted Minds fashion.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Look, man, I hate saying that team's through. But that is Uncle Rico levels of throwing by Armory Gaming there. I mean, you have to read that situation. You're 4 up.
They knew where
You're
it was
hunting
too.
2.
Yeah.
You know that you lost track of them. What? Oh my goodness.
I will say Armory Gaming. I mean, I love it. Like while we're seeing this and TSM coming over the hill to see if they can find the final 2 Twisted players are like, we are here, come for us, we are here. I like to think Armory Gaming, the way they qualified through, at least the way that I saw it as I watched the APAC games unfold, is they are phenomenal when it comes to holding down positions. When teams breach them, they live up to their name as best as anyone. Armory Gaming, they hunker down, they play compound contain positions to perfection. Issue is their attack side, when they're the ones on the initiation, they tend to crumble. Whenever something doesn't go according to the plan they've built, like setup coming into the fight, whenever they have to audible mid-fight, they tend to lose control of what happens, and they tend to fall apart. And I think this was a perfect example of it just there.
Yeah, look, hey, they learned a lesson today, and there you go. Example, going to get spotted out by Luke 12. Good shots from him. Spray from pretty decent range. We'll take him out, and now Batu and the rest of the... Well, I don't know if they realized that them shooting the crates was really what kind of gave them away here, but, hopefully TSM doesn't fall into the same trap that Armory just did.
Have you ever heard of celebrating too soon? This might be it right here. Batulins, 44 bullets to work with, 1 kill so far, as... Example, false, giving everyone, including me, -3 fantasy points. But we got us a lot of points. Look at that. The last bullet in the chamber to Batulins on the off angle finds the cross. That is, I mean, it could not literally be lined up any better.
It really could. I mean, and obviously all credit to Twisted Minds there. I mean, that is tough. That is tough stuff.
If we look at global tournaments in which teams have been hot dropped the most and won, Twisted Minds, the Power Grid days against Petrichor as well. I mean, they have been through the meat grinder of global hot drops so many times, and they've come up victorious most of those times too. They are dangerous to fight, but here comes LFP, hot dropping, I say, E-pick up dropping onto Jacob. They got a player down with them last time they tried in Purdy on Tego just before. This time around, though, Jacob able to get away alive.
Yeah, that's actually huge for E-Arena here. Is he actually off in the distance? I think he might have gotten a knock on one of the Legacy guys. So now E-Arena kind of turning things around here.
Up on this?
Realizing that they may have the advantage of this situation. Gizera will get VHC back on his feet as the smoke cloud is blooming, and yet EA doesn't want it. So let's take a look at how Legacy got here.
So far, so consistent at the moment. Gizera, such great shots.
Be big.
LFP spots the guy on the right, does he spot the guy on the left? He does. LFP.
Trimsy taken very low. That's a sick grenade from RBN. Suddenly the tables have turned.
2 versus 3 now. Tig with his back to the blue. He's going to step up. Tig's going to get taken down, and Sonic's fall. Legacy get...
There he goes. You got some highlight reel level players on this squad, Toby. The problem with Legacy, much the same as we kind of mentioned before with Twisted Minds, they're just kind of typically slow starters, and unfortunately, that's proven the case again here today.
Well, we'll see if they can get something going here. They are now on the favorable side of the circle again. I mean, they did a similar thing in the previous game as Alo is still looking for Batoons. They know he's in here somewhere, and they know that if you leave a player like Batu behind you, there's a good chance that he's going to stab you when you least want that to happen. But Alo, I think, is now realizing, you know what, we're still like 3 miles out of the circle. We might just get a move on.
Yeah, let's go, let's go. The rest of the team has already moved on, so I might as move on as well as Americano just checking the coastline.
And with the double hot drops coming in, we didn't ever really get a chance to talk about this circle. It's very, very rare. Actually, I can't off the top of my head remember the last time we had a northeast first circle pop. They usually go west. They usually go far down towards the south. These northern Lavini circles are very few and far between in at least the algorithm that we're currently working with. So interesting to see how these teams are going to play as they're forced now all to make their way up towards the northeast.
Now, that being said, when I have seen these circles, they usually do tend to favor cutting back hard over towards the west.
Yes.
And playing around that Lavini area. So we'll see if that's how this one plays out. A lot of these teams not really looking that way, though. A lot of teams playing the coast here and hugging that eastern side. So let's see where it decides to go.
And not only that, but a lot of teams with a lot of space. Look at FaZe, they got plenty of space in their 2-2 split going right now. With 2 teams eliminated effectively, I mean, yes, Batoons is still alive, but still, with 2 teams eliminated already, there's plenty of space to maneuver. Now the issue is going to be this hillside towards the south. Not only do we have bears in that area, but there's not really a whole lot to play. It's like an Everest position. You can only really field 1, maybe 2 teams in that area all together. As Gosera is able to get the flash onto Americano. This flank around. See how they're positioned here. Really, really well done to try and deny that push coming through.
Definitely worth noting that we are in bear country over here on this eastern side. As he's going to get a little bit of a loot infusion as Freaks still inside compound, just on the edge of the circle, just on the north side of Lavini. Let's see a little something about Freaks here.
사실 아직 대회를 얼마 치르지 않았기 때문에 더 강해졌는지 약해졌는지는 모르겠는데 제가 개인적으로 느낀 건 작년보다 비슷하거나 더 강해진 것 같습니다. 빅캔디라는 맵에서 페이지랑 포에임이 겹치는데 저희는 그 팀들은 어떨지 모르겠지만 저희는 뺄 생각이 없기 때문에 싸울 생각으로 임하고 있습니다. 좀 제가 개인적으로 잘한다라고 생각했던 선수기 때문에 같은 팀을 하게 돼서 너무 좋습니다.
We said it coming into today's games, and Salute kind of confirms it here too. It's still very early days for these rosters, these new Korean rosters, and he says we haven't had enough time to figure out what's going to be our main thing. If there's a place to get field tested in whether or not your team is going to function, it's up against the best teams in the world. And luckily for Freaks, so far, they're punching with the rest of them, sat in 7th.
Well, I got to tell you, if he's thinking that the region's coming out here stronger right after a year in which they won PNC and had the PGC winning team, that's a little terrifying. So we'll see how it plays out in 2024 as Sparking overview the rest of this is TSM. Remember, they left Batulans behind, but they're very late in here, but they have nothing but space in front of them. They are all alone on the south side.
They're invisible even on the map too with their gray team colors. Can be hard to keep track of. Tozy spotting down below the entirety of Weibo's roster. You are seeing Ada getting a knock on the other side, and I think with Tozy spotting 4 players here, that's now them being well aware that we have multiple full lineups to try and work. And I think this info alone is Tozy should, like, he's probably, I would imagine, not going to be shooting at this.
I mean, this split from Gen G is
massive.
You know, but at the same time, I don't think it's greedy because
you have to do this. You have to do this in order to play.
You've got so much high ground to work with. You can you have so much information. You know, just exactly where everybody is, and it's. I feel like it's pretty hard to get taken advantage of to the point where you would get knocked and flushed. So Gen.G really just kind of taking advantage of the terrain that's in front of them.
This is the only way to play the spot Gen.G is currently in. If not, that you're simply giving up terrain that's too dangerous for you to have to deal with on the other side. Having said that, we're seeing Sonics kind of turtle down inside the bear cave, but here comes James peeking on over, instantly finds H-Win, will spot one more down below. That's going to force teams to back off, but now they have the info. Believe you me, guys, there's only one exit out of this cave, and I think Sonics could be in trouble down here.
Oh, and FaZe wants all of this smoke here, as the smokes will get laid down and try to slow things down a little bit, and that actually might be enough. So Look, you saw that as FaZe was pulling up, they saw the car fort laid in front of the cave.
Yeah.
So Sonics, their preparation is actually paying off huge for them. And now the shots from Shen, Weibo in the perfect position to take advantage of FaZe.
I'm not even mad at teams who are trying to go for that play. Turns around, tries to make the run back towards the safety of his teammates too, but Weibo just too fast up over that hillside, finds James in transition. The circle do come towards him, but FaZe, as you said, nice read, quick read on that one too. There's an entire team in there, simply not worth the risk.
Well, no, I mean, they made the push. They wanted to take the risk, but I think it really was that vehicle fort, that blockade that Sonics had preemptively put up that made it to where FaZe was just kind of like, well, we can't really do what we really wanted to do here, so not worth going for here. So D+, Soul, now surrounded by Legacy. Yeah, this is trouble. He's going to get some support from Guion from the high ground, but Soul is definitely in a bit of spot of bother.
Yeah, it's troublesome for sure. Stalwart is coming in, but he's coming in from the opposite side now. Will be able to regroup with his teammates, so it's the 3v3, even as can be. We'll see, though, depending on whether or not LFP can find this nade. He will, but not enough damage done to find the knock.
Boy, that is unlucky, man. That is...
4am coming in here as well now, too. They're hearing these nades pop, and they want to get a piece of this, because, again, if you get the north, like, cleared out, you have one of the best positions in this entire circle.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, 4am not fully committing yet. They've still got Godby off to the west, but you can see they're starting to creep over here and just kind of get a lay of the land.
Waiting for knocks.
Before really kind of making the push here. Kwangdong Freaks, meanwhile, pushing in through the city. They're running into Valley, though. Valley is a little bit spread out between the buildings, but that might actually be okay for them, as it's going to slow things down a little bit.
I think Kwangdong Freaks actually wanted to go further up towards the hillside, but with Gen G, Sonics, and FaZe looking that direction, they were just not allowed to push back towards the south or to the east for that matter. So currently being kind of pinned down inside the city with Valentine as well. There's only really an exit route for them towards the north, and with FaZe continuing to suppress, they have to take that fight. The same thing is going to happen up here with 4am creeping ever so much closer.
This is unfortunate again for Legacy, where, you know, they take the fight. The fight was there, but unfortunately they just could not get the knocks when they needed them, so they couldn't build off of it. And unfortunately, Guion, what are you? Oh, guys, what are you doing here? You had the fight. It was looking great. And Gizera just in perfect position to eat him.
Yeah, HS trying to peek on over, gets one flush, and maybe that's all they needed. Just peek on over, get one taken down. Now they've seen knocks on both sides, and now 4am can commit more utility, more players to try and contain this up towards the north.
I mean, I think that's the name of the game, right? It's containment. You don't need to push into this. You don't need to take the fight right to them. Eventually, they're going to have to leave their compound. Just make sure you have control over that high ground, those hillsides. You can keep shooting through windows and seeing if you can take whatever they give you, and let's see where the circle goes. Oh, yeah, it's even better now. You got all day long to sit here and wait for this.
That is as king of the hill as they come. Gen G with the gondola station up high will be very satisfied. They opted to go for those cable cars early on.
All right. The south and southeast and east is get real interesting, because that you still got a little bit of high ground there. You can see just that mountaintop right there that can be worked on, and it's going to be a question of who goes there first. Already on the move is Na'Vi. Bleed taking a little bit, kind of taking their time leaving their compound. That might end up biting them in the butts here.
No one's in a hurry. Everyone knows that they have multiple teams in the nearby vicinity, and they're all looking for third-party opportunities. Wait for other teams to make mistakes before you have to make a play yourself. Issue is, you don't necessarily have that time to sit around and wait, as the blue is going to start closing in now as we speak.
Is this an E pickup?
It is indeed.
Sure
Full
is.
Four-man commit. They're going to jump straight on. Either they're going to go straight on Gen G up high, or they're going to go for the compound north thereof. But they're coming in from the south here. New Happy has had no chance to scout anything they're going into.
They haven't. And
they're going to go up on the roof, maybe?
Oh, man, this is, I mean, it could be. Look, we saw it. I don't know if you saw it in Americas, but Falcons made that thing work real well. And to the tune of about 20-something kills. But right now, Legacy trying to make their way through. The rest of these guys, okay. There they go. They will finish off D+. Keeps things alive. Here's TSM taking their fight to Weibo on the south side. Now, again, this all happening with 43 players alive, 14 teams left in the lobby, so still a lot of people left here.
A lot indeed. A lot indeed. New Heavy was able to get up on the hilltop, losing 2 players and trying to get there. December 12th and Longscrew will stay put, but for TSM, they have a very important fight in their hands here, because whoever comes out victorious here should be able to venture further towards the north.
This could be a dirty little angle if Colt can get away with it. We'll take the shots at Luke as he's going through the smoke, and Luke gonna give just as good as he gets. The seat swap meta still in effect as we see this fight is being third-partied a little bit by Navi just off to the east. Alo will find, oh, actually it's gonna be Purdy Curdy. We'll get the knock and the flush onto Cold as he joins his teammate, but now the blue has arrived, Toby. They've got to get going.
Shen has to get out of there as well. Spaceman, a little mistake with the molly there. Tried to get out the door, to bust the door, but ended up mollying himself. He's going to fall down. Don't think there was any intention to that one. As Shen now tries to make the run on off, but it's not going to happen. Sonic sat up there ready and waiting for what was going to be left alive coming out. And now, of course, they know TSM is down here too, and they're still hungry for more kills.
Oh, they are absolutely hunting right now, as they should be. They realize that TSM is in a tough spot. Shrimsy with that big old MG3 just spraying down on him. Will finish off the kill on the Sparking. Make sure that point goes over to him as they continue to hunt TSM.
Huge valley down in the middle of this one, practically going to be unplayable for a good while, especially
with
Navi
going.
down on the southern side. TSM is going to go down here in prone and make themselves as small as can be, with all these teams up on the northern side trying to make their way on in now.
Okay. Sonics still just slowly making their way in. That's, you know, as far as spots go, that's not the worst.
There's only one route into this next circle, and it's uphill straight into annihilation.
It's not great. Well, you see New Happy still playing that high ground as Longskirt and December 12th, the last two that made it, but they are in really good spot. Oh, no. Well,
yeah.
I take it back. That was not... That was the worst spot ever.
It was definitely not optimal. Definitely not optimal. High ground and forced to be proning down behind cars, not where you want to be. And great read from Bleed to go up and take them out before they became more of a threat. Salute will fall as well. That's Quantum Freaks out in 12th. As FaZe minus James have managed to sneak their way out of that west side hill into it too. And I should also add, for the players that are watching the map feed too, Batulins is still alive, creeping in from the west.
Still alive. Well, look at this, man. I mean, you're looking at Gustav as he's running up. He's looking at that roof. I feel like they know what's up here.
Yep, they do.
They have a good idea. And yep, there you go. Immediately shots down towards the December 12th. Get him down to about 32 HP. The grenade perfectly placed, but FaZe already on the move as they just
360s nonstop.
Yeah, this is the situation. Well, they got any Panzerfaust lying around? You got to figure there might be a couple.
A reverse game of whack-a-mole where you're the moles. Like, they're just sat down there waiting for the big hammer to come down from up high, and there's not really a whole lot they can do to try and deny it. Legacy falling as Jacob finds one as well. Again, one of the heavy hitters from E-Arena, a phenomenal player out of APAC. We always talk Cerberus, we always talk Day Trade, but E-Arena's Jacob has been putting up some big damage numbers over the last couple of tournaments.
There you go. Bleed, actually, again, still with a surprising day one for them. They have managed to fall a little bit further down the leaderboard, but not for the lack of trying, as they are constantly finding themselves inside this kill feed, as Longskirt will pick up H-Win, and Sonics, they're like, I've seen this story before. I know how it ends. I don't really want too much of a part of this. Oh, it bounces just barely undercooked. But December 12th and Longskirt, they still, I mean, they're in a perfect position to wreak havoc. They've only got one kill so far. But, I mean, look at just how much they have to work with here.
Continuing to do damage this time around as Val's high. I mean, effectively, New Happy is saying, you know what, FaZe, you got into the fold. Now we'll protect you from up high. Just sit tight. We'll get you into placement points guaranteed as the circle goes down on that open hillside.
Yeah, zero interest in having to deal with New Happy from Sonics. They're just going to run away from that as for you, and we'll finish off as Wang Zi will go down to the blue. The Bleed, they are in a little bit of trouble now because they have Gen G, you've got EA, and they are a little bit pitching. How is Batulin still alive?
Chilling.
Are you kidding me right now?
He is chilling. Oh, now his opponents are getting damage from everywhere else too, but in the end, Kiss is going to be the one to take him out. And finally, Batulin falls just outside of placement point. All that effort for nothing.
Look at this. And Megalus will go down. Now Kiss, the last one up for Valley Tai, lays down the smoke wall, and let's see what he can pick up on. It looks like it's going to be a few more smokes at least, but I mean, E-Arena has so much control over the north right now, and they've actually done a pretty good job of avoiding the bullets and avoiding the pressure from Gen G.
I mean, you say avoiding pressure, they've been applying pressure. They've been forcing teams to look the other way, forcing teams to take fights in the other direction, because every time they look towards E-Arena, the likes of Jacob was there, pushing them back down the other side. So this is all self-earned on the side of E-Arena, who now has to commit to a side of this one. I'm a little worried that they give the high ground to Gen G here. Now they're relying a lot on Na'Vi to help them out, but as you can see, Na'Vi are currently wrapping back the other way.
And sitting with the keyboard, sitting sideways like Paul Wall. Na'Vi going to try to push in to that valley of death, and it's not looking great as Awark in. Well, find the first one. Sosa's going to go down. Ferris going to go down as well. And Na'Vi, this was just a bad case of nowhere else really to go. Longsker going to spot him out. One left alive, and it's going to be Hackatory, who's still out on the edge of the circle. And Sonic, it looks like, has spotted him out. As
just you know,
look, it was perfectly
he's
placed.
Already dead. Stop punching him. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Longsker is farming like a crazy person. They came up here with no kills, and him and December 12th have been popping every single team around them as best as they possibly could. But it makes perfect sense because no team around them has time to look towards the top of this hill. So the fact that they're still able to maneuver around, actually has a decent amount of both health and util left to work with too. That's insane. A salvage E-pickup in phase 4 that turns into a 7-kill game, not to talk about all the points they're getting off of placement points.
I know that Falcons is sitting there watching this game and just so triggered at the fact that their strat that they perfected at PAS, they weren't able to be the first ones to get to use it in international.
We'll see.
But they're not going to be the first.
At least,
unfortunately, now.
True. At least New Happy doesn't have 21 kills yet. We'll see if they can somehow find that. But with Longsker having only 40 bullets left, I doubt that's going to be the case. I love the fact that Sonics have opted to creep in down below. Never opted to try and swing up the hill. They could have potentially gone up there, but they said no. Let's creep in below. Let's just be the trolls under the bridge, sat down here as sharks in the water, waiting for them to come to us.
That's what I was waiting for. You saw it in the kill feed. FaZe does find a Panzerfaust. Now the thing here is that New Happy, while it's it's very difficult to kill them, if you land a Panzerfaust on the underside of the high ground there, it'll still, the explosion will take out the guy on top.
Yep.
So that's what got took down Longsker there. And oh, there you go. Tickleton actually has an angle onto this now as well. Look at this. I mean, that is just filthy.
I love the commitment from December 12th to wanting to get Longsker back on the team. He is my fantasy captain, so you just go ahead and commit to that rest right there, December 12th. I respect it, my friend. We'll see now, though, if they can get out of here. December 12th will get the flush onto Correxy, so they were more occupied with trying to get the finishing shots on towards Longsker and getting the rest onto their teammate. Now you can see December 12th trying to flex out. Those put one below, but Fex knows exactly where to look.
Oh, Fex is right on time with it. Longsker, let's see if he can play around the edges of that smoke. Sonic still sending shots up in this same direction as December 12th bleeding out. Ooh, he's done there. As Gustav's going to get spotted. Longsker will get him. One more point picked up in the bag. And now...
How did she have 6 kills? They've been 2v the server this entire time. He came up here with 40 damage and has found over 600 from this position.
Hey, man, that is the glory of the Falcons' nest. I'm pointing that, and they earned it. So
you know what, you can call it that. I'm fine by that.
We'll see if Longsker... That's the problem, though, is he's only got 28 rounds left, and now he's got all eyes focused on him. This might be a die to the blue type beat for Longsker.
If Sonics could see him, they would be looking like they would be shooting to the even can. The entire server is trying to take out Longsker, but he is not going to give it to them. They won't get that pleasure of taking out the mosquito that's been haunting them in their sleep this entire time.
Well, we saw it last game with Sonics, the victory on Tego, just shooting them up the leaderboard. E-Arena now in a position to maybe do the same. They've got 4 strong, but Sonic's still 3 up. Can they go back to back? This circle is I don't know who to really pick. I mean, E-Arena, they've got look at all these crates. They've got the supply drop right there, and they've got the addition of Adder the Snake right on top of them.
Look at the util as well. Sonics, no smokes. They are fully committed to the position they're currently in, whereas E-Arena plenty of youth still to work with. Ada, though, is he going to be the deciding factor here? Spots one, doesn't want to go for Sissy. Look further west, my mate. Ada has you dead to rights. Kick might see him, and I think in this case, he's going to go for the shot, no matter where it's going to happen from now. He's seen Ada taken out, and Sissy lifts with the scare.
That's actually huge. That is Sissy was, I mean, yeah, like you said, dead to rights. And now E-Arena, 4 alive. It looks like
4v4. Oh, 4v3 make
4v3, yeah. But Sonics, I mean, they may not have a lot of utility left, but I feel like they still are sitting pretty strong as far as armor and stuff like that is concerned. They've got some hills to work with. They've managed to get their own care packages a little bit earlier. We saw them rolling around, so they're sitting pretty good on armor as well.
Got to keep in mind, too, that E-Arena has been fully occupied with what was happening on the hill and on the other side of the hill. So they haven't fully scouted out this southern side, this valley, up until this point. So it makes perfect sense. They're playing it slow. They're saying, guys, let's just wait for us to have a confirm on where all these 3 players are. Now they've seen at least 2 of them. I think that's when they start spreading out. That's when they start taking control and try and bring this one home.
It's the joys of Vikendi. Both of these teams are absolutely 3'd up.
Yep.
And so it's going to take a long time to really get rid of anybody here. The movable cover going down from Jacob as he continues to just peek that.
I love the baits, too. The baits coming through from Sonics. They're trying to make them make mistakes, but they're going, guys, A, we have the dot. You have to come to us. B, if you had smokes, you'd probably use some by now, which tells us you have none. Therefore, you're going to be running in the open. So the only thing that E-Arena cannot do right now is get players knocked and potentially open up an avenue for Sonics to push forward. That's why you're seeing them play so hesitant Sonics right now. They want to get that initial knock to allow for them to push forward.
The one thing I will say for Sonics is, based off of what you're seeing, where you're seeing them look, they've got a pretty good read on exactly where every single one of those players is. So nobody unaccounted for.
Did they just give them a smoke? Guys, don't shoot those too far, my friends. You don't give them cover.
Well, you know, the argument could be for offensive smokes, forcing Sonics to have to play out of it as Kickstart.
Kickstart instantly runs up there. That could be, you know what, if this is a bait smoke, oh no, I accidentally threw a smoke here. Let's throw Nate down there as well. Then I'm all for it, but if it's not the case, then that's dangerous.
Well, Sonic still has room to move around. Kickstart has to be careful, though, he's got knocked pretty low. He's going to have to retreat just to get the heels off. The blue zone grenade will get close, but not close enough. Kickstart, no, there's no way you deny. You're still absolutely geared out of your mind right now. And I mean, you got to do something here. Is Sonic's
blue is on them.
Wait to try to see. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not going to deny anything. Zizzy wants to eat them all, and that's going to be E-Arena with a big match 4 victory.
Huge game from them again, making so much space on the northern side of that mountain, creeping in the end, holding off Gen.G, finding Ada to then make the final stand against Sonics. And where they were constantly going, oh, come push us, oh, come shoot us, come do whatever you want. They're like, no, guys, we're sat here, we're waiting. They take them home.
Yeah, E-Arena showing fantastic patience right there. I mean, as you said, like, you have to read the situation, and they saw through their scopes. They would have seen that Sonics is absolutely geared up. So why take the risk of making that push when you know, as you said, they had the dot. You know that they're not throwing smokes, as you said, so you're kind of reading what's in their pockets. Take your time, make them come to us, and that's what they did, and they end up getting 3 extra points for it, as Sonics weren't even able to deny.
Phenomenal finish to this weekend as we made our way up towards the north. Now let's go to a quick break and highlight
The MK14 making short work of Sonics in the distance, who go from the back of getting themselves the first place into a second, but it is all about eArena here to get things rolling on Vikendi. Normally, I'm always expecting like Southwest circles in pro kind of games coming in here, but we get ourselves up this Northeast, and we have ourselves a bit of an interesting dynamic with being able to control kind of that kind of gondola bay, as it were, but eArena had a lot of room on that east side.
And overall, I love this kind of high terrain because everyone's fighting for what is effectively king of the hill. Yeah. And I love that, and the way that everything worked out overall. It's hard to play, but if you are the last team to come up that hill, you can backfill so many teams and you can take so much control. And effectively also, of course, Sonics not having utility here is going to make it extremely hard for them, but also the amount of crate guns, 3 gear and everything, it's just crazy. You had 2 on Sonics' side, you have the MK14, of course, is going to destroy absolutely everything when these guys had to push over the ridge with no utility whatsoever. And as the guys pointed out during cast a little bit, it's like you have to time it right, you have to make your worth out of it, and you have to make sure that once you use the utility, you have to push for it, you have to take control, you have to take space. So that's really what, again, 4 versus 3, also a huge opportunity for them to close it out. It makes it way harder for Sonics, but a good amount of points for them. Of course, only 3 kills, but still, points on the board for them.
Yep, eArena get themselves 7 kills as well whilst all this is going on. I mean, ultimately their entry to the East was helped and aided by the fact that you have teams like 4AM, like Legacy, like D+, all embroiled in that northern compound fight, which left them all kind of weakened and slowed down, allowing eArena to be able to kind of wiggle on through into a good position here for this. So 3 and 3 will be coming in for Lyrics as well as Zizzy, and that is a good start for them, considering I was expecting, and we alluded to it earlier, some China wins, and they've not really materialized so far. I mean, of course, if New Happy had got to the high ground all as 4 and not kind of wounded, maybe they would have been able to do something. But then you've still got to get off of the roof of that kind of
gondola bay. And that's... You're always going to have teams that's going to come in and kind of take and lurk behind you and low. And also, so many teams are focusing on if they are peeking, they're going to get shot. Of course, man of match here, it's going to be Sissy. Good to see here with 3 kills, 344 damage. But we did see some from Longsword. They're able to get a good amount of kills on New Happy, but still, as you say here, still not really like any 20 points plus games for them. It's not really anything big. It's not the win. It's not like, see, we're here. This is home turf advantage. We just played millions of games in the same arena. We have 5 minutes to get home once we're done with the games. Like, all this comfort here should be way higher. 17 points, though, overall for Arena is good to see, but New Happy and so far is going to get 12. It's very linear in terms of points, not that very top-heavy here, besides the Arena.
12's good for New Happy, though. Not too bad at all, considering the path that they've had to take so far. Admittedly, 4 games is a small sample size here, so we could still see...
We are a third of the way, though.
That is crazy. For these 2 groups specifically, right? Because, of course, then, Group C will be coming in. But, yeah, so we'll see how this continues on. Gen.G, once again, I sang their praises in terms of them getting points in the previous game to be able to crash into that compound. They're able to find a central position and get a lot of kills once again. That puts them in 2nd place with 34 points. So far for me, Gen.G is surpassing expectations.
They are. Very, very happy to see them pop up here. And of course, when you make such a huge roster change as they did, it is with the intent of course, doing as much as they can on global stage here. And of course, that's for everyone. But still, if you're 4 games deep here and you're in single digits, Legacy and Armor Gaming here, a little bit rough for them. So we have to see a little bit more. Navi down there at 14-2. It's gonna, if you're not on 25, 30 plus, you could be one of those teams that are going to be focused a little bit because you are out. And you're, again, it's only top 16 going through. We have no double elimination. We have nothing else. It's 12 games. It's 3 days. And after 1 day of play, if you are not 30 plus, you're going to have a hard 2nd day.
And Sonics right now is presenting themselves as a real threat, right? They come off the back of a win. They get themselves 2nd place here. It's not like this was the easiest circle for them to kind of navigate through. They're coming in south side of the high ground that a lot of these teams are controlling near that gondola bay, right? So for them to have the arsenal of equipment that they had with the fact that they had a P90, etc. available to them, MG3 as well, I think they did really well for themselves on the south side of this circle.
And some would argue, even if they're only 3 versus 4, if they had 10 smokes, 15 smokes at their disposal,
different ball game.
It would have been a completely different game for them. They could actually have taken on this case here. But again, it is extremely rough if you don't have smokes in late game. That's also why we see this in the top 4. We have the utility. Fantastic to see that. Thanks for Steven for putting that in there personally. And overall, it is utility that makes your game in the end game. If you're 4-3 teams left, it is utility that wins you the game. And yeah, not having smokes, being able to push or do anything with it. They only had a Rich, and yeah.
Well, this is the thing. It does make me think that maybe they used it earlier because they were in a little bit of a dicier position, but we're not watching them every single moment of the game. But anyway, that's by the by. Thank you for tuning in so far, guys. We've got 2 more games coming at you here for today for Group A and B. So we're going to a break, and we'll see you in a bit.
Previously on PGS.
As we begin things for PGS 1, the first ever PGS to grace your screens. How in the world does Shouty D win that? They will have a win, and they will have themselves a championship. Your PGS 1 champions, 17!
Show as we get ready to kick off PGS 2 here from beautiful Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics!
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Air & Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Air & Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when you do it in the raps like Spot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to head into our final 2 games of the day, and we head over to the dusty dunes of Miramar to sort things out for this final match between groups A and B, Toby.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. If these matches we've seen so far is anything to go by, these guys are coming and they've been packing all the guns in their arsenal possible to deliver damage from start to finish. A lot of impressive performances so far. Some from teams, too, that we maybe didn't expect to come off as such a good start. Gen G currently all the way up into top 3. TSM up there joining them. Either of these 2 teams you thought was going to come off as heavy swinging from the start?
I mean, I think that the writing was on the wall with teams like TSM. I think they performed really well. But again, that's, you know, we've been bit before. We've been bit before, chat, where we think they come in super strong. And then, you know, first day comes in, it's a little bit of a more slow start. But you can see Alo, he's got the shades on. He's chilling. He's ready to go. He's ready for Miramar. Gen G, I think, is a big surprise as well. I mean, we talked about how well they did in the weeklies, but then they kind of toned down a little bit towards the final, but man, they've come in here ready to play.
They've definitely been hit or miss in, like, if you look further back to the creation of this roster, which really is not that long ago. But as we're making our way into Miramar, indeed, match 5 getting started off here. It's a match that I'm looking forward to see for Gen G in particular too. They're getting the loot spots they want. They're most likely going back to Mikado here as well. Favorite spot for them. We'll see what they can do coming out of that position.
And obviously, we can't say enough about the performance of Twisted Mind so far. A lot of question marks coming in. If they could actually come in here and really hit the ground running as a team that's typically more of a slow start, well, they have answered all those questions and then some. They are looking so good here early on. We'll see if they can keep that going through the rest of these 2 games and through the rest of these group stages.
And to add to that, Twisted Minds, I mean, for them, Miramar is usually the map they rack up most of their points on. So with them already being sent with a bit of a buffer down to the teams behind them, they're looking ever so much scarier. And speaking of players and teams with buffers, I just looked at the damage charts coming into this game so far.
What'd you see?
Soul is set 1,000 damage above the person in second place. Who else but Tulins? It's wild to me that you can have 1,000 damage more than the second place most damage dealing, and your team is not even in the top 8. I mean, even when things aren't going the way of D+, one thing is for sure, Soul will do damage.
He's just an absolute madman, and he is worth every freaking penny that he is costing in fantasy, and he is definitely worth having as a fantasy and worth having as your captain. By the way, wink, wink. Thank you, Mr. Soul, once again.
I taught you guys in PGC. There you go.
That's what it is. You taught us. You taught us so well that you didn't get him this time around. Well, I did, and I'm feeling pretty dang good about it. Well,
you should.
Looking around the map, doesn't look like we're going to see any hot drops. Actually, it looks like we're seeing a big wide spread from most of these teams, and let's go all the way up north, Mr. Toby.
I love seeing this northern circle. We're gonna see potential junctions in and around these areas. Look to see a lot of teams up to go all the way around. Whether you come in over Crater Fields or you potentially go all the way over Los Leones to take north side positions, there's a hell of a lot to come for if you make your way up towards the north. One thing's for sure, the southern sides are going to be tricky to maneuver through. So everything that is in and around San Martin, that is in and around where 4AM is currently located, don't expect to see teams sit around there for long. It's all going to be water treatment in and around there and north thereof. And also, I mean, we talked about it earlier, how 4AM and China in general is not really much of a split region anymore. I want to see if this is where 4AM goes out of the China norm and actually try and claim some space for themselves. Because Xiaopian, HSMM, back in the days of New Happy, when they were the stars of that team, that's what got them success. They did wide 2-2 splits. They dominated their sides of the circle. I want to see them try and kind of go out and do that same sort of thing again here. We're already seeing HSMM quickly make his way up towards the circle center. Hopefully, that's to try and take control.
Yep, center circle just to the east of that water treatment plant in the hills. But we're going to take a quick moment to see some highlights of our first place team, Twisted Minds.
And I think there's a bunch of them. More and more. But Huans has 4 in his back pocket. I don't think he's going to just let them leave that. Bex now close up towards his teammate. Maybe that nade is going to do massive damage. He pops it right at the ridge line. Oh, gets the double as well.
It's a ring around the rosy play for them. We'll see if they come out successful or not. As an example, and as well, Perfectix from upstairs will be able to get one. Gets the second as well, able to swing back inside. Gets the third too.
There you have it. So much has been expected of this Twisted Minds roster. And so far, they are delivering. Well, while this looting phase is going on, we've got another interview here, I think, with Mr. Batulins.
Hi, it's Bella again with another post-match interview, and this time we have Twisted Minds Batulins join us. Good game, Batulins.
Thank you.
I want to know, I have so many things again, but I want to know if you were worried about Bleed on the hill, because you had to, you know, watch out for D+ as well, so.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to survive to get some more points. I mean, this game was only important for crowd drop, and we did it.
Yeah, I think that's like the point of the game.
Yeah, of course.
Just try to survive. Yeah. And also, how has it been incorporating like an ex-world champion example onto the roster this year?
I mean, you have seen this in this game. He just solo wiped the whole squad.
I know, that was impressive.
Of course, yeah, he's the best. So.
Okay,
Easy.
Loving the energy. Easy game. Good luck to you for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we'll be back for match 5.
See you.
I mean, Batulins words it perfectly. You already have a PGC contending team in Twisted Minds, and they go, oh wait, we can do better. Let's add example, the heaviest hitting fragger of all of the EMEA to that roster. That is absurd. Now let's take a look here at 4 AM.
没问题啊，这圈面还有一些操纵啊，这是刚才那波回放。
哎呦，还是这个布置的枪线非常好啊。
第二波，闪光弹，没问题，
被压制住了，也是恭喜FOM拿下我们本次春季赛最后一击12个淘汰。
There you go, a lot of stuff to unpack there. You got the interview with Batulins, you got some 4 AM highlights. What else could you possibly want? Well, we got a whole game 5 to get through here. Nobody really running into each other yet, but a lot of rotations have already been started up. A lot of people going to the middle, and as you saw earlier, we said that 4 AM sent that one player up to the water treatment. Now the rest of the squad has joined. They've got Valley off to their north, and now E Arena rather, coming that far wrap to the north side. Like you said, we would expect to see a number of teams coming up there. They're going to be the first ones.
Yeah, Gen G out there joining them, making their way in from the west side of Coparia. Bleed out there too, trying to come in from that wide western side. We haven't seen too many teams hard commit to the east so far, but we still have Weibo, New Happy, Luminosity, and D+ Kia as well on the southern side. And speaking of LG and D+ Kia, for those of you guys watching on the map, they're still down by Picado, but I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like Legacy for a moment there tried to force a play off, maybe take time with one another, but not to be. In the meantime, though, back towards where we were before with 4 AM and Valentine, they will get the first kill of the game.
There you go, and that's 4 AM just holding strong to their position that they took early on, and we will keep an eye down onto the south here as we see some highlights here from our previous match. It happened so fast, Toby, but Sonic's just taken out. You almost kind of wonder, like, that was a weird case, right? You even asked the question, like, do they deny here? And I'm like, well, they're so kitted, and they're still 3 up, but man, it was just in a matter of seconds they got wiped.
Now, we didn't see how this went down. Other than the fact that we saw Legacy chase, I think it was Americano. I think Legacy got sheep-herd into effectively a place they wouldn't want to be to begin with, because look at how D+ is currently surrounding Legacy in this farm compound. I hope they did this, just say, guys, stay there. We're going to drive away. You're going to go the opposite direction. We will be fine. There's no reason to fight here. But having said that, we have seen Legacy opt to go for these early aggressive moves. This time around, it seems like D+ Kia managed to restrain them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, Legacy at this point, they need to get something going here to build off of. If nothing else, then, you know, at least one kill in the early game. But if nothing, you know, they will survive this. They'll keep 4 alive. They won't get involved in any fights. It looks like D+ is just pulling away. So they retreat back to that long building just to make it extra not worth it for D+ to want to pull it. To pull that fight, but yeah, I mean, Legacy, as we said, they starting off slow.
Starting off slow indeed. Lead, not quite so. A little further up the leaderboard, 11th place for them. And Gen G, I think, honestly, to most, probably the team that has surprised the most in terms of how they've been able to perform coming into this one. Currently sat in 2nd place off of that last game with Adder, able to hit some insane bolt shots and creep his way into 3rd overall. Adder, of course, an OG in Korean PUBG and global PUBG, really. But as of late, it's been Rex who's been the main heavy hitter of the roster in PWS, the PUBG Weekly Series in Korea. Rex was one of the, if not the highest damage dealer up there alongside Soul. Absolutely insane fragger.
Brief check-in with Na'Vi. Another team that's had a little bit of a slow start, but yeah, I mean, you can see the numbers there on the right, or rather the left side of your screen. I mean, 10 points separating Na'Vi in 14th from 5th place. So not there's still plenty of hope.
Oh yeah.
You know, obviously.
Oh yeah.
You know, you would prefer that you get that good start going in your first 6 games to where you don't have to really rely on your second day
for sure
to make up the most ground, but. You know, it is what it is. You got to work with what you got. So Na'Vi still 2 games left. They are in a good little 2-2 split here, just off the center of circle. And Armory, they are, well, yeah, they're looking pretty good too. Just off to the west of water treatment.
In a BO18 where you get to play 12 of those games, I will give you more often than not 3 throwaway games. That's what you're given. That's what you're given. You can get 3 throwaway games, and outside of that, you can still be all right. As soon as you start adding 1 more throwaway game to that mix, that requires so much more out of your good games. And then you can't just get a 3-kill win. It might have to be a 7-kill win on the top side of your performance. In the meantime, now Circle is going to swing up towards the north. I'm not expecting to see too many teams try and creep in from the south because we have a lot of open terrain here, and FaZe currently sat dead center in this circle. I would be surprised if they're going to try and maintain this 2-2 split for much longer, because their 2 compounds right now, Poro, are very, very prime real estate.
Yeah, they're looking pretty juicy, and a number of 2-2 splits there, actually, as you see Na'Vi just off to their north, and then you've got Freaks just off to the south, all in 2-2 splits. TSM leaving that Kudavae location, working down to the south, seeing what they can see, and a number of teams coming in from the dead south, New Happy and Weibo, right on top of each other, and Sonic's going to have to peacock just a little bit to keep their compound safe. Meanwhile, D+ on the move still on the western side. They're going to try to find a space to move in, but there's not a lot there.
Oh, Spaceman spotted, Shen spotted instantly after Shrimsy and kick, making them hurt for trying to make a slow move through the open. And that's 2 players down on the side of Weibo very, very early on here. Hopefully, we'll see if Mamu and Cole can get something going, but with them now being in between 4 teams, I highly doubt there's going to be any points to come for Weibo in this game.
I mean, man, this is this might not be just Weibo that's in this situation. You've got Legacy off to the south, and as we just saw, D+ in the same situation where there is just nowhere really to make your way in that's safe. Everybody is just kind of hugging compounds on the edge of the circle and waiting to see where the next zone decides to take them. 4 a.m. They're still looking pretty good. Still looking at a moderate 2-2 split just off to the northeast of water treatment. And you can see just how much real estate they're covering and how much information they're gathering.
And it's interesting that the east becomes so hard to maneuver, because when we draw a line kind of down through the middle of the entire map, if you look at the proportion of teams that are currently on the west side, like western half of this circle and the eastern, there are far more teams out west, but it's because there's so little terrain to properly maneuver. You have Cruz del Valle over towards the eastern side that everyone is currently trying to avoid, and for good reason, because you don't go into cities unless if you have to go there. So despite there being more space on the east, it's arguably harder to maneuver out there currently, because what little there actually is to work with is already taken.
Well, you just saw D+, whether by design or by necessity, they're taking the long wrap up to the north, covering through Oasis, so they will find a little bit more room to work with up there, but they had to take their time getting there. Na'Vi going to get gifted a little bit here. You love to see that if you're the boys in yellow. They'll get a little FAMAS and a little extra armor to play around with here. Is nobody really anywhere near them.
Oh, a center 2-2 split, you have a crate as well. I mean, you get yourself a flare gun. That's not exactly the worst situation, but for a team currently sat in 14th, maybe that's what they're going to need in order to climb their way back up the leaderboard. As you're saying, though, that 14th place spot might fool you a bit because they are much closer than you would imagine on set leaderboard right now.
Yeah, that's the one thing that this lobby has going for it, is that Twisted Minds, despite the fact that they are doing so well, it's not like they're just sponging up points left and right? They're still within striking distance of most. So that opens up a little bit of a door of hope here for the teams that are still trying to play catch-up. As we see the circle will cut to the north. And boy, if Na'Vi was feeling good before, they're feeling even better now.
Circle full speed north, and this sandstorm down here could not come in at a worse time. This was where both New Happy Legacy and Kwangdong Freaks wanted to rotate up. Like, guys, we can't see anything. We know their opponents around. We want to leave here. And now, finally, you'll see the likes of New Happy go. They're going to go all the way up north. I wouldn't be surprised if they come in from the full north, maybe trying to take a fight from Genji that are all the way up there, because as long as we have Smarking up on the hillside, as long as we have E-Arena where they currently are, it's going to be a foul rotation until New Happy sees somewhere where they would feel comfortable entering the circle. From in the meantime, you have the likes of FaZe still 2-2 split down towards the southeast side. Dangerous for them to try and maintain it.
Nice knock from James onto Gilman. That's going to be Freaks losing one for free there on rotation. FaZe looked like they might be in a little bit of trouble there. It looked like TSM was sniffing around that 2-2 split, but in the end they pull away from it. Guman will get finished off, so that point will go into the bag for FaZe. And now they spotted out Sonics at range here. This Dragunov, I mean, has there been a more instantly impactful weapon in this game?
Panzerfaust?
Maybe.
That would be the only one.
That's about the only one I can think of, but man, this Dragunov is something special.
It is as dangerous as they come, couldn't agree more. Godby finds Atrin midair as the remaining Sonics players try to make their way to safety, and they will get there, but oh my lord, is this dip has got mortars written all over it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
The good thing is it's only really mortarable from the east because of the way they have the hillside out towards the west, so the curvature of the shell wouldn't be able to come in from the west probably.
Yeah.
But if you're FaZe, if you're Weibo, if you're Kwangdong Freaks and have a mortar available, you might just want to lop one over and see what happens.
Well, I mean, mortars might be the least of their worries right now because there's still TSM that's rotating in from the south. There's still Weibo. It looks like they might just stop on the edge. They're down to just a couple of players, so they're kind of taking their time with it rather than being overly aggressive. Looks like TSM's going to stop as well. So Sonics may be safe for the time being, but yeah, that is definitely something that you got to be concerned about. Na'Vi, meanwhile, finally pull their 2-2 split in. They're just going to go ahead and play 4 strong in the compound, in the dead center of circle. We are down to 59 players, 16 teams alive, nobody out just yet, and everybody has made their way into this zone with, I believe, the only exception being Legacy at the very, very far south, but they are right on the edge.
Yep, trying to creep their way. And as I say, creep, and they come full speed forward now. They have accelerated to max speed as they're making their way up towards 4AM, who are currently in a position from where they'll be very, very welcoming of a team pushing towards them, because they've cleared their side of the circle. They have Wang Sai sat as the anchor up in the compound. They are very ready to take a fight towards Legacy, but seems like Legacy opting to going further center.
Oh my goodness, that's about the worst shift you could ask for, really, for all these teams on the south. There's so much terrain to work around, but look at how much mountains there is. There's one road really going in there, and Legacy's on it right now, and you can see that they are paying the price for staying on that road. This is going to be a very difficult and slow rotation for so many of these teams.
This is going to be butchering. Look at the line here. We got 4 teams on the northern side of the half. We got the remaining 12 on the southern. This is going to be absolute carnage outside this outside circle. First team to fall will be Legacy. They try to creep their way on forward, but it's not going to happen. They will fall, but believe you me, they will not be the final ones to go down before this phase 4 has closed in.
All right, Sonics will pick up Actually, man, Sonic's 4 kills now for them. They didn't pick up all of Legacy, but they've picked up quite a few so far. They are finding success with those guns in hand. Now they have some work to do to get into this next zone, and they're already being shot at from range by FaZe. But FaZe, a little bit split focus here. I think they may have seen Sonics at range, and then they noticed that Kwangdong Freaks was right on their doorstep. Meanwhile, Armory trying to make the push into Valley, and Megalos is going to go down.
Fight they have to take in order to try and wrap around this. This is too much of a watchguard position from them to just be able to run around it. Nice off angle though there from Kiss to try and take one down, and actually successful in doing so as well. As this fight continues on forward, Dimas is now inside the compound proper as he tries to see if he can get the bit of the type. Wanted to go for the rest, but it's not going to happen.
Kill feed going crazy as all these teams on that south side. We talked about it, the fact that it was going to be a very slow rotation, that a lot of these guys are going to run into each other. Kiss immediately opens the door, spots out Perfectix, but can't get the spray. There it is. He'll find Perfectix. Now Lou in trouble, is now down to 6 HP. He's not going to get that off in time. He'll go down to the blue zone. And now Twisted Minds, they're taking a lot of damage here. They can't really afford to take this fight.
There's nothing they can do other than try and go for this aggressive play. And I love the fact that they're trying to take this fight in particular. As we see them try and creep further on forward, Valentine will go down. A lot of damage done towards Armory Gaming in return, though. Maybe Twisted Minds again in what has already now become kind of a salvage game for them. Maybe they can get something more of it, but 4AM are continuing to playing kind of the guard duty, the border patrol, with this circle creeping further north.
Really just get your money while you can, as the points are starting to come fast and quick for most of these teams. Dynasty will stop down just long enough to get the heal off. It looks like Twisted Minds still trying to send it in. They are, oh man, this circle is doing a lot of damage here, but Twisted, I feel like they came across and it was just at the timing just wasn't there. They couldn't get the points. Batu will get him low enough. He's going to probably go down to the zone. No, Batu, actually, yeah, he will. Okay. Never mind, Batu. I thought he might have got that last bullet in, but Armory Gaming is eliminated. Sonics trying to make their push. They're going to run right into FaZe, and so far it's I think down to 2v1 here. Shrimzy, you'll find, it's going to be a flaming Correxy jumping out of the window, and FaZe Clan is eliminated.
22 players down in one circle shift. We knew it was going to be brutal. We didn't know it was going to be a massacre of that caliber, but all of them go down. Na'Vi able to maintain control of their compound and now rewarded with a circle in their direction off of it.
And you can see Twisted just slowly succumbing to the blue zone damage. Example will bleed out, and I believe they're down to just Batu. Might be just picking up meds off of them. Sonics are able to get back up to 3 strong. And, oh man, they are being successful. Oh, that's a grenade. CP on just right in their pocket. And yeah, it's just been a day to forget so far for Legacy, but they've got one more game left. Might be able to salvage something here. Is Barpo doing some work.
Good replays come in, of course. I don't envy the observers trying to catch 19 fights at the same time. So glad that we have the replays available to give you a bit of a oversight of what just happened in the last 2 minutes.
Well, TSM now down to Sparking and Luke. Luke having vision of Sonics from range, but keep those smokes cycling, Sonics, as maybe keep themselves alive. Kickstart is going to get taken down, but the smokes should allow them to get that res. But the vehicles, they are starting to fall apart here.
It's important knocks for TSM though, because they need to try and buy time to make their way into the circle themselves. Luke still has to make a play sparking alongside him, but I mean, with Tika still up on the northern side suppressing, they need to get one, preferably 2 knocks to go out and play the ridge line just to the west of the compound they're currently in.
Okay, 4AM trying to send it back in. Na'Vi just taking shots at range, and Bleed going to be very much closer. Wang Zi will go down. Samoy will get traded by Hackatory, and now Zipian to go down to Ming. So 4AM just getting taken down from all spots, but not before they take out Bleed. So it's down to just 2 for 4AM, but they're still in it.
Important damage done return here on the side of 4AM. Again, when you turn a game from winning potentially one into salvage one, get as many points as you possibly can. And 4AM, while being shot at from multiple angles, able to do just that. Sparking now trying to fend off here as E-Arena actually opts to double down on the exact position I just said that they had to go to. Luke Sparking still both alive. not out of it just yet either, but Tulin's able to find the knock, find 2 actually, get some points with him before he eventually falls as well.
How do they get those 2 points? I'm amazed that Batu is even still alive.
That's what they do.
They were so deep in the blue zone. Yeah, I never thought they were going to get found again, but he still manages to collect points despite the fact that this circle just kind of went away from him here. As Gen G will get a little favor there. Na'Vi get a little favor as well. 4 AM still alive with 2 souls, just going to hide things out in the arena. Meanwhile, the eastern side of this circle is just bloody and violent. Sonics trying to do their most here. Tigger will go down to kickstart as they spray through the smoke. Luke now the last player up for TSM. Big spray from him. Mini will do work on the Larix, and now it's all down to Jacob.
Very unusual endgame area here. Just this far up towards the northern side. Kick able to find one. Luke will fall in the end as Jacob's able to spray him down through it. You'd imagine now, it's just going to say that there's going to be some sort of push from Sonics up in this direction. They see 2 players knocked on the arena. They're going to try and get the car turned around, go forward fast enough. Longska doesn't quite have an angle, but here they come, nades galore as they push on forward. This should be arena down.
Oh, it should, and it is. Shrimzy will find 2 points now in 11 kills total for Sonics.
Solid.
As they are just screaming up this leaderboard. A fantastic day 1 for them. It started off slow, but boy, have they picked it up in the second half of the day. As they still have 3 alive. They've still got to make it to the zone, but they have the entire eastern side to work with.
I think this is the 4th or 5th knock onto Longska. And it goes to show the fact that a player gets to get knocked so many times shows the importance to these players of keeping all 4 alive for as long as they possibly can. Because believe you me, in endgame situations here, having that 1 extra player oftentimes adds you another 20, if not even higher, % chance of winning these sort of games. So for them, New Happy to be able to keep all 4 up for this long. Yes, they only have 3 kills, but being able to sit tight and wait this one out for a bit longer, they could be winning simply because they keep getting each other back on their feet.
I mean, hey, go back to game number 1. Do you think FaZe Clan would have liked to have had 4 guys alive in that final fight against TSM? I guarantee you they would. Well, Na'Vi tried to creep out of their compound. They're going to run into Sonics, get a lot of damage down on the kickstart, but they don't get the knock. It's going to take them, to keep them alive long enough to at least pull away, but that'll do as he finds kickstart, and now Na'Vi turning their full attention now over to Sonic. Shrimzy's going to go down, and it is just a matter of time. Tiggleton going to get spotted by Sosid, and clean from Na'Vi. Good stuff, good aggression from them, coming out in a time where they could have just stayed in their compound and survived.
Yeah. Many teams tend to favor the comfort of the compound, the hard cover too much, and it comes to bite them in the end, but they read the play coming through from Sonics, and they denied them on entry. Soul now, solo player left alive. I was going to say alive.
Hey.
4 D+ here. Well, no longer. It gets taken down by Adder. So that's D+ out in 5th place. Not a lot of damage coming through from them this time around, but placement points at least were found.
One thing I got to say about these teams here today, they have done a phenomenal job of securing their perimeter and their edges and making sure that they don't get taken by surprise by any snakes. And look at that. New Happy gets gifted here. They do have that 2-2 split, but there's still a lot of room here for Gen G and Na'Vi to work around if they can take care of 4 AM, and they do. So we are down to our top 3. It's a 4v4, Toby, to decide who gets the first win on Miramar.
Potentially our first Chinese win here as well, but look at this. I mean, yes, we have Circle, Sender, but Longska and December 12th. Not exactly prime real estate with this Shaq. 1 well-placed nade. Could be them gone down. Issue is who can get close enough to actually lob it on over. Na'Vi will play the southeastern ridge line as they come creeping on forward, and having heard these vehicles, Ming is instantly up on the rotation, but they might be too late to it.
I think they might be. I think the play was to try to take them and send them over to the mountains, the ridges really, where Na'Vi is playing, but Na'Vi right on time. They get there first, and now New Happy, they just got to play with whatever they've dealt. The hand that they're dealt really is all 3 teams all have pretty good positions to play. New Happy, I would argue, probably the worst here.
This is a case of trying to funnel the opponents into each other, and they're all trying to do this. The issue for New Happy is, yes, they have great lines of sight towards both teams, but they can't really maneuver. If they get a knock, they can't really follow it up with anything. They're outside nade range in both angles, so all they can do is get a knock, or maybe even if they get knocked themselves, hope that that's going to trigger a third-party push from one of these other two teams on the other team that could then allow them to get out of this position. Right now, New Happy is very much playing off of, guys, if you could just stop fighting, please, that would be amazing. And with how the circle is currently set up, we still haven't seen the final circle yet. There is a chance for New Happy to lay low for just long enough, because as you can see, as much as Na'Vi wants to look at New Happy, as much as Gen G wants to look at New Happy, they also respect each other to a very high degree.
I think the job one right now, if you're Na'Vi or Gen G, if you have the opportunity, if you can do so, you need to take out those tires on the New Happy cars to make sure that if they do get a knock, they can't just hop in and immediately make their way over to you. Any transition that they make is going to have to be slow. But so far, Na'Vi allowing them to just kind of stay there as they keep their eyes firmly planted over here on Gen G. Very much worried about a potential backfill, I would think, here.
13 grenades for New Happy, but they're not in a position to use them. What they need to get there is smokes, and they only have 3. So this is going to be a lockdown position, and again, if the circle in any way, shape, or form goes their direction, which it kind of did, but also kind of didn't, all the barrage that will unfold as all these 13 nades are going to be put to use. The issue is they need for the opponents to come towards them in order to do anything with it. All the New Happy smokes are on, I believe, December 12th. All 3 of them sat on just one player. What can they make happen with that limited smoke cover?
I feel like Gen G right now has the best position, right? They still have enough hillside to work around where they can kind of break line of sight, move around, and reposition. But unfortunately for them, with this new shift, the circle is kind of leaving them, and they're putting them right up against it. So they need to try to get some work done here while they have this position to work with.
Gen G and Na'Vi are going to be forced into line of sight of one another before New Happy has to leave the rock and the shack that they're currently hunkering down in. They have to both breach over that ridge line. You can see Stifix jumping for info. That ridge he has, which will curve down towards the west just in front of him, he has to move across that before New Happy has to make a play. So maybe they're lucky that a knock comes in on both sides, and that's going to allow for them to push. The thing is, there's no world in which New Happy makes a play on Gen G here at a distance. They will only, I would imagine, make a play to try and backstab Na'Vi.
I mean, that's the only option they really have, right? I mean, you can't really do anything to New Happy unless you try to make the crash.
Wait,
and it looks like they're going to send it right in. Rex is going to go down immediately, stolen away by Ming Ming. They try to find some place to work, but unfortunately, it's just not there. They get close enough just to get into grenade range as these flashbangs coming over. Sosin will find one. He's going to get taken down by Longsker as Longsker peeking around. Nan has gone down. It is a 3-way fight to the finish here. Hakatori will do some damage, won't get the knock, but Sosin will get flushed out by Adder with that blue zone grenade. As 2 up now for Gen G. I believe it's 3 up for both Na'Vi and New Happy.
What a clutch 180 from Hakatori there. He knew, guys, we're focusing this way too hard. We've got to look towards New Happy. They were all sprinting in that direction, but denied and forced back. Now Ming Ming forced Stifix again, able to play this contain exceptionally well, allowing for Na'Vi to take the fight while they're going for the rest.
New Happy saw the briefest opening of a door there, and they tried to go through, but Na'Vi slamming it shut. It's going to be Diffix doing most of the work here as Ferris holds off Gen G. Na'Vi holding all sides. Adder will come across. He'll find Hakatori, and now Gen G, it's down to Barpo as, Adder again with Diffix, as Na'Vi is just down to just Fairless. Varus is gonna go down as Barpo spots him. 5 kills now for Gen G. It's a 2v1. Longsker going for the res on the Ming Ming.
Trying to get him up. Will he get it in time? The rest should be able to come through. They have cooked no nades so far. It's only flashbangs. Ming Ming alive. No HP to work with though. Peeks on forward. Longsker first one down. Ming Ming 1 HP to work with as the second peak comes through.
It's a 1v2, but both Barpo and Adder have next to no HP. They have to stop down to try to go for the heal. Barpo will get it. The flashbangs come over. Ming Ming looking away, trying to reposition. He's just going to go down as Gen G gets the 8-kill win on Miramar.
What a solid finish. Gen G went for the aggressive play, but they also knew when to push the break. They went in, they quickly learned, wait, this got way out of hand. We thought we could take the fight to Na'Vi, contain this, but then New Happy gets in on the action too. They they back off, they allow these two teams to start engaging one another, and they come out victorious. What a solid end-game performance from this Gen G roster.
It is absolutely obscene that in that three-way fight, that Gen G was the first team that had to make a move.
Yeah.
They had to put themselves on the line, and somehow, some way, they managed to keep guys alive, and they survived long enough to even claim that victory in the first place. Absolutely unreal work by those men.
Phenomenal performance from a team that I think many doubted coming into the finals, so they're proving time and time again how worthy they are of these wins.
Well, that's going to do it for our first game on Miramar. Let's take a break.
Well, we said that Gen G was doing very well here throughout the day, and they continue to deliver, despite not getting themselves a win just before all of this. Plenty of points on the board now to cap it off with a win here in game number 5. Avenger, again, I'm blown away. They are surpassing expectations here.
They are. It's great to see here they was coming in the global stage as a new team on the global stage, right? And do this well. Super impressive. Happy to see that they're able to step up to the legendary brand that they are represented by.
Yeah, great expectations around a team that is GPT and has the legacy of a team like Gen G. But as we were mentioning whilst we were kind of walking up here, right? Ultimately, you kind of expect names that have this kind of veteran status, like Ada, for example, to be able to pop off down the line.
Sure.
It will be 1,000, almost 700 damage coming in here for Gen G as they're able to finish things off. And it's not easy to be able to take some of these final situations, right? Like, to be able to kind of cordon off Na'Vi, force them to eventually be taking that fight with New Happy and then come get the cleanup.
Yeah, and the question is really, should Na'Vi have committed to fix one player to holding out New Happy in that case, or should they have taken the full fight with Gen G? I felt like it was going to be enough for them to take over and win against Gen G here, but it wasn't. And Ada's able to pop off and get 5 of those kills. It's good to see him come up, and he's obviously a veteran player in the scene, been here forever, and he's able to do super well in this game here. This circle did come their way, and I was like, please go away from the compound soon, please go away from the compound soon, and it stayed on both Na'Vi and Gen G's compound for quite a while, and you have this rich in between that makes it very playable for all the teams. Of course, Ada is going to be the man of the match here.
Nice, very nice indeed. I mean, we have followed this guy for now probably, I suppose, 6 or 7 years, effectively. Like a ridiculous amount of time, so great to see him being able to take him out of the match here. Likewise, though, Barpo, fire the cannons, man, because he got himself quite a bit done. Tossi only at 0 in this one, but he's been able to step up for the team in previous games, right? Like the Taego match that we just witnessed here. So kind of the full package really coming out from Gen G, where, again, I keep saying it, and it's unfortunate that I keep saying it, but I just didn't expect it from them. My expectations were genuinely low for Gen G, and now that they're doing very, very well.
Yeah, that's, I guess, what we've seen from them, last year and coming into this year. It had to be a change-up, right? Because they have high expectations of themselves as a team, of course, and due to their legacy, like have won, grand finals PGCs before. So, of course, they're going to put together a team that's going to be able to do this. 52 points here after 5 games, extremely impressive. And with this here, they're putting themselves extremely safe once we talk to kind of grand final top 16 teams. Now that we just have 1 game left to go.
Yeah, you just need a little bit more during your second day, and you are there. Wow, Gen.G, 52 points. It's no secret, Avenger, that it is one of my favorite regions, is South Korea, watching them play things out. I was scared for how much disarray had come out of the region after the end of last year, but Gen.G stepping up to the plate on international soil, that's fantastic here for Gen.G.
Yeah, overall, coming out of Korea, like the shake-up, the roster changes, everything, it was basically just, they took their whole box of popcorn, popped it out, and then put it back together here in different ways, of course. But yeah, of course, all the players, they play it out together, and they know each other extremely well here. But yeah, it was quite impressive to see them win PGC and then, you know, pick apart all their teams and kind of put it together here. But super happy for Gen.G, one of my favorite teams in terms of, I love their logo as well. One of the most fantastic logos ever.
Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah, no, that's great. And of course, it's one the legacy in PUBG, this team is probably the highest, like the longest tenure in PUBG for a top team throughout these past 6-7 years.
Yeah, there was like articles about like what their logo stands for. There's a sword in the middle. It's like also represents a shield and a heart. This is ages ago when I was covering other games. But anyway, regardless. New happy as well though.
Yes,
gotta say.
Good to see.
Honestly, happy to see them get towards these final stages. It was always going to be difficult to salvage the situation against Gen.G in the final moments, trying to go for that res, hoping that Gen.G wasn't going to crest the hill here, and obviously Ming not really able to get it done.
And now that it's only, like, we have 1 game to go, right? After 5 games, if you asked me before we started today and we're like, okay, so how many Chinese teams are going to win? Like, how, with having them, they are in the home area. They are 5 minutes from home, some of them.
The home area, yes.
They are 5 minutes from home. They have so many advantages in terms of having played here, comfort, everything, right? I would have expected a lot more during the day, right? This is the highest kind of strength we've seen so far. It is new happy from this case, right? And being able to do so well. Yeah, I wanted to see more. I wanted to see some big wins. I wanted to see some, you know, double-digit plus games and wins from some of the teams. But I guess global is just so much harder, right? It's you have, instead of having, you know, 3 to 6 really good teams, you have 16 really good teams.
Sure, but to cut you for a second here, do you think that they're feeling a little bit rumbled here? Because, like, they should have expected, even out of the gates, day 1, to be doing some work here.
They should
for this tournament so far, and it has been anything but Chinese dominance. North America has done well. Europe has done well. Korea is coming in as well. This is not what I expected for day 1.
No, we need to see more from APAC. We need to see more from Asia for sure. Overall, of course, some impressive games, but in terms of consistency, and we only have 12 games. We are 5 done. We have 1 more today, and then they're halfway done. They're going to have to look back and say, you know what, we did what we could here in day 1, and we only need to get a little bit more to get top 16. It is only bottom 8 that is getting put out. They're not going to the grand finals, but still, the cutoff is going to be like quite high still. You have extreme consistency amongst these top teams here.
To kind of carry on with that thought, do you think teams like 17 reassess how they come in tomorrow, considering that for them on regional kind of basis, they didn't really have the best end to PCL, that is no secret, but of course they are able to qualify here regardless here due to the fact that they are GPT. So, do you think they reassess slightly about the overall lobby level?
And that's what we talked about for the start, right? That's the scary thing. You are coming in here and you have teams going up against you that have, you know, 40, 50 plus points up on you playing against you, right? And you're like, okay, I need to have an insane day 1. I know that I'm playing last day. I kind of have the faith in my own hand as a team, but still, you need to have an insane day 1. And also, there could be teams actively focusing you because they know they're a strong consider. It's our PGS 1 champion, right? They are a team that can compete at the very highest level. But if they are uncontested, if they are, you know, they can have all their drop shots for free, nobody's kind of third-partying them or gatekeeping them anywhere or bridge camming them anywhere, then they are easily going to go to the grand finals.
You can see here at the moment a lot of focus on how New Happy and Weibo are going to be able to perform and continue things on here. Honestly, Shen didn't look too happy there about their performance so far, whereas TSM on the opposite side of things are showing a respectable performance.
Yes, love what I'm seeing from these guys, of course, coming in So this year here, huge change in the lineup, also representing TSM overall.
It
Fantastic
feels like
to see them back.
It feels like they're hungry, right?
Yeah.
Like when you see them come out as quickly as they did, blasting, and you can almost feel the hunger. There's not smiles there when you're actually looking to them getting, they look focused.
Yep, and I love it. And I think, I mean, overall, how they've stitched together the team this year here, only being at PGS 1 last year.
Yeah.
Purdy, he wants more. He's a ambitious man, and I'm sure that's what we're going to see from this, and how he put together the team and how they are structured as they are now. I think we're going to see great things from them coming out from this tournament, especially what we've seen from them so far. So yeah, excited to see how they're going to be able to do. Of course, they're day 2, but also I'm pretty sure we're going to see them in the final.
Yeah, it looks like it considering the way that they are playing. I do like the fact that North America has once again pieced together the puzzle to be able to get another excellent roster on the board. But anyway, let's do it. Let's head to our final game of the day here for PGS 3 is, of course, Toby and Horo.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are getting ready for our final game of the day, our final match between groups A and B. And you're going to hear the shouting in the distance. They know what's at stake here, especially those players in Group B, Toby, where they have games immediately following here tomorrow, but then they have nothing else. They just get to sit and watch.
Exactly. If you've been struggling through the day in Group B, you want to get a good match here to finish things off of, as we get, once again, very similar playing path to the previous one. Erangel was back-to-back similar playing path too. This time around, equally so, as we go Prison over Campo Militar.
All right, well, looking at our Group B teams, that's going to be Twisted Minds, 4 AM, Gen G, Valley Tide, TSM, D+, New Happy, and not from the future, Fleet, but Fleet. So they are the ones that are going to be coming back tomorrow to take on 17 Cerberus, Day Trade, Petrichor Road, Virtus Pro, HAL, GNL, and Falcons. But again, we talked about this coming into today, or maybe I talked about it to myself. I don't know. I talked to myself a lot. 75 points.
Yeah.
Toby, 75 points feels like where you should be aiming after 12 games. About 25 points of those being placement, double that in kills, and you feel okay.
I think you're pretty safe for top 16 with 75 points. Yes, definitely. Definitely. Should be looking good.
And now, especially when you start considering the fact that, okay, let's go down to south once more. But it's when you start considering the fact that you got Gen G that's doing what Gen G's doing, Twisted Mind's doing really well, Sonic's really doing well here today as well. So that's the possibility of some point sponges starting to come in. So that might adjust that cut line a little bit plus or minus around 16. But I think if you come in today and you say 75 points is where we're aiming for, I think you can be pretty confident about that.
Definitely could. Oh no, Correx is trapped in the middle of nowhere. He has a hay belt to maneuver around. Let's see if they don't find him here. That would be hilarious. Oh, there's no way. He actually 360'd that. Correct.
He is hide and seek champion 2024.
He's laughing. This is hilarious. I talked to James this morning, and it was like, if there's an enabler, because we were talking about the whole Shen situation, how he gets the guys going. He's like, Correxit does the exact same for them, but it's not by being loud. It's about doing all the small, like, guys, I got this. Believe in me. That's all he has to say. The entire team gets cracked up, and you know it. When you see a Finn smiling like that, the entire team is there smiling with him. That was amazing. What a start to what could have been a disastrous beginning for FaZe here. But fortunately, Corexi is able to sneak his way out of that one.
Sneaky. Well, Miramar hide-and-seek champion 2024, Corexi will stay alive for this one as, again, we saw that. Was very, however, brief, but that southern circle, Toby, that southern circle is very, very terrifying here as we check in some highlights from Gen G.
잘 받아먹을 수 있는 구도가 완성이 됐는데요. 밀어버리는 건 그래도 안 되죠. 그래도 밀어버렸습니다. 도시 백업이 좋아요. 네, 하나 끌어 정리됐어요. 에도도 위에서 에도가 먼저 세팅해놨어요. 세팅 끝내놨습니다.
I don't know what the hell that was with the U.S.
That was chaos.
The Broncos everywhere.
Yep, chaos and chaos galore. And of course, I mean, last game we mentioned Rex as being the current heavy hitter from Gen.G, but as you see on the roster, they're all very capable of going out and taking on the carry duties. For the roster, we've seen Adder, at least today, kind of be the main survivor man on the team when things haven't gone their way and been able to squeeze out more points in games where they maybe didn't get a lot going. But for the rest of the roster, very, very capable frags.
Gotta tell you, man, I know that there's a lot of people at home that are going to be really happy to see Gen.G performing well. It feels like a team that, you know, obviously had so many expectations placed on them back in the PO days, and delivered on those expectations, and they developed such a strong, supportive fan base, and then it's just kind of been in limbo here for the last year or so, but now looking really, really good. Let's take a look at some highlights from Bleed.
Relying on Megaloth to make some incredible plays happen, but that's not going to be it for this time here in Tago.
They tie in front of them, and PMA just to their southeast. Around the edge of the smoke, Tay9 wasn't prepared for Simoy. The spray didn't even land either, so he doesn't get anything. A direct rival. Neither of these teams are GPT, so this one means quite a decent amount. Armory Gaming falling short, though. FTF through the stairs. Oh!
There you go. You see Bleed taking on Armory Gaming there at the end. So, you know, APAC obviously super developing region. We've been really impressed with the growth of them over the past year or so, and from the future, now Bleed Gaming started off strong today, started slowing down a little bit, but again, showing what they're capable of and showing that they really belong on this international stage.
Definitely do. While the regional competition in terms of up-close fights might not be the same caliber of what they see here, I feel like we've seen a lot from Bleed already, that they're definitely able to run with the wolves and dish out damage when need be. Yet another team caught in a peculiar situation. Longsker, December 12th, trying to get the safety. They had the company of Sonics earlier in the game that I think they were anticipating. Now Longsker, 5 bandages, no util, a half-broken level 3 vest, and fortunately, a Ming Ming who's coming to pick him up.
There you go, you're fine. New Happy, one of those teams. I think I swear I looked a couple of games ago and they were on the low side of the leaderboard, but somehow quietly have climbed up, find themselves in 4th place.
But again, as we also talked about earlier, it can be a little bit deceiving as we wait for this pull-up to happen. Purdy sees one. Sparking is going to be the one to find the first knock. Nabi in trouble early on as Hagatori is the first to fall.
See that one go down here is Navi. All they're trying to do is make a little rotation, but this is something that TSM has been known to do, especially late in the day. If they feel like the circle is providing them an opportunity to do a little casual camping, they will try to pull it off.
And it's really interesting when you see the likes of FaZe who like to do it pretty much exclusively in the first or the second to first match of the day, where Twisted Minds can do it. No, Twisted Minds. TSM can do it the opposite way around. We're like, guys, it's late in the day. They're a little tired. Maybe they're just playing on their defaults now. That's when we catch them off guard, right?
Yep, that's exactly what happens. And you know what? The other thing is they don't try to get too greedy with it, right? Yeah. You get 1 kill, 1 point, and that's we'll take that as we check in and see the replay of our first kill. What a spray! Holy moly! I'm telling you, man. Example is just it feels like he's on a revenge tour at this point.
Yeah. He's a world champion. We'll see if he can make so once again. A Tick with the final bullet in the spray finds Cold, and once again Weibo, as good as they've been when they've made late game today, they have also struck quite a bit in the early game, up against opponents, catching them off guard positions they maybe didn't anticipate them to be coming from, and now you can see as Rimsey committing to this fight, Kickstart and H-Win, they're coming up here to fortify as well.
Yeah, man, I tell you, I don't know if this is by design or if it's just by happenstance, but Sonics has been getting involved very early and very often throughout the day, and they have been more than up to the challenge. It's as we saw on Erangel, they didn't necessarily go their way, but they have absolutely turned up here in the second half of the day as they collect a few more kill points from Weibo. Mamu will get finished off, and now it looks like Cold might be next.
Could be, let's see, it's Shrimsy off the corner, didn't catch it first time around. Good thing Kickstart is there to trade it. And Cole will be punished for not taking out Shrimsy fast. You can see Shrimsy, a bit of a sigh of relief there for not being taken down the first time around. But of course happy that his teammate is right around the corner to help him out.
But look, man, that's the kind of stuff that we're seeing, and that's the kind of stuff that all these teams that are having success here are doing. They're making the push. They're being quick decision makers, right? They know that there's a guy in there. They know they want to clear him out. They're going to wait long enough for their support to get there, and that's about it. But HWin, unfortunate, will get spotted out by Bean, but Shrimzy will defend his fallen IGL, and maybe they will be able to get that res.
And it's a huge res, a huge reaction play from Guangdong Freaks as well, because they're splitting a wide 2-2, but they hear Sonics push over towards the northern side of this, and they go up and say, we might only be 2, but we're going to catch them with their backs turned. And they get HWin off it. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the flush off it, but even just forcing them back up to that position, forcing opponents closer towards one another, really, really smart reaction play. You can see Salute actually pushing all the way up close solo to claim this position away from him. They're squeezing Sonics into the remaining 2 players of Weibo. Really, really aggressive play from Salute, from a team in Guangdong Freaks that we don't normally this early on in the game, especially see go out and make these aggro plays.
I mean, this is pretty dangerous stuff for Freaks, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, you're in a very wide 2-2 split. You're very low on the leaderboard, so I understand the need to go out and try to get those points when they're available, but that was not as easy a point as they may have thought was, as the circle. Well, okay, we're going to come back up to the north.
Even if they don't get it, though, as we look down towards where Freaks are currently positioned, it's about making space for yourself. The area they're 100%. Currently set in, down here towards Resort, this is prime real estate for so many teams. We have the unplayable terrain up towards Los Leones. This is a spot nobody wants to go to if they can stay out of it, and that's why you're seeing Quantum Freaks apply so much pressure. They want this entire circle to themselves. Now Jacob is there, fine, but we don't want to allow for anyone else to get into our perimeter, because as long as they can keep them up towards that northern side, they're going to be pretty much guaranteed a top 8 spot as long as circles keep going in that direction.
All right, well, it looks like they might still be trying to hold it a little bit of a 2-2 split, which they can get away with for the time being, especially knowing that they were coming from the resort. They know that the south side is probably pretty sparsely populated as far as teams go. Now, they do have TSM down there. They do have E-Arena down there, and now you have Valley coming in very, very late with a rotation through Partona. So Tosi, just rest of Gen G, looks like they got a little bit caught up with Legacy. Again, Legacy, they just cannot seem to avoid these early game rotational fights.
I mean, some of them they can't seem to avoid. Some of them it seems like they're the ones hunting for themselves. So I feel like it kind of comes with a bit of both, but definitely. And for Gen G on the flip side of that coin, to be a team that always wants to avoid these fights altogether, having already lost Adam, but now feeling committed to go to this fight. And obviously, I mean, they're sat in first place. They're feeling good today, so why not try and take a fight to the current last place team?
Absolutely. Well, LFP will go down there, and that'll be another point over in the bag of Gen G. Check back in with FaZe. We said nobody really wants to go into Los Leones proper, but they'll work around the edges.
Yeah.
The Armory, they're finding out the hard way that FaZe, they are landing those shots right now. You can see JM already taking those shanks, almost taken down as well. So they fortunately are able to pull back into the hard cover and heal up.
This causes such an awkward circle. When you have Los Leones and where Na'Vi currently is positioned, that's like a fourth of the circle, and it's occupied by a single team. Everyone else trying to claim real estate on the far western side. But when you have New Happy split, when you have E-Arena split on the southern side too, a team that usually likes to play pretty well together, there's just only so many things to pick between for the rest of them. That's why Phase 2 with 1 minute left to play in the previous Miramar game, everyone was sat in the circle already at this point. There's still 4 teams missing.
Oh my goodness. Perfectix actually getting the knock on a Guyon here. I'm not sure if D
huge
Plus
opening
was
as well.
I don't know if they were trying to camp this or if they just happened to catch Twisted Mind just happened to catch them off guard as they were just working on the edge. But Guyon, he is down and flush. So that's 2 kills now for Twisted Minds and a foothold in this northwestern side of the circle.
We've seen it time and time again where Twisted Minds try and set up these baits. They put 3 people into vehicles, make sound, and like if they know there's a solo or maybe a duo in a compound nearby, they'll make sound but have 1 guy left outside to try and take shots, shoot someone up to peek while they're moving. And he's just stood there waiting. When you have the Dragonov in hand within 100 meters, that's going to be a bonk straight to the head and you're down.
Absolutely. Well, back here with Armory. They are getting some very close company in the form of bleed. As we wait and see what the next circle decides to give us. Oh, do you want to?
Let's go City.
You are an agent of chaos, and it looks like that's what's going to be the case. Los Leones, a major part of this Circle 3. As a number of teams already in there. Don't think we'll see much movement around there. We're seeing FaZe kind of bring everybody back together, but this south side, this west side is about to get very, very violent. And the storm is actually slowing things down here for the early part.
Not making things easier at all. This is where many teams would look to try and go right now, but everything is taken already. There might be a reason to try and make a play like this, wrap all the way around east to come in from that other side, but then you're gliding slow into Los Leones. It's going to be dangerous regardless, but this is going to be a bloodbath on the western side of Los Leones.
The blood is already spilling for Bleed, as now it's down to just Algarin, as AG has been holding the line pretty well. Shanks has gone down, Riz has gone down. They can slow down just long enough to maybe get these revives. Maybe Bleed can get back to 2 up. But they are very much behind the 8 ball here. The one thing that both of these teams have going for them right now is that nobody is really looking to push and capitalize off of this fight.
And not only do they fight these, I mean, take these fights with one another, the fact that 4AM in a dead center position have a player like Xiaopian able to 1v3 a pushing Legacy in a position like this is huge. Because not only do they get the kills without taking casualties, they do so fast that no one else can get a proper third-party opportunity off of it. So great hold there, an insane plays coming through from Xiaopian.
All right, we saw the big E pickup rotation there for Freaks as they go dead center of Los Leones. Unfortunately for them, they run right in the middle of the 3-1 split for FaZe. So FaZe has eyes on them all over the place here. Twisted Mind still working in from that western side. They'll get the knock on to Tosi and let Gen G know where they are. Barpo down as well now to Larix, as Gen G getting in a little bit of trouble, pinched from both sides here.
Yep, trying to make their way out to safety now, but that's not going to happen. Perfectus able to get the flush on one. Spots Rex over the hilltop as well. But now it's where Perfectus has to judge how much do you want to commit to this. They'll take the position away from Gen G, but don't go too far further forward on foot. Yeah, it could be dangerous. And Ming Ming, well, he's going to welcome Rex with open arms and take out Gen G in 15th.
All right. Well, we talk about how there's no teams really sponging up points.
Yeah.
Here we are in our final game of the day.
True.
First place is out early, so that means that opens the door for a number of these teams to try to play catch up and see what they can do. Sonics, E-Armory, or E-Arena again, rather, just off to their southwest. But they have that hard cover. They've got that compound that they can play around. They feel pretty safe about it. FaZe, meanwhile, they retrieve their player off to the north after the Freaks drop right on top of them, and now we wait and see what the next circle provides. Are we going to Los Leones, Toby?
We very well could, and indeed we are. City galore. If you're wise on this one, Valentine, just go in west. Even, you know, go all the way up here towards the further west. There's nothing to come for trying to backtrack all these teams going in. You can see that's exactly what they're doing down here on the eastern side right now. Nice, quick reaction to this one, because if you don't do it now, other teams are going to try and beat you to that exact same rotation. You're going to see the exact same thing on the western side here. Teams trying to wrap all the way around the western side. They know that the north side of Los Leones is going to be free based on where these last circles have taken us. So D+ here, Twisted Minds out towards the west, making that exact same rotation. So smart to avoid this cluster down here that will be the destruction of multiple teams.
And it is a destruction indeed, as 4AM already taking multiple knocks. They've got Waibu right on top of them. Spaceman and Shen, the last two alive. Shen will pick up that Pumpy as he makes his way through the doors. Spaceman, come provide him some support as they double peek through here. They know somebody's around these corners. The flashbang comes through. The shotgun works. There you go. 1 for 1. And 2 for 2 is Wang Zai. Will get the knock on a Spaceman. The Pumpy's ready. But no, he misses him. Was he blind? I'm not sure if the flashbang went off in time, but he does manage to get through. 2 ships passing in the night. Wang Zai will finish off that kill onto Spaceman, get 1 more point at least for 4AM.
I feel bad for Spaceman because I think Wang Zai was shooting at Shen, but then knocked Spaceman behind him because he whiffed on the initial spray. But sometimes it do be like that as Shen tries to stay put. Again, if there's a player to be able to pull off solo miracles, it would be this man right here, the Malaysian currently playing in China. Fortunately for him, Wang Zai probably hurt him with the nade in hand, peeks out and takes him down.
Here you go, Wang Zai. We'll try to get the res onto HSM, but man, I don't think it's there. It's taking a little bit too much time. A number of teams already looking over in this direction. Now he does get that smoke down, so might be able to be salvageable here is New Happy down to just Ming Ming and Longsker. They do have a foothold here on the south side of Los Leones. FaZe just off to their north, but still a number of teams off to the south. You still have 4AM, Sonics coming in through there, Bleed still having one player alive, TSM coming through there as well. Valley will find their way. They don't go all the way up north, Toby. Instead, they cut in to the southeast, but they find a foothold.
And look at the cluster of teams that are still trying to creep their way in from the western side of this circle. Southwestern be it. Sonics now as well trying to fend off against any last teams approaching from this direction. Because again, it's a late game circle. There's been a lot of action in the kill feed. You can't make sure there isn't maybe a solo somewhere that has snuck through. And you have to be so sure that the likes of Batulans or someone like that doesn't creep up behind you when you're 4-man strong and take out 2 of your guys.
Yes, indeed. Well, they do have Alcarin just right on the other side. I don't think they're aware of him just yet. Tigger going to try to make his way in from the blue zone. Unfortunately for him, his teammate Jacob has been spotted out by Valley. And there you go, the circle going to cut north once again. Twisted Minds having that northern control. They've got D+ just off to their east. They've got to be careful about over-peaking this and being too cavalier with how they rotate in between buildings, because you never know where that line of sight is going to be.
And look at how well rewarded both Twisted Minds and D+ gets off of this rotation they made early on. Valentine too, yes, they're outside the circle, but that's only because they were fending off against the remaining arena player. This was really, really nice. We get to see the replay here of Xiaopian's 1v3, a full-on 1v3, no help coming through from the side. Again, a bit of an awkward breach from a Legacy, who usually is really good when it comes to these up-close fights, but today has just not been going in their favor.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them as they finish the day with 8 points. And there we go, another late game E-pickup here for Armory. It worked out so far very well for Kwangdong Freaks. And we'll see if it works out for Armory any better. Dynasty's gone down, Jamie gone down. They managed to get 2 in there at least, as Riz will find his way into the top side.
When you're where they were before they committed to that E-pickup, had they driven to the city, they would have died. So you know what? Surviving with 2, it's one of those, we take that. We knew where the odds were against us.
Yeah.
The anti-air guns were placed all over the city to deny the entry, and somehow we have 2 lives. We'll take those.
You know, it's weird to say it, but it's even weirder still that it's true. Oh no, Luke 12 will get the knock on a Shrimsy right after Shrimsy pulled the pin, so that's an immediate knock and flush. Sonic's now down to 3, but TSM just looking for the angles. Purdy Curdy's blue zone grenade will take out 2, and now Sonics is all of a sudden right up against it. H with the last one alive. He's going to go down as well. TSM like a knife through warm butter.
You mentioned the skill set that these boys have when it comes to util, and they waste no time clearing the entire building with blue zone nades. And once they know exactly where those blue zone nades won't hit, they lob in frags to put to those exact spots. Such a great play. You see Morgan trying to get something done, but in the end, the blue got the better of him.
But again, once again, Alcarin, they knew that that solo player was there, so they stay behind, clear him out, make sure that they don't get bit in the ankles by a snake that they didn't even expect. Wang Zai, the last one for 4AM, though. This could be another snake situation. FaZe Vex is looking over in that direction. Wang Zai with the DBS. Oh, that's not what you want to see if you're a TSM fan. Sneaking right behind them through the smokes with that DBS in hand. Look at the smokes laid down for TSM. They had so many.
I thought he was going to join their smoke track. Instead, he goes for the 9 first aids. He's going to sit out here for a little while longer. With 30 players still alive, though, placement points are a bit far away. 10 teams eliminated coming into Phase 5. This one could stall out, with many buildings still being available. Having said that, we do see teams split quite wide as the circle goes center once more.
And Freaks looking like absolute geniuses for that Circle 3 E-pickup to the dead center of Los Leones. It is paying off dividends right now.
Yep.
Let's see if it can pay off in a win. TSM now scrapping with New Happy on the edge of that circle on the south side. Remember, Wang Zai still down there for 4AM. Could become a factor if he can get in there, and TSM not really expecting it. FaZe, they're in fantastic position as well, but now they have to start making moves towards the north. Looks like they are very well aware of all the teams just to their south, and they would like to be able to clean this up before really committing to that next spot inside the zone.
Wang Zai on a first aid hunt here. He's only got 4 left to work with, and this damage is going to take him all the way down to 4 health. He's going to have to pretty much instantly pop them as he makes his way further forward, and with this one closing on in, not looking good for him. Down to 4 once more as he continues to maneuver forward. He's going to spot Halo, and thus the snake has bit.
Oh my God, I had to say it, didn't I? They've been doing so well, but what a play by Wexai to make sure that he secures that kill, and there you go, TSM will be eliminated, but not before they collect a nice little stack of points for themselves. 5 kills, securing 5th place in the lobby overall, so not a bad day there for TSM.
Definitely. A way that I think they would really want to start it off. I mean, if you're a pro player, you're always looking to, oh, we could have done better, we could have gone better.
Oh, always, yeah.
But I think for TSM, that is phenomenal beginning to the day.
Absolutely. FaZe Clan actually in a great position to really add to their good performance so far today here. Ming Ming and Longster just playing around the smokes. FaZe is just waiting, ready to strike the second that they peek around an edge. They've got covered. The smoke's still getting laid down thick, and New Happy just going to try to retreat. Looks like they might actually get away with it, too.
He's very, very good when it comes to urban endings. They're really good when it comes to up-close fights. Usually when you see them struggle is when they take casualties in the very early game on wide rotations and splits where they can't get to one another. Once they're playing shoulder to shoulder, leave Gustav out on the flank, have James and Vex sit pretty much next to one another and be pretty much the beef of the team, and then if Corexi with his fight, he runs around and just does whatever he likes and finds kills everywhere.
I mean, look, they've been doing a fantastic job here so far. You can just see that they're playing it safe, right? Oh, Valley will take advantage of New Happy. They get the 2 kills there, but FaZe not taking too much. They're not trying to be greedy. They're just, you know, they're playing their zone, their area of control, and they're not expanding too much past that. So far, it's been able to keep them up all 4 strong.
I feel like the speed of urban endings was always slow, but it only got slower when people learned, oh wait, there's shotguns in the game? Now, all of a sudden, a solo in any given room, in any given building, can take out an entire team in an instant, and don't even get me started on Panzerfaust. So I think it makes perfect sense that these teams, they don't move unless if they absolutely have to. And right now, well, Tulins, alongside Armory Gaming and Valtai, are the only ones that really have to get something done. Armory Gaming, the ones, most importantly, having to make a play here.
With an absolute abject fear and terror of the Panzerfaust peak. And,
you never know when it's going to happen.
You never know when it's going to happen. Quandong Freak's doing a damn good job of holding down center circle. They will pull back. They won't try to take too much here, not getting too greedy, but instead playing 2-2. They're going to keep eyes on Armory right here. Heaven with the angles does damage, doesn't get the knock, but Armory still have to make their way across a pretty wide open dead man zone, and if it's not Quandong Freaks, it might be Twisted Minds that do the duty.
I like that Freaks have kind of given up the northern side here, because they know that Batulins is around, and they know that there are 2 teams in the north still, so they know they can't both cross towards us without us having a ton of audible cues that they're starting the process of doing just that. They're currently focusing full in the south and the western side, where they know Armory Gaming has to make a move.
Okay, smoke wall laid down for Armory. It's going to be good enough to get Shanks across, but Ruse is right behind him. You see that blue zone slowly starting to make its way in. Ruse will play around the edge of it and will get in. So hard cover still to be found here for Armory. They slowly make their way in. Unfortunately, the terrain just not working out as well as it needed to for Freaks to be able to finish those 2 off.
Let's see now, Twisted Minds on the northern side. Again, these are the 2 teams that opted to wrap right behind one another, so they've been aware of each other's positions for the longest time. So, Cold with the nade in hand by Example will be the first one to fall as he peeks around once more, and Example with a double headshot takes out Starlord 2.
An absolute problem for anybody who comes across him in the lobby is now Perfectix will finish off Starlord. Example and Lou trying to peek through, will get flashed himself. He's got some room to work around. We'll try to play around the edges of this smoke. Americano, the last one left, the utility coming through. I think they know exactly where he is. Lou playing around that molly. Just going to pre-fire. I think they know exactly where this man is, and there's just not really much you can do about it. But Perfectix going to get spotted out by Latai.
Yeah, Valtai spots him from the side. Armory Game will fall that's on the other side of the circle, and finally here, Lou able to get one creeping forward as the molly gets him back down on his knees. And now Example and Batulins. This road, again, they had to cross it before. They definitely have to cross it now. But how do they do so, and when do they do so with Batulins still over on the other side?
Avi still 3 alive. They've got to make their way across the road, but Valley Tide doing a very good job of area control here right now. Megalos keeping eyes on that street. Kiss and Unk off to the north, also providing him some support. And it's not just Valley, though. It's going to be Kwangdong Freaks that are also eyes on that road. So it's Na'Vi, it's FaZe, both having to make big moves. Fortunately, it looks like they've got a little bit of circle that they can still play in, so they don't have to fully commit to it just yet.
Everyone has a foot in the door, at least for now, but for Sample and Lou, they're still stuck on the wrong side of the road here, so smokes, you would imagine, have to be deployed even more so now than before, as Valentine sends at least one, kind of 1.5 player up towards that northern side to try and fend off. Smokes coming in, Blue Sonate smart to try and suppress on the other side.
And maybe a little bit too early, though, as
I don't know.
You can see, well, I mean,
nope, Blue down.
Well, there you go. Well, Lou's going to go down to the actual blue zone. I think Example is trying to dodge around, stay alive a little bit. Batulin's feeding information over to him. That grenade right on his knees, as Unk will get the credit for that kill. Example going to go down as well, and that's going to be 2. I think Batulin's now the last one up for Twisted Minds. As Valley Tide doing work here in the late game in the city.
Solid utility usage, but Tulans, he's been up on these chapters before. He's going, wait, I'm the guy on the roof. I'm the GOAT. You can't come up and take my mountain or city mountain positions. And just like that, it's a Worms game of 2 players just lobbing nades over each other hill to try and take each other out on the rooftops.
All right, let's see what Kwangdong Freaks can do. We can see, obviously, they're sitting in 14th place overall on that leaderboard. 21 points on the day, 3 kills already this game, but they can stand to gain so much. But that is a huge, huge knock from Batulins, as that is not going to be a resable player here for Freaks. They have to play the low side, but they know exactly where Batulins is. 14 alive, Toby, in this final phase, as the smoke grenades are coming thick and fast.
Full speed forward, FaZe try to make their way further in towards this one. Corrects you with the M249 in hand. Why reload when you got 160 bullets in the chamber? We'll see how many of those he's going to get to use as they creep further forward.
Street side working here for FaZe. They managed to get everybody onto the road, keeping things blocked off from Na'Vi. Na'Vi paying attention there, rather to Valley. The trade coming through. Vex actually going to find the kill and the flush on Sosen. Batulins comes through. Batulins refusing to go down for Twisted Minds. Collects another point for our second place team in the lobby right here.
11 health left to work with for Batulins as he tries to creep further forward. Na'Vi in the meantime on the other side of things trying to suppress on the roadside. Corrects you will fall, but Batulins continues to stay alive, and him and Bean work together to take out FaZe Clan.
But Freaks gets a lot of kills there. Batulins on a solo mission from God has 3 kills already. There he goes. He will be spotted out by Bean. Freaks now up to 7 kills as they rocket up the leaderboard.
Trying to stay put. There should be no way he gets Salute back alive. So crawl for info, my friend. See what you can do. Is he actually committing to this? There should not be a way that he's allowed to get this dress. But having said that, Latai is stuck on the other side of this courtyard. Will spot Diffix, and now the push on through. He saw him just before. First flash comes in. Second flash to follow. Does he catch him? At least he hears him as he sprints further forward. He lost him.
He's going to find a way. Azabine gets him behind the back. Valley Tie with a 9-kill victory. What an aggressive push at the end.
And it's the teams that opted to dip out of the south side confrontations that come out victorious. Great effort from Valentine to avoid the fights on the southern side and just creep their way in from the east. When teams tried to wrap up and take them out of their spot and said, no, either you die here or you go back to the rest of them. They maintained buffer space, and in the end, they come out victorious.
I mean, I cannot say how impressed I am by that push there at the end from Valley Tide. For a team like that has not that much international experience, to be in a situation like that, to just aggro W-key push to make sure that they secure that win against a team like Freaks. I mean, Bean was just not expecting that push at all. Unbelievable stuff from Valley Tide. But that is going to do it for us here. We are going to throw it over to the desk to wrap up day 1.
And there you have it. Valley Thai Esports get themselves the final chicken dinner for the day here for PGS3, rounding out the Group A, B matches. And it did feel almost a little bit foretold throughout some of these games. I feel like Valley Thai has been making some good plays throughout the day. They had some good starts on Erangel to try and get themselves into the right spots. And eventually now it has paid off here on Miramar.
And also, what a chaotic ending to be able to finish this off. Of course, it came down to very few teams, very few players. Not like one team, 4 guys live just dominating. But that is usually what you see with these urban endings, right? Sure. It is chaotic. It is extremely hard to closing out. Very impressed with Bean, though, being able to clutch up against FaZe. FaZe actually had quite a lot of players alive, but he was able to pop off.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I almost said, oh, no, I'm not going to do it. It's so stupid.
Don't do that.
We have got ourselves... Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic situation considering it is so difficult in those kind of urban endings. We saw teams coming in a little bit late. I think it was Armour trying to go for the E pickup. And it almost felt like as they're dropping, they're being slightly indecisive, which means that you could potentially lose 1 or 2 on a move like that to try and make it work, considering there's so many guns trained in that direction when you're trying to make this happen.
Yeah, and also, you know, you have so many teams and players alive in such a small space, right? Because of verticality, amount of houses, amount of hard cover, so it's hard to play around that. So a few teams trying to get some you know, kind of later on regaming. In this case, here's some E pickups, and it talks so many levels to how hard it is to actually get in. If you get in there too late, then you have to go on the edge and fight your way through the city. And if you don't get any circle off, it's practically impossible to do anything.
The amount of times we have talked about, once the E pickups came into rotation of play here for competitive, there is like a window of time where it is valuable, useful to be able to get you to where you need to be. And of course, admittedly, there's been extra utility of it, right? Like you send one up to try and get starting, but that's not the case here. Like, so coming in that late, it does leave you a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, even though you can pop it up until the very last second before circle 4 closes, right? Then, and in this case here, now that it's an urban ending, it's practically impossible. Sometimes you can actually make it happen, but here, circle 2, circle 3 there to make sure you get a spot in there, or actually try to get in before this city gets completely inhabited. Yeah. It's good to see some clever uses of them here and there, and I'm sure we're going to see more of them.
Yeah, definitely. So from Valley Thai here, being able to get themselves a little bit of extra points off of the back of this, again, being able to get this cleanup, I think good for the region as a whole, considering, again, it's a severe setup, a severe kind of format here to try and get you into that grand final. Do you think that Valley Thai can continue to be able to make it into the final eventually?
I hope they do well here, but of course they're not the most well-known team coming out of the region, of course.
True.
We see some bigger names coming in from that work. They're going to see them play tomorrow, of course, but still, I'm having high hopes, I will say. It's only top 16 teams that are going to go through. It's only 8 teams that's going to go out, and we've seen, I would say, 4 or 5 of them in the bottom. If you're outside 20 points right now, you're going to have an extremely rough time getting out of that.
Yeah, and now that I think about those teams towards the bottom, right, obviously, actually there was a disproportionate amount of teams from Group A already kind of down towards that bottom position. So tomorrow, it's really, really agonizing for them going up against what Group C is no pushover by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and even though they're not going to have any points when they come in, but they're going to come out swinging no matter what. They're going to take away some of these loot spots here. It's already, of course, been posted and announced within the teams here, so there are going to be some shifts in that here. But good to see Valley Thai here, of course, pop up, being able to close it out with 9 kills. Yeah, I'm happy to see them get 19 points. It's going to be a huge shift from them. They have to continue, of course, being able to put a little bit of points in there. I don't think they have just enough to not care too much about it. But yeah, we'll see once they get into things here. And good to see Kiss as the man of the match.
I think something that really stands out to me is that realistically, they weren't in the most advantageous spot when it came to this urban ending, but it seemed like they were very proficient about being able to move from building to building, to take out the likes of, say, for example, eventually, which was ahead of them, teams like Guangdong Freaks, etc., right? Like, I think also it was Na'Vi ahead of them, so being able to put the boot in against them, who eventually did get 9 points, of course, is quite impressive.
Yeah, and 19 here for Valley Thai is huge for them. They had 24 coming into this, so 43 is actually quite a good sweet spot for them. Yeah, that's pretty good for them. 10, 15, maybe 20 more points, and they're actually going to be quite safe. I would say our cutoff for our bottom here is going to be around that 55-ish point marker. That's my assumption.
And we see Gen G and Twisted Minds wrestling for that #1 spot at the moment. So If you had to pick what you would consider to be in inverted commas, safe spot, even though they've only played half of their games here, who are you looking at as the teams to be able to just push that grand final already?
I mean, as I said here, I think the ish cutoff is going to be that around 55 points. If you're at 60 plus territory, you're safe. But right now, if you have played half of your games and you're like 39, I think there's almost no point that you don't make like 20 points the next day, right?
Unless you absolutely flub it.
Yeah, you have to go in and like single-digit day kind of here. But yeah, as right now, Legacy 8 points only after 6 games. A little bit of a sad times for them. They did extremely well in Americas, of course. Armory Gaming, you saw the hot drop in the kind of e-pickup they tried to do into Los Leones. Hard one, but also too late. They had way more good opportunities to either pop it earlier or actually just play in from the western side with more people alive. Being that many people alive, of course, you should try to sit it in. Any surprises, though, for you? I want to ask, what do you think? What's any big surprises on either on the left side or on the right side right now after 6 games? Having played half.
Weibo?
Yeah.
Considering their 13th place?
Yep.
I mean, them alongside Bleed as well. I mean, not necessarily Bleed being a surprise, but just these 2 teams that were just picked up before the tournament. An unfortunate scenario to kind of fall down in day 1 quite like that. If I was to have to pick a team, though, whilst we take a look at the matches that are going to be scheduled for tomorrow, if I was to pick a team out of those 2, of course, that was going to maybe do better in their second day, it has to be Weibo, surely.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Like, especially with Shen on the lineup, we've known and seen what he's been able to do, especially online in the studio too, and what he's been able to do at other global events. We know he's a huge tracker. He's put a lot of points on the fantasy so far still, but we want to see them as a team put some points in there, because below 30 right now is scary. If you're below 30, it is scary.
Yeah, it really is. I was almost going to ask, what's a surprise in terms of who's done well compared to where they would normally be? I thought in my mind, Twisted Minds.
I mean, they're another day one team, but yeah, it's good to see them up there. A little bit impressive, of course. I think Sonics. I expect them to do good. Didn't expect them to do this good. Of course, they struggled a little bit regionally. Didn't do as well as we have used to have seen them. But they have also said multiple times, saying like it's hard to play against these very, very kind of new coming teams coming into the Americas stage. They are doing unexpected things, so they feel more comfortable now at global levels.
If this is the power level of North America, we get Falcons tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
we get Falcons tomorrow.
Falcons tomorrow, yeah. That's, I would say, most has Falcons in their top 4 potential for the whole tournament.
It's an exciting prospect.
It is.
Considering kind of the progression as a roster. Obviously, there was the big roster swap from Kickstart to Mime to Kickstart, etc. Even though Mime initially retired, and then all of a sudden, you know, kind of the X-Falcons organization picked him up, got him on board, and #1 over in their region. That roster, for me, seems to have really come together very strongly to be able to put on quite a good case to be doing well here on international stage.
I think so too, and you know, almost every single tier list or kind of prospect or idea of how well they're going to be able to do has them in some sort of top 4 situation. And I think they are, if not one of our favorites, the favorite, I think, coming out of how well they've been able to do in America, is also how well they've been able to do historically, globally. They are such a great team. And I think, power level wise, over 9,000 for them.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. Super Saiyan levels, maybe down the line. Any other potential teasers that you might like to kind of tantalize us with for tomorrow?
Yeah, so obviously some teams that are doing extremely well here today. It's going to be scary for some of our teams coming in tomorrow. 17, I'm excited to see what they're able to do. If they don't pop off on their first couple of games, they could be one of the teams that are going to be focused, third-partied more, potentially even hot dropped, which is an interesting case. Of course, PGS 1 champions, we know they're able to do really great things at international stages, global stages, right? So I'm excited for those guys. And if someone already want to put pressure on them, like, you have to do it from one of the first or some of the few first games tomorrow.
I think one of the big cases for a team like 17, of course, is not only the fact that they were a PGS 1 champion, but also that they did so well at PGC as well.
Right.
The fact that they were able to make that materialize on the grandest stage of them all when it comes to PUBG, that's quite impressive. Even though they didn't have the easiest time in PCL a week or two back, and we've been hearing murmurs that, you know, roster might be interesting. Murmurs.
Yeah. Other rosters that are playing tomorrow that I deem interesting, though, is Virtus Pro. I'm excited to see what they're able to do here now. First time back here for EB since PGC 2021. It's first time then for him in years. And of course, first actual LAN for Nixie. Insane mechanical player, probably top 5 mechanical player, if not top 3 at this event here.
Yeah.
He's insane. Some of the I play sometimes rank with him, and some of the things he's able to do is just crazy. Him on LAN is a scary beast, and I'm excited for him and the team and what they're able to do here after we saw what they're able to do regionally in PC.
Even Scoom's here.
Even Scoom's here. He's back.
Will anybody get phantom run over by a vehicle?
Oh, he's like Scoom.
Ooh, the Phantom of Scoom.
Car rolling down the hill.
It's also cool to kind of have Virtus Pro back in the fold as well, right?
Yes, yeah.
The last time they were here representing it was actually with the X-Twisted Minds guys. That's a long time ago now, effectively here. But they've kind of seen the value in this roster. I mean, guys like Nixie, we haven't really got to see as much on international stage. When it comes to regional play,
right?
Even the players of Europe are like, this guy's a god.
Yeah. The cool thing is, and what you don't see here, on stage, is that it's his first time on LAN, but there are people coming up, greeting him, fist bumping him. The respect is well known throughout the players here, even though it's his first LAN, and that really talks level to how experienced he is.
All right, well, a big thank you, of course, to everybody joining us around the world, as well as here on the stage for PGS3. Crafton, of course, bringing you the game. VSPO for producing everything that is going on so far. We have Anderseat not only giving us support here in the stadium, but giving us support literally as we're sat wiggling around on their good old chairs. And finally, we've got Zowie joining us as well for the 2546X gaming monitors. All of these players playing on them right now, getting good to go here for this tournament so far. Any final thoughts very quickly?
Fantastic day here. I'm excited for day 2.
So am I. So am I. It has been awesome for day number 1. Tomorrow we get to see Group C play things out for PGS3.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the main stage interview with your host Bella. We have Sonics' Shrimzy up for the first interview. Good game, GG Shrimzy.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations on doing so well once again, right? But after doing not so good in your regional, do you think there was something to prove for you guys?
No, I think we've had a bit of success internationally. I don't think there's a lot to prove, but I think there's a lot to prove for ourselves. We have he's still a relatively new player in Matt, and we're trying to figure out how to play internationally. We've only had one with PGC, so just still fitting him in, making sure that's all going smoothly going into the event.
Yeah, there's always room for improvement, right? So you did great in Taego and Vikendi, but what happened on Erangel?
I think it was a little bit of rust. The first event of the year for the internationals, and the players are very, very good. We can't get away with a lot of the stuff that we did regionally, so just a little bit of rust, a little bit of hard circles, but overall, we did well. You can't just focus on the 2 games.
Overall, great day, right? All right, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. All right, that was Sonics' Shrimzy for the interview. And next up, we have Genji's Adder joining us onto the stage for the interview. Please welcome Adder. 와, 오늘 너무 고생 많으셨습니다, 에더 선수. This is your first global tournament with your new roster, so I want to hear about the team's chemistry. 현 로스터로 이제 출전한 첫 국제 대회잖아요. 팀원들과의 합에 대해서 좀 한번 이야기 좀 해주세요.
일단 저희 선수들 다 한국 대회에서 그랜드 파이널은 별로 못했지만 좀 더 잘하던 선수들이어서 믿고 있었고요. 그리고 발포 선수가 첫 국제대회 출전인데 걱정을 많이 했는데 너무 잘해줘서 너무 고맙습니다.
So we weren't doing as good in the regionals, but they're great players, so I took my leap of faith with them. And this is Barpo's first international event, and he did so well, so I'm really thankful and proud of him. 그리고 이제 국제리그도 그렇지만 국내 리그에서도 로스터 대변동이 좀 있었잖아요. 선수들이 체감한 좀 분위기 차이가 있었는지 궁금합니다.
일단
이야기하세요. 네.
일단 국제대회랑 국내 대회 차이점이 이제 국제대회는 좀 더 분위기가 정적이고 그리고 좀 다들 진지한 분위기여서 오히려 게임하기에는 저희가 좋았던 것 같습니다.
So I asked Adder if there was a massive roster change in the Korean League and if there was any change in the energy that the players felt. And Adder said that the difference is that the international events they're more like they're more serious. They're here to kill and score those points. So it was easier for them to, focus on the game. Great work today, GG Adder.
Thank you.
네, 좀 행운을 좀 빌게요. 화이팅!
감사합니다.
네. And that was Genji's Adder for our last day one interview. That's a wrap on day one of the group stage here at PGS 3 held in Shanghai, China. And this is just the first day of the incredible journey, and it's only gonna get better for us. Join us at the same time, Chinese Standard Time, 6 p.m. here for day 2 to see groups B and C. I'm Bella, and from all of us here at PGS 3, thank you for watching and see you tomorrow.